One day, a yellow tree suddenly took root on Earth, calling itself Iriso. Its origin is unknown, but it can cover the entire world and create a new universe called Labyrinth. Humans call it the game of gods, but not everyone can participate in this game. That's why the random box machine was created. This young man originally came from a dirty slum neighborhood. Like countless others around the world, Ryuki was also drawn to this gacha machine. After being robbed of an SSR item by a gang, Ryuki seemed to need all his luck just to roll it back. On his final spin, Ryuki unexpectedly unboxes the only UV-level item in the world. Ryuki is stunned. He's lived long enough to know there are items beyond SSR level. Ryuki is currently in the space between reality and Iriso. The system begs him to give it a name to complete the transformation and start accessing the labyrinth. Ryuki enters the name and completes the registration. A dazzling light floods the entire space as if penetrating into it. Now they are entering the labyrinth. Welcome to the world of Phantasm. Ryuki stands on a cliff overlooking the majestic lands before him, feeling the wind weaving through his hair so vividly. What Ryuki sees on the simulation screen is completely incomparable to what he is witnessing now. This is why everyone fights to reach the labyrinth. Except for these piles of clothes, a bunch of bones burst out from nowhere and attacked Ryuki. Ryuki turned and ran away, asking the system why it dumped him here without any beginner guidance. A display showing the monster's information appears: skeleton level 1, weak to physical damage. Ryuki keeps running, and asks where the control panel management board and status board are. The system chuckled. Master, it's so humiliating, but don't be scared. How the hell can Ryuki stay calm when that system put him in a place that doesn't even have a single weapon for self-defense? If the transformation process is successful, Ryuki should become a player. But no, this system doesn't have the feature to turn Ryuki into a player, so in the end, Ryuki remains just an ordinary person. Level status skills, everything in this fan world won't be available for Ryuki. Ryuki sounded stunned. What kind of bullsh times T is this? The system, angry at being insulted, flew up and explained itself, saying, I am a labyrinth system of a different level from the others. If you want something, try gacha at the random box. The system opens Ryuki's attendance list. Lucky enough to draw an UR, Ryuki received 100 login tickets for the Western fan page. He gained 5 more tickets, totaling 106 tickets. I'll use it all up. Too panic-stricken to think. You don't need to know what you got, just that there's some useful weapon or item for self-defense inside. Ryuki grabbed something cylindrical. He swore it was a big spear, and shouted at the skeletons to rush in here so he could crush them all. The skeleton breaks Ryuki's staff, which is actually just a toilet brush, and the system, seeing Ryuki's dumbfounded face, laughs out loud. Surprisingly, wherever Ryuki turns, chaos follows. You ran while shouting at the expressionless system. It didn't bother to back down either. Are you really turning back to UR? With such rotten hands, I can't believe it. Ryuki turned around and put on a wig for the leading skeleton. He looks quite cute. The system gently reminds Ryuki that he's worried about being chased by the skeleton. Instead of worrying about them, the owner should focus on what's ahead. Ryuki tripped and fell off a cliff. You scramble to get up, but it's too late. The wig-wearing skeleton rushes at you. A random box finally falls down. Ryuki draws a level R short sword to block the skeleton. Nice. Finally got a proper weapon. Ryuki bravely charges forward, sword in hand, no longer afraid of the fleeing bones. He lunges and misses the skeleton, but gets stabbed in the shoulder instead. Ryuki held his breath and endured the pain, wondering why these guys were still so strong. Shouldn't their HP have been completely drained after taking 2 hits from the short sword? The system jumps in to explain. Since Ryuki isn't protected by the labyrinth system, the combat mechanics and HP are no exception. Why didn't it say so sooner? Ryuki clutches his wound, having magically accessed the labyrinth through a back door, but now he faces the risk of dying pointless just after entering. 2 random gold boxes drop at the same time, and at that moment Ryuki's will surges. He cannot be the first main character to die miserably right at the start. Ryuki swung his sword and hit a beanbox, splitting the skeleton in half. He nervously asked the system again, Are you telling me the gacha also gives skills, and this one isn't even in the World War of Phantasm Parry? A slicing skill creates a brilliant aura for show, but is also extremely powerful, ranked SL. Another SL skill is Mastery of Swordsmanship, which activates automatically when wielding a sword. In Jigon, this blind bag is not restricted by any system. In other words, as long as he has it, Ryuki can do anything. The fake-haired skeleton rises up. Ryuki immediately turns back and swings his sword, knocking its wig away with Paris. Then Ryuki flipped his hand and swung his sword heavily at the old skeletons. Since they don't exist within the labyrinth system, Ryuki can use any skills he has without being bound by the system's rules and restrictions. With this, Iriso's balance could be disturbed. Surprised yet? I believe in you. The owner must be someone who rolled a UR, not just an ordinary player. At this moment, Ryuki turned to look at the iconic Bin Thuan chicken hot pot box from Senior. The very first day he drew a rare SSR, making even the system marvel. A smile crept up Ryuki's lips as he couldn't contain his exhilaration. Stop messing around. This has been a miracle from the start, so if some other miracle happens, I wouldn't be that surprised. Ryuki reached out and grabbed the random box as the 3 remaining skeletons charged at him. Lost in his ecstasy, Ryuki swung his sword and cut all 3 down on the spot for daring to ruin his euphoric moment. Everyone aims for the top spot in the labyrinth, but somehow Ryuki hacked the system and is quietly conquering the skeletons still vying for the top position, like everyone else. Today, Ryuki defeated 7 skeletons and collected 5 magic stones. The experience gained will be converted into random box points. Since Ryuki cannot level up through the labyrinth mode, the system points have replaced the experience system. Ryuki has a total of 150 random box points equivalent to 15 points for each skeleton. But more importantly, the SSR orb is right there. Even now, Ryuki can't believe his eyes. If it wasn't miraculous, it wouldn't be an SSR. The owner should get used to it. Ryuki decided to hide the system for a while to stop it from nagging and mocking him. Now Ryuki can focus on thinking, and as long as he uses this thing, even that renegade gang can be dealt with easily. Currently, Ryuki has hidden his power. He checks his skills carefully, both need 700 points to level up. And now, Ryuki only needs another 100 points. He can grind the nation all day without getting bored. From the jungle, another group of skeletons approaches. Ryuki excitedly spins around a few times. Perfect timing, everyone charge in at once. The country tree is all about saving time. Boom. Every day in the forest of Fanta, there's an explosion caused by Ryuki. Today is already the 3rd day. Ryuki has completed today's mission. He just eats and kills monsters. Then they use those points to get more gacha tickets. The time in the labyrinth is 10 times faster than outside, so in 7 hours he earned 1,500 points. Getting up to 1,500 points and collecting enough for a 10 roll during the tutorial period is quite impressive. Master, let's go and do some gacha pulls. The system keeps tempting Ryuki to spin the gacha, but he decides to upgrade Paris and the swordsmanship master. Huh. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you use random box points to increase skills like that? The system went crazy over Ryuki's actions. Although the skill system is also important, Ryuki cares about one thing more. What are the drop rates for each type again? The machine system responds. Level N is 70%, R is 27%. SR is 2.7%, SSR is 0.3%. After it finishes speaking, Ryuki opens his item list filled only with N-level items to protest. Why do all the tickets I get turn into this stuff? Let's see if there's any trash in it. The system throws up its hands. Who said Ryuki already pulled an SR and SSR on the very first try? The system pleads with Ryuki to give it the points he worked hard to earn because it prefers points over tickets, but Ryuki doesn't. Silent D. The roulette ticket can be obtained through quests. That's enough. The system, knowing it couldn't persuade Ryuki, changed the subject to ask when he would leave the forest to rejoin the community, since this is a beginner area and the experience gained from monsters is very low. Ryuki is not in a hurry, he needs more weapons, but his skill level is still low. He is confident he knows more about fam than anyone else, so he will use all the information he has gathered so far to survive. This primeval forest is the same. It is the best area for early game hunting. Once he leaves here, Ryuki won't be able to come back because it's a one-way zone. He needs to clear this entire forest first before moving on. Ryuki will test how far he can go when out-leveling with his current status and skills. He also has an SR insurance from the login event, so he's not worried. On the 28th, Ryuki received a login reward ticket as usual, and an SR insurance ticket for logging in for a week. At this point, the experience from farming the nation has already stagnated. Ryuki checks his skills. Both have reached level 3 and are also at their limit. Even if you try harder, it's pointless. Ryuki wants to find out where to go next. And now the system is acting up again. It's time for gacha. We've completed a week of login events, so let's spin. Ryuki had to indulge it. In the end, it was all just due to your luck. With SR insurance, Ryuki hopes this time he won't get any junk. Here it is. A golden lightning bolt appears looking quite impressive. Ryuki twitches his lips. This should have been the fulfillment of your wish. Something is off. But your wish is still off course as usual. The system responds. This time Ryuki received an SR-grade gunblade like the name suggests. It is a weapon that combines a gun and a sword with torque-based power that can enhance the sword's strength or be used as a gun. Ryuki eagerly grasps it, knowing this weapon could change the world. If it gets revealed, everyone will go crazy over it. Ryuki lightly swipes the sword, and the ancient tree in front of him is sliced as easily as cutting tofu. He holds the gump in his hand, feeling ecstatic. With Ryuki's master swordsmanship skills, the power of the gump is like a tiger with wings. What would happen if I died here? Because Ryuki has transferred into a new body, he is probably still alive in the real world. The system answers the question. Even if the master dies, you can still be resurrected thanks to the backup data in Ariso, but it will hurt a little enough to make you wish you had just died. Use up the remaining tickets to do the gacha. I want to increase my combat power a little. After a while of only doing lottery pulls, Ryuki has changed his outfit to something more fitting for the environment. A basic leather armor that is safe and durable, with a few iron accents for reinforcement. Now it looks like my owner finally get it right. Hearing what the system said, Ryuki felt itchy in his ears, who threw him into a monster-filled area like a trash bag, and ignored the newbie tutorial. Does the system think it did nothing wrong? This is just a beginner zone after all. Compared to the emergency login situation, this place is still pretty good. Ryuki, no more arguments. Order the system to go back to your virtual world conquest process to make a documentary for your descendants to watch later. Just leave the file name as from the bottom up. Iriso creates more detailed labyrinths than the original games it steals data from. But most of Ridia's games are rushed to production, so they have many bugs, and even here the supposedly better game still carries risks. For example, a huge boss might appear right at the start of the game. Ryuki steps forward to face the chaotic Black Knight, who is 10 times his size, emanating a dense aura of death, and with sharp sword-like eyes. Ryuki was given a surprise mission, with a reward of 10 gacha tickets and an insurance. Holding the sword gun firmly in hand, he took the opportunity to test the new weapon. The Dark Knight raises his sword high. I am the Knight of the Demon King, waiting for the strong from the depths of the void. Show me your strength. Its sword plunges down, carrying enormous power and weight. Ryuki caught it, and used Paris to toss away the Black Knight's arm, but he predicted Paris had already helped close the gap in strength and level. Taking this opportunity, Ryuki swung his sword at the Black Knight's leg. The sound of metal clashing, but the attack is ineffective. Ryuki steps back. You thought that if you believed you weren't affected by the system, your attack would succeed. The master is really clever, but you might be ignoring all the tricks in Fantasy Rum. Ryuki struggles to hold his ground. How is it that he still can't defeat the Black Knight now? The system sighed deeply. Master, are you being stupid again? Think realistically. Wielding a sword against steel armor is like a grasshopper trying to move a carriage. Ryuki finally understands something. Your strategy focuses only on the system and ignores reality. The labyrinth is a world simulated based on a game. Ordinary players are affected by the system, but you are different. Ryuki dodges a blow, then retreats, charging at the Black Knight's weak spot. Ryuki slides past the Black Knight's massive sword and closes in. You pull the trigger, causing a huge explosion that makes the Black Knight's sword drop. It clutches its shoulder, staggering and crying out. The HP mechanism isn't that important in this programming system. It means Ryuki can deal more damage than the HP itself. You can attack its physical body directly, and if you aim for its weak spot, you can deal heavy damage and defeat it with a single blow. Master, it's dangerous. Ryuki was so caught up in the thrill that he forgot why the Black Knight is called the boss. Something pierced through his shoulder, awakening Ryuki to the reality. Ryuki didn't expect the knight to use long-range attacks like that. From the arm of the Black Knight, a series of black swords shoot out. The brave hero who dares threaten the gods tastes the void. The Black Knight fires a series of black blades at Ryuki, who dodges while soaring in frustration. No wonder the Black Knight is called the boss. Being mid-game, it's almost impossible to defeat with current gear. Moreover, this is a one-way area, so once Ryuki respawns elsewhere, he can never return here, not even by grinding to level up to defeat the Black Knight. This is already the second time it has fought, and no one has ever survived. Ryuki struggled, and finally fell, when countless black swords pierced through his body. Suddenly, Ryuki clenched the sword embedded in his stomach and pushed it away, causing the Black Knight to panic. Where did you get that kind of power from? But no matter what kind of power it is, the Black Knight still obeys the command of the Demon King. It uses its remaining arm to cut off the sword in its hand. Ryuki wondered if everything would end like this. If so, his life so far has been nothing but garbage. You have vowed to take back everything you lost, everything they did to Ryuki and your mother. Ryuki rises up and cuts off the black sword. No matter how many things are piercing your body, you rush forward, grabbing the Black Knight by the head and stabbing your sword into its eye. Ryuki will clean up all the trash and leave no one behind. A loud explosion echoes as the Black Knight's limbs fly in all directions. Ryuki has obtained the spoils of war from completing the urgent mission with the Black Knight in hand. The vanquished void invites you to continue. These are the words of the Black Knight, but even if he didn't speak, Ryuki has no choice but to move forward. The clip has just been leaked online thanks to the system. A viewer finished watching and his subordinate asks if he should contact Ryuki. It's not necessary. I know he's preparing a car instead. Where is Linfen now? This man is Gabriel Darius, the leader of the Linea gang. On JGTube, a trending video titled Tao Rising from the Bottom, uploaded by Ryu70, is gaining all viewers because of Ryuki's video. No one believes you could appear in that area, but the image of the Dark Knight was so real that no one thought it was fake. Solo against a trapped monster while being guided by a newbie just smells fishy enough to be fake. Viewers can't tell if it's in the Western fans' territory or not. Even when watching repeatedly, the video of Ryuki smashing that unruly Dark Knight with just Paris and his sword gun still leaves viewers confused, as he deals an enormous amount of damage right after entering the game without even a cooldown period. Iriso's followers all see Ryuki as nothing more than a blatant cheater hacking the game. Despite his good speed and reflexes, hacking is still hacking. Ragna, a level 52 analyst at the Linea Guild, is streaming Ryuki's video, and always takes pride in her expertise. But what was in the video was beyond Ragna's control, as Ryuki wiped out a boss's HP in just one hit. Ragna had no judgment left, except that there was a technical glitch. Linzia is a major guild. Rapna feels they should officially get in touch with Ryuki, but her boss is clutching his mouth in dismay. No, that can't be right. That face is unmistakable. An unknown person owning an account must be a mistake somewhere. Somewhere else, Linfen is in the middle of a fight with two other girls. He scans the area. Who is Ruki? He was an analyst in Linea 3 years ago, and the mastermind behind that legendary strategy. Remember, Gabriel approached Linfen, asking him to eliminate Ruki from Linea so he would become anonymous. Linfen took another sip of his drink, and in his eyes, the analysts he hated the most were all eliminated, so many that he couldn't even remember who they were. Plus today, he also watched the video of Ruki defeating the Black Knight in the solo match 11. But he feels like no matter how he looks at it, it's still nothing. Using Hawk to defeat someone too weak is not surprising at all. Gabriel has to remind Linfen that he was the one who eliminated Ruki, but does Linfen understand what that means? Who knows? Since when did we start caring about these trivial little things? Why bother wasting time on a nobody like him? Unable to stand Linfen's aggressive attitude like a dog bit him, Gabriel silently leaves. He suspects Ryuki is covertly attacking Linea and orders his subordinates to monitor his every move. From now on, keep an eye on his next move. It feels like it's a trap, so be more cautious. Gabriel walked on, lost in thought, reminding himself not to rush, and that he could gather more information before acting. Hopefully that damn little brother Lin Fen won't do anything foolish right now. Meanwhile, Ryuki could finally move when his body recovered to 87%, with all his internal organs and muscles torn, accompanied by serious injuries. The pain Ryuki feels is just like in the real world, so the system is very worried about his mental state. Even though Ryuki is suffering terribly, he's confident he'll get used to it soon. After all, you'll have to go through 100,000 more times soon. Ryuki returned to the cliff as he began to enter the Novice Valley. But now is the time to say goodbye. The world in this game is built around the Demon King's castle. But Ryuki can't just rush straight there. First, he must clear out all the dungeons around the castle to prove he's worthy. Meanwhile, the system is guessing wildly. I don't know why Ryuki posted the video. Could he be calling for everyone to come and kill him? Ryuki knows it's dangerous, but he believes those outside haven't dared to act recklessly at this moment. They might just think it's a game bug, and finding bugs isn't common in these kinds of games. Even if he wanted to act, the first step would still be to gather information, because Linea's group had definitely recognized Ryuki and his deep-seated rival. At first, they would think it was a trap. Unlike Linfen, Gabriel is very cautious. The system finally realizes that Ryuki is trying to create public confusion first. The more attention they attract, the fewer options they have. If what the system says about the switch is correct, Ryuki can hide his real body inside the labyrinth. This is how you drain the UL system's capabilities. Ryuki has finally figured out a way to defeat Linfen. Now I just need to figure out how to lure him out. Once you become a thorn in Linfen's side, he'll come to you on his own. So next, Ryuki will keep provoking Linfen, and his appearance will be the perfect moment for Ryuki to crush him. Seeing Ryuki's tense expression, the system politely requests to spin a gacha ticket to break the tension. Ryuki has accumulated a huge amount of spins, 20 tickets, 2 SR guarantees, and 15000 Venom points. Let's spin the wheel. Here we go. Ryuki sighs. First, he needs to go to the village. To keep the body safe, Ryuki must exit the labyrinth every 10 days. The system also reminds Ryuki that his body and avatar use two completely different technologies. The avatar can affect the real body, if in the real world, but the transformation method has brought Ryuki's real body here, so those worries are unnecessary. Now Ryuki finally realizes this is his real body, not the avatar. However, the system had to halt the transformation process due to an emergency, and it recommended that Ryuki return to reality at least once. But forget about that. The gacha god is calling you. But no, Ryuki decided to end the transfer. The Western fan forest disappeared, and he returned to the real-life gacha shop. Ryuki's body has no scratches, only the clothes inside the fan haven are gone. Now, do you understand the greatness of our UR system? But there are some illegal cameras in here, should I block them? Ryuki still doesn't know what cameras are, and the gang from before has already come back. It seems they were already waiting at this gacha shop. Hey Vodan, you look really healthy. Where have you been hiding all this time? Turns out they installed hidden cameras at the gacha shop just waiting for Ruki to show up so they could come in. The boss hadn't finished speaking when his subordinates shouted out, "Boss, he's gone." The system also yelled, "Master, why did you run away? Don't you have eyes? How can I take on 10 guys at once?" The system nodded. It would find the safest route for Ryuki. Following its guidance, Ryuki finally arrived. Finally, at the alley outside the dead end. Truly stupid to trust your worthless crap. Ryuki wanted to punch through the system, but it said there was a reason for what it was doing. And at this moment, the thugs also showed up. The boss is panting like a dog being toyed with by a cat. You're really troublesome. You suddenly disappeared yesterday, which makes me even more curious about what you pulled out. This time, the boss seems to be more obedient, even holding out his hand in front of Ryuki. Ryuki didn't know what to do, so he ordered the system to perform the switch, but it didn't act immediately, saying there was a wooden sword beside him. Unfortunately, your current owner doesn't have any special items usable in reality, so I led you to the nearest place with a sword. Now use it. Ryuki picks up the wooden stick and swears. This isn't even a real sword. Suddenly, a flash of lightning passed through Ryuki and the wooden stick as if they had just connected. Hey, what do you want to do with that piece of firewood? Where are you guys? Fight him. A messenger in a uniform rushed forward with an iron staff, but while he was talking nonsense, the staff in his hand fell to the ground. In the second, a powerful strike makes his face contort before knocking him back. The gang leader is surprised by Ryuki's sudden strength and orders his followers to attack. But right now, Ryuki is smiling happily. Why should he worry when this isn't Labyrinth? With the two skills Ryuki has, using them in real life is just like playing a game. Now step aside so I can fight properly. Are those underlings hesitating and not daring to step forward? Is he really just an unknown guy? Is the boss the one who lost his temper and picked a fight with a dangerous person? The boss growled in frustration from behind. You fools, are you afraid of a nobody? No matter how strong he is, that's all he's got. Kill him for me. The gang leader is determined not to let Ryuki go. You may be unknown, but daring to challenge him shows that Ryuki must have acquired something extremely terrifying. The boss of the Black Snake Squad considers himself top in this place. How can he compare to anonymous guys like Ryuki? Gasping and groaning in pain dragged him back to reality, as his face darkened at what he saw before him. The gang members are getting beaten badly by Ryuki. Even the bald guy is being choked by his hair. Don't get cocky over just this. They're nothing but a bunch of thugs. The moment Ryuki gripped the wooden sword, he felt like he could use a skill. Power surged through him like a flood. This is a difference from regular players because Ryuki has switched to a real body instead of an avatar. So if you're stronger in the labyrinth, it's the same now. Ryuki gradually approaches the remaining ones. Yesterday they stole Ryuki's SSR level item, and every one of them had touched you even once. Damn it, you bastard, die, you motherfucker. Everyone panicked and charged recklessly. The crackling sounds echoed as Ryuki broke even their fingers. You must be the leader, huh? Ryuki advances towards the gang leader. At this moment, he is fumbling to pick up the iron bar from the ground and repeatedly hitting the midsection with his iron stick. Don't come any closer. Failure, stand still. Swish. Ryuki used a technique that knocked away his iron stick. He advanced towards the boss. Maybe it's time to end it now. No more henchmen protecting him. Shut up. The boss rushes to grab the stick again, but Ryuki pierces his arm through the wooden pole, causing him to scream in pain and tremble all over. What's wrong? Is it really over? Shut up, I am Ruga of the Black Snake. This snake attack. Ryuki delivered a powerful blow right into his screaming mouth. Ruga fell to the ground at Ryuki's feet, his strength truly fascinating. Does he also feel like this when crushing you under his foot? Ruga's face of despair was truly deserved. He mumbled, please stop. But he has no right to do that. The account creation power that Ruga took from Ryuki is his only hope. So now Ryuki will also take away his only hope. Ruga tears up, but remains speechless. An anonymous guy dares to mess with your peer. Do you think you can get away? I'm not afraid. Ryuki's smile sends a chill down Ruga's spine. That's right, just make sure he can't say another word. Help me, help me. Ruga's desperate plea is cut off, as Ryuki strikes his face hard with a wooden sword, as if to split him in two. The next morning, Ryuki returns to his dilapidated house. The system is curious why Ryuki didn't kill those thugs immediately, as their revenge would likely be very fierce. Ryuki could easily kill them all, but he doesn't want to become someone lower than them. He's already shown his clear difference in strength, so they will stay silent for a while. I see the fear of violence is actually human weakness. Ryuki suspects that the system is planning to do something to those thugs, so it has interfered with their internal devices, the seeds, and adjusted some of their visual data. Can you do that? Ryuki was surprised, but the system was not, because the manipulation only works when the mental state is unstable. But they surely saw Ryuki as a terrifying monster completely different from anything they had seen before. Ryuki was an entity so frightening that they didn't even dare think about fighting him. Ryuki sprang up, thinking of ways to keep the existence of the system completely secret. If this information got out, the whole world would be turned upside down. Then he picked up a knife, and immediately the master swordsmanship skill was activated. It seems that once he holds something recognized as a sword, the related movements become instinctive for Ryuki. Ryuki waved the Japanese dagger in his hand, feeling it was quite suitable. Types of long-range weapons can sometimes be inconvenient to carry. Ryuki was about to ask something when the system spoke up. Since Ryuki exists outside of Iriso, even though this is his real body, it doesn't suffer side effects like accelerated aging due to time in the labyrinth. Just as I hoped, Ryuki said with satisfaction. Then he has a meeting at a coffee shop with a guy who looks very familiar. Modern technology is really impressive. She's recovered so much in just a few hours. I see. Ruga sat on the other side, heavily bandaged, answering bitterly but thinking it was unjustified for Ryuki to give orders to a nobody. Ryuki seemed to read his thoughts and raised the knife. I think the medical fees were paid with money earned from my account, right? Ruga was startled and tense, telling himself he would return the money to Ryuki immediately if he had enough time. Shut up. Ryuki gently presses the knife against Ruga's forehead, causing him to stiffen. The blood from the wound mixed with his sweat. You were spared only because I reconsidered for a moment. Never forget that. Ruga obeyed like a machine before following Ryuki to the place they had agreed upon, passing by several drug addicts lying all over the street. Ruga kept kicking them until that filthy bastard got out of here. Ryuki was led to Yorozuya Sutenku, the place where most illegal dealings happen in this town. Ryuki opened the door and entered. It turns out this is where Ruga is selling your account rights. Oh my, do we have a customer? A mature male voice sounded, but the figure appearing was a little boy, making Ryuki wary. I am the owner of Sutenku. My name is Suzuki. What are you looking for? The system is analyzing Ryuki's basic information in real time, and reminding that Suzuki's body is not human, isn't simulating an entire body prohibited. Suzuki smiled, knowing he had been discovered. This is an expensive model, you have a good eye, but it's funny for a smuggler to talk about the law. Suzuki changes the subject to ask what Ryuki is doing here, while bringing Ruga along. Ryuki gets to the main point. What happened to my account creation rights? Suzuki glanced at Ruga, nervously trembling in the background, and chuckled. I see the account creation rights are a common item, with the asking price equal to the purchase price, but Suzuki sold out long ago and is no longer here. But today Ryuki is mainly here for a transaction, and I wonder if Suzuki can handle this product. Sutenku handles everything, even human lives. I can't wait to see what the product is. Suzuki excitedly opened the black bag, his face suddenly rigid like a statue. What the hell is this? The numerous golden marbles inside are magical stones. Suzuki asked Ryuki with suspicion. Hey, don't you know the value of these stones? Of course Ryuki knows. This is the simplest basic item. There are two main types of items in the labyrinth. Normal items are things that cannot be used in the real world, while special items can be used in the real world. Magic stones are special items extracted from ear, the main source of energy in the modern world, and the higher the rank, the purer the ear extracted. Since then, the standing of players has continued to rise, and that's also why Suzuki couldn't understand. Ryuki would benefit more if he sold the magic stones through legal channels, instead of selling them illegally to him. I want to sell it discreetly because I am the one who directly obtained it. Ryuki's response surprises Suzuki because no unknown person could have obtained the magic stones. Suddenly, Suzuki orders Ruga to leave, leaving him bewildered. While Ruga was still fumbling, Ryuki growled and left. Then he was thrown out without a second thought. At first, Suzuki thought Ryuki was just an unknown guy who got lucky stealing a few magic stones. But lately someone outside the usual standards has appeared. What do you mean? Ryuki wondered confusedly. So Suzuki was talking about my recent viral video. He didn't expect that the main character there would come all the way to his shop. Again, welcome Ryu70. If you're trying to hide your identity, then you've been too careless, especially with this magic stone. That is the Shadow Knight of the Cho magic stone in the Phantrum world. Through it, Suzuki can easily tell that Ryuki is the only one who defeated the thing in the guide area, using game hacking. Still, Suzuki asked again just to be sure to see what Ryuki had, expecting him to panic over revealing his identity, but he just shrugged and gave a faint smile. That's right, I'm Ryu717, thanks for the advice, but I'm here to buy things for my main purpose. Suzuki chuckled, not knowing what Ryuki wanted from a smuggler like him. Are you planning to sell it someday, right? Hearing that Suzuki was so surprised, he had to ask if Ryuki was high. Does Ryuki know what M is? They are artificial applications that modify the components of the labyrinth, and even an unknown person knows that. But Suzuki sees Ryuki is mistaken. Most M are discarded because they lack functionality and have fatal flaws. Still, as a smuggler, he must also have some hidden items. Ryuki was not affected by Suzuki's words because his goal was to reduce the difficulty of the labyrinth and some side effects of most that Ryuki could handle. Suzuki reminded Ryuki about the crazy guy who looked addicted near the store. That is the one who used Mo's. He bought the PES version and said he wanted to test control over the senses. As a result, he experienced less pain, but the outcome was tragic. To feel less pain, his other senses became extremely sensitive, and so he was completely defeated. The Suzuki store tried to eliminate the existing trends, but it was already too late. It's like a way to live rather than die. Those who vanish suddenly lose their spirits or burst into flames without knowing why, all stem from it. You should give it up. Those are items that the authorities have strictly banned from development and completely discarded. Suzuki advises Ryuki that although some items have been tested and deemed safe, those things can be obtained normally and don't need to be smuggled. Ryuki suddenly broke in, feeling that Suzuki's judgment of the side items was off. Do I really look like just an ordinary player? Ryuki is incredibly confident because he is the one who defeated the Black Knight alone. The villagers are starting to call him the shameful game hacker. But even though Ryuki is a genius capable of predicting those trash names moves, he couldn't care less. Ryuki doesn't have any specific method or approach. You will use them instead of leaving the rotten target here unnoticed. Suzuki isn't sure, but a question from Ryuki makes him hesitate. Aren't you curious about what might happen, smuggling lord? So Suzuki secretly showed Ryuki some files. When most people discarded them, he kept a few until the last minute. If you can really use those modes, try one of these first. Ryuki calls his little brother a system check, and the first mode triples damage, but the system only interprets it as multiplying the value by 3 without any real effect. The next mode predicts the future in 1 second. It sounds good, but in practice it fails and also obstructs Ryuki's vision in battle. The next mode makes all characters become beautiful. It might be based on a similar principle to visual distortion, but what's the point if everyone is a good person? A mode that increases all abilities by 1.2 times ends up putting too much strain on the brain and body. In addition, its multiplier is also of poor quality. The next mode amplifies sensitivity by 3,000 times across all senses, but pain is affected the most. After Ryuki's frantic head scratching, everything feels like useless junk. You thought they were only somewhat flawed, but you didn't expect them to be so completely useless. In the end, it's a matter of controlling probabilities. The system must recognize its creator as the true parent and control the probabilities of possible events in a way that benefits the player. All probabilities in Ariso are more favorable by 0.3 to 0.5%. Furthermore, since Ryuki is unaffected by Avatar's performance decrease, this number could even reach up to 1%. A 1% advantage might be hard to notice, but if it affects random boxes, that's a different story. Ryuki decided to choose 31 mostly to increase the success rate of Vandom Box, which disappointed the system. I can't believe you would ignore Gacha's true feelings. That's risking all your assets on low probabilities. Suzuki saw that Ryuki didn't rush to speak, but actually selected the best records from a pile of cards. Cards. Ryuki frowns. Is this guy trying to fool you? Suzuki shakes his head. Wait, I didn't mean to lie to you. I was ordered to check all customers when they request the modes. Ryuki was a bit surprised that Suzuki was working under someone else's orders. Could it be that he's connected to the creators of the mods? But Suzuki couldn't answer that question, so he made it up to Ryuki with a special price. As long as Ryuki makes good use of the lost modes that never appeared on the main stage again, a series of external applications installed during mode use will only work once and cannot be cancelled. Before Ryuki agrees, Suzuki wants to ask him one last thing. If he is truly skilled with the modes, what would he do with that power? It was truly an interesting question that made Ryuki laugh, and then I don't know what Ryuki said that made Suzuki burst out laughing like crazy. The top thief in copper, silver, gold, platinum, and even crushed diamonds destroys all worthless trash and stands at the pinnacle of the world. That's what Ryuki said. No wonder Suzuki finds you quite interesting. He even allowed Ryuki to visit him anytime he wanted. The next day, Ryuki arrived at Labyrinth more easily than the system had expected. But in Labyrinth, everyone is anonymous, so no one suspects Ryuki's identity. More importantly, Ryuki probably reached that village. It looks like a medieval fantasy world, even a bit peaceful, and the system kept rambling about gacha pulling, giving Ryuki a headache. Calm down a bit, gacha addict. Do you really think I can do gacha in a place with so many people? I don't know why ever since Ryuki stepped in, the villagers here started looking at him differently. The system is curious about what the two have done to make those NPCs dislike them so much. Ryuki understood why they behave that way, because NPCs hate players, fools treat them like bugs, and they justify it by saying they are not real. They do all kinds of terrible things, so of course the NPCs don't like them. Got you now, thief. A young man suddenly gets thrown to the ground in front of Ryuki, begging the shop owner because he's starving but is still dragged away mercilessly. Ryuki sighed and said, "It was peaceful here before, but now everything's going crazy." But then Ryuki noticed that the young man's outfit looked very different from the NPCs of this village. It turns out he was a citizen of Space Alien, a game Iriso shut down 3 months ago. And shutting down means the game completely disappeared. The people had no choice but to migrate to other labyrinths to survive. Ryuki sighed. It's not easy to adapt quickly to a different world. No wonder there are many stylish young people starving to death on the streets. Iriso always ruthlessly destroys labyrinths that have no value even in this fantasy world. Then Ryuki has to move even faster. As long as he can crush Linfin and Linzia before the game ends, he will be satisfied. Half a day later, Ryuki finally rented a room. The first thing the system said when entering the new room was of course the gauge, but now is not the time to check it. The system hurriedly took out its ledger to check unexpectedly, finding that the drop rate had slightly increased, with SSRs rising from 0.3% to as high as 1%. Only the drop rate for N-grade items has decreased, which is really good news. Especially that SSR, it's perfect in every way. So Ryuki immediately started configuring the system to make it happy, using all 40 tickets and 2 insurance tickets to gain 15730 random box points. Whoa. With this amount, SSR is no longer just a myth. The system instantly used all 40 tickets, filling the room with light, leaving Ryuki's face frozen in shock after a huge explosion in a room cluttered with trash. Ryuki's knees buckled and gave out after 40 tickets, not even pulling an SR or higher. This rate is no different from being ripped off. He angrily punched the system twice. Damn this useless vacuum cleaner, I'll throw you in the trash right now. A dazzling aura appears shining with 7 colors as Ryuki's face changes in an instant. My SSR has arrived, not bad. What are the chances I can't block it? You're a saint now. One box is a speed-boosting SR skill, and the other is an SR-level intuition. It naturally enhances the 6th sense, but at the peak, extreme intuition can allow Ryuki to see through the origins of the world. Blinking is just a quick movement skill at high speed. Ryuki came up with a way to use it, but that intuition didn't feel any different to him. Is this really on the same level as the previous SSR reset card? Check the skill upgrade points. Spending 7,000 points to level up to 2 makes Ryuki resentful. Other skills only need about 2,100 points and can be increased by 3 levels. Ryuki's systems stay confident. Investing points into such a trivial skill is truly a waste. You'd better put it into gacha instead. Ryuki pondered for a moment before deciding to use his points to upgrade his skill. The system seems to want to drop its 2 laser eyes. What are you doing? These precious Rombo box points from the gacha spins. Here they are. The swordsmanship masters and defensive skills are all at level 4, with quick movement at level 2, and Ryuki only has 8730 points left. 8400 points are needed to upgrade swordsmanship to level 5, but the system keeps rambling in his ear, making it hard for Ryuki to concentrate. There is still a chance to use the remaining points to gacha. The system exploded because Ryuki spent 8,400 points to upgrade the swordsmanship to level 5, the highest level for SR rank. Now Ryuki understands why this level up required so many points. You excitedly start upgrading it. Hey, what is this? Ryuki stepped back 3 paces as a dazzling light like a falling star headed straight for him. System, explain what's happening. But the system is dead, it can't survive without gas. The feathers are fluttering in the air from that yellow stone. A achievement panel appeared after Ryuki upgraded, awarding 15 Gok spin tickets. Master Swordsman became SRC plus proficiency boosting sword usage ability with swords that can be activated like a switch, and also added a level 1 sword aura skill. Whoa, I've never seen someone upgrade a skill before. Many players are still not proficient in the Master Swordsman skill, yet Ryuki possesses an ultra version of it called Swordsmanship Mastery. Haha, that was awesome, Pepsi. Ryuki's laughter echoed while the system struggled internally. It just wanted to see someone overwhelmed and fail spectacularly because of greed. Now is when the real game begins. Stop wasting time. Get up and do your job, system. Hearing Ryuki's command, the system trembles and follows. This time he's decided to head to the nearby dungeon, the place where Linfin set the record for the fastest completion time. The system was a bit worried, because this was their first time conquering a dungeon. Ryuki also knew that Linfin had performed better than anyone else, but he also knew he wouldn't let himself be defeated. Now in front of a cave, 5 people gathered together, preparing to confront their enemies. Are you all ready? From now on, stay vigilant. Is your equipment all set? The man holding the large axe looks like the leader of the group. His face froze when he saw Ryuki walking through alone. Hold on. Are you planning to go in alone without your team? There's a dangerous dungeon ahead. Do you know that? I know, Ryuki replied briefly, and walked through the gate. The man muttered to himself, wondering if Ryuki was really losing it. A young man with him decided it was better not to interfere. Recently, there have been rumors that this dungeon has been acting strangely. No one has managed to complete it for 3 months. This is the wizard's secret hideout. I wonder if wizards always prefer living in dark, hidden places like this. Ryuki's goal today is to beat Linfin's record. He pulls out his sword gun and primes it. It's time. Let's fight. Here we go again. Another intruder has arrived. Somewhere Ryuki's image is monitored by a rice-powered camera as a witch trembles because Ryuki dared to desecrate her sacred land. My darkened lips with a few crooked teeth remaining. Don't be afraid for intruders like you. I will give a punishment with my own hands. She stares into the crystal ball as if she wants to tear Ryuki's body apart and calls it a divine gift. Returning to Ryuki, he receives another gacha ticket upon entering his first dungeon. As he walks, Ryuki gropes in the dark, unable to see anything within 3 meters. The labyrinth structure changes randomly, so he must verify the actual layout with his own eyes. If Ryuki remembers correctly, Lin Fen has been gone for 17 hours and 30 minutes. The other players are also close behind him, especially the second place only 8 minutes behind Lin Fen. Then there is a gap with third place at 19 hours. It shows that Ryuki needs to pay attention to the GS Guild faction. You can compete with Lin Fen. They walk for a while, shadows flickering with bright red sparks that densely cover and light up the entire cave. They are giant droppings, a characteristic animal when entering caves. The droppings are already high up, but they still like to gang up and have an effect that reduces health when biting others. But that's in the past now, DM. Ryuki pulled out something and threw it far away, then clasped both hands tightly. 1 second later, a blast with light and strange sound caused chaos in the system. It was a sonic bomb. Since the falling objects are sensitive to sound, and they burst their eardrums to die, perhaps you should have given a warning first. Even though I am a machine, I have an eardrum too. Ryuki walks while finishing off the remaining fallen enemies on the ground with his sword. Ryuki's nonchalant attitude piqued the system's curiosity as to why he wasn't speeding up, but Ryuki understood that cleaning a dungeon takes a lot of time, and knowing the patterns and tricks helps reduce the completion time, rather than just rushing forward. The concerning thing is that no one has been able to complete this place in the past 3 months. That's extremely unusual, because this dungeon is famous for being easy as cake. After Lin Fen was completed, everyone considered it a tutorial level, so it's strange that no one has managed to clear it in the past 3 months. I see. But are we actually heading in the right direction? The system was confused when they returned to the corpses of the fallen. Ryuki was certain he was heading in the right direction. The system can't know how many strategic guides you have written during your days as an analyst. Ryuki has seen this dungeon thousands of times in simulations. But in reality, they're just going in circles over and over. There's no need to be ashamed. Just admit that you're lost. Ryuki examined it for a moment, and noticed this passage was different. As they approached and looked at the curved scratch on the right stone until now, there had only been straight scratches. This change appeared on the 33rd time they passed here, meaning the escape had been opened. Wait, you remembered the structure by using such small details. You're really a noisy idiot. Ryuki can't focus because he's constantly explaining to it. This entire dungeon is arranged with magic that disrupts a person's sense of direction, so the structure constantly changes in real time. Theoretically, they have to find the exact route using their special profession skills. Lin Feng also has someone like that on his team, but before that skill was discovered, Ryuki had memorized every point on the map. He's confident they will reach the next destination in 5 minutes. The system was amazed that Ryuki remembered every tiny detail. No player would think to try that just to solo the dungeon. It's ruined. I've got a paranoid owner now. A little later, Ryuki kept walking but was half an hour behind Lin Feng's pace. I didn't expect this to take longer than Ryuki predicted. And there's still one more question unresolved. Why hasn't the player been able to complete this in the past 3 months? Inside the room, the witch is going crazy. How dare that stupid intruder cross the labyrinth? I will drown that fragile hope and deepest despair as soon as you get out of the maze. You will die by my deadly magic. Ryuki keeps walking unaware that he just stepped on the witch's cursed inscription. A cloud of purple smoke envelops Ryuki, but in an instant, it vanishes. The system, curious, asks Ryuki what just happened. Ryuki also didn't know, but he was sure that danger lurked ahead. To test it, Ryuki threw a puppet as a decoy in front. A purple flame erupts violently, burning the doll and revealing the word death. Ryuki realizes it's a deadly spell, something that shouldn't appear until they enter the tower. Although the cause is unclear, the dungeon's parameters have changed. The system advises Ryuki to withdraw. Ryuki is also hesitating. He didn't expect there to be a dangerous trap from the very beginning. Should you turn back? Behind Ryuki are 2 diverging paths. The one on the right was supposed to be a dead end, but somehow he feels it's incredibly safe. But beforehand, Ryuki also sensed the deadly aura and saved himself. All thanks to that intuitive skill. The witch's tomb no longer yells in anger, but only sneers condescendingly. Lucky for you, bastard, to escape death by such a narrow margin, but it's only a matter of time. But Ryuki suddenly disappeared into thin air, escaping the witch's sight and causing her to panic. The witch reconnected her Wi-Fi and found Ryuki again, but this time in the main hall and not where she had set the trap. But whatever it is, this place will be your grave. She has prepared deadly spells in the main hall, just waiting for Ryuki to step into it. But no, you suddenly disappeared as if you never appeared, driving her mad. This time it's the old laboratory located across from the main hall. But how? That is where she placed her deadliest curses. Even if Ryuki tries to jump over them, she's sure he won't escape from the trap. But Ryuki was happily jumping through the gaps in the witch's deadly magic, causing her to spin uncontrollably. Finally driven mad, she had to activate all the traps at once. Seeing the crystal sphere reflecting the billowing black flames, she laughed joyfully. "Are you dead yet, kid? That's all there is to it in the end. It's a pity that the materials are damaged," but before she could finish speaking, the wall behind suddenly exploded. "Did you hear Ryuki's voice? Told you so. I already said I would get to the boss's room, so please can you turn off that annoying hack skill?" The witch slowly turns her head back from the broken wall as Ryuki strolls in casually. She doesn't understand how he managed to find her here. Ryuki chuckled. Explanations or introductions are such a bother, just forget about them. It's time to end the game. The lonely wizard boss, Sariel. Ryuki pulls out his sword gun and points it directly at Sariel. He has a better name for her, a witch, but one that used to be a pile of steel. It's no different from a picture. She can't believe it even when Ryuki is right in front of her. Ryuki chuckled. He thought he would definitely be in danger. This place is truly a deadly trap, a maze full of deadly traps. One wrong step and the game is over. Those were Ryuki's thoughts while he was inside the maze. He had just been born and was already facing this deadly game. You can survive, but you cannot bear the pain from the deadly traps. Right now, Ryuki can only wait until the wall is fixed, but he cannot afford to delay any longer. Ryuki needs to reinforce his position before Linnea or Linfen take any action, as the system has already identified a series of lethal spells being cast. They hardly have any way to move forward, but Ryuki charges ahead like he's flying, causing the system to panic. Hey, don't do something reckless, at least use all your gacha tickets before dying. But right now, Ryuki couldn't care less about its taunting words, because this time, gacha helped him get a really good item. Mrs. Serio also has to marvel at Ryuki's intuitive skills, truly game-breaking. He not only detects urgent situations, but also perceives the spatial gaps she creates. But this is only the first level. When Ryuki upgrades it, everything will become even more interesting. That's right. But that's still just human intuition. You'll reach a certain limit someday in the future. Ryuki wants to infiltrate the chaos of the system's den, but which side is it on? But for now, the most important thing is to stay alive. Lady Serio suddenly went crazy, her eyes blazing with fury. "Intruder, how dare you break in?" A series of deadly spells were cast, but thanks to his speed blink, Ryuki narrowly escaped death again. He has no reason to make a show of himself. Her attack pattern is so simple that I'll finish her off right here. "Hey you over there, I admit you're quite sneaky, but I'll put an end to this right now." Ryuki swiftly uses teleportation to rush towards Serio, confronting it. It still remains the master. "I am free now. No one can command me." Ryuki split Serio's body in two with a clean cut, surprising him with how easy it was. But no, her lower body with the metal legs suddenly burst into flames. What the hell is that? Ryuki stepped back a few meters while Serio's mouth still whimpered in pain as green blood splattered out. She is regenerating by copying herself and is the centerpiece of the wick in this dungeon. Although cut in half, her upper body continues to resurrect itself. Ba is back and Serio stops crying out in pain to keep attacking Ryuki. You were trying to rely on your instincts and dodge the attack, but one mistake could lead to instant death. The powerful black flames engulfed Ryuki, and he nearly got hit by the attack. This time Ryuki had to call on the system, showing off as it raised its head. I predicted and adjusted the global application. From now on, it can evaluate monsters. Experience the greatness of ULD. The global evaluation mode is activated, revealing Serio and her techniques clearly. But it turns out she has a pair of wings that haven't been identified yet. Ryuki instantly dashes towards Serio to recognize her wings. It is a type of wick that appeared in Space Alien Maze Game 3 months ago. After piecing the clues together, Ryuki understood the origin of this damaged flame. The battle became more chaotic as Serio gained wings, flying erratically and spewing fire. But Ryuki was even more crazed, running and laughing with excitement, knowing that just a small mistake could make him vanish. Are you truly losing your mind? The system is genuinely worried this time, but Ryuki is just enjoying playing with his prey. Sure enough, Serio went into a frenzy after missing Ryuki. She summoned an enormous sphere ready to collapse down. Hurry up and suffer my rage, you pesky invader dog. If just touching you means death, then Ryuki just needs to dodge to survive. The sphere crashes down with a loud explosion and bursts of flames as Serio narrows her eyes and looks around. Are you dead yet? I've sealed all the escape routes. This time for sure. Sure about what? A cold blade pressed against her head, while Ryuki stood behind Serio. You have become just like this dungeon, without even realizing when. The strength you cling to that has been stolen from you is just support for the weak. No matter how much you hide it, your weakness will be revealed. Just like the cracks in this hollowed-out mine, when he got closer, Ryuki could see clearly. As you suspected, the wings are the origin of beak. Serio suddenly trembled when her wings were touched. To her, the wings are freedom. Sirio has been trapped here, obeying orders forever, never doubting and never stopping. But when she found the wings, she broke free from that curse. Sirio only wanted to escape her assigned role, which made Ryuki sympathize. You are fighting to escape a world that is only illusions. If we are truly the same, then you must understand my pain, right? If we join forces, Sirio seems to have gained a glimmer of hope for survival, but for Ryuki, that's just the reason to destroy her precious freedom and use it to fuel his own progress. Ryuki personally tore off Sirio's wings and dealt with this pesky boss. At last the boss has returned to normal, and with Sirio's bloodless mode, Ryuki struck her without mercy. Just because Sirio is back to normal doesn't mean everything has changed. She is lost. As for Ryuki, you're aiming for even greater heights. Sirio's hand gradually disappears into the ground. Jigen system announces clearing the dungeon achievement completed. Reward 1 Jigen ticket. Clearing the witch's lair completed. Reward 1 Jigen ticket. Achieving 5th place or higher in the witch's lair dungeon completed. Reward 10 Jigen tickets. Achieving 1st place in the witch's lair dungeon completed. Reward 1 guaranteed SR ticket. John updates the latest news that Siriel, the lonely wizard, won the match, receiving 500 FB and 500 RP, gets Siriel's magic stone, and Siriel Ryuki's team with the stone and heart in hand, sighs, and mutters that it's only 500 RP, a magic stone and a heart. If only it were easier to defeat her. The problem is that Lin Fen's record has been broken by me. Everyone is gathered outside the cave. One guy throws his weapon on the ground and curses. Damn it, I failed again. He glared at his teammates, blaming each other. Why do you keep dying? It's because you keep getting lost. That guy angrily said, What? You still dare to talk big when your skills are useless? Captain steps in to calm everyone down and gently advises. All right, everyone, stay calm. You know this dungeon is pretty strange, don't you? While he was distracted watching our guy come out of the cave, the captain suggested that we should try to cooperate with other teams this time. They sneered as Ryuki passed by. You managed to last 7 hours. Going solo like that isn't too bad. At least you managed to crawl out. The captain isn't any less capable, ready to give up and go home, huh? Someone else adds it seems he's gone crazy. He sneered mockingly. At least now he's starting to face reality. Suddenly the captain turned to look at the system display. What is this? It's sending a message. The dungeon information has been updated. His eyes widened in shock. This inner discomfort is growing. Has the dungeon ranking already changed? The system has updated the ranking news for the first-class wizard's lair 7 hours, 28 minutes, and 42 seconds ago. Ryuki in second place 17 hours, 30 minutes, and 5 seconds ago. Linfend, Darius Bang Linea, third 17 hours, 38 minutes, 42 seconds, AC Bang Gas. The team leader stared in panic and wondered, much less than over 10 hours. The guys with him were stunned and exclaimed, he's alone yet ranked first. No way he broke Lin Fen's record. What is the time? How long is it? Suddenly a sword slashed forward and pressed close to our neck. The guy behind Hung Ho dares to question him. What tricks did you use? The other guy feels this is unbelievable and presses him, constantly decreasing his time by more than 10 hours. How can a lone wolf like you do that? Spill it now or I'll kill you. Ryuki turned his head back and sighed before explaining. A mistake happened in the dungeon. I just took advantage of it to reduce my time. Is that okay? They still weren't satisfied and yelled, What do you mean a mistake? Are you saying you completed many dungeons yourself? If you break a dungeon without much strength and through cheating, what's there to be proud of? That guy is still holding a sword to your neck. Keep blaming others and you're not ashamed to break someone else's record just because of applying. System glitch. Our guy at home is thinking, what the hell are these idiots talking about? Ryuki calmly drops a line. I have fixed that mistake. He was stunned. What? You just step forward and remind him to go finish the dungeon instead of worrying about me. That cheater like you has no right to look down on us. Then he swings his sword up. He decisively swung his sword toward our brother, but Ryuki moved swiftly, dodging easily, and landed a devastating punch on him. He could only cry out in pain. Our hero just calmly walks away, leaving the guy clutching his chest, trembling as he struggles to stand. The fire of revenge burns hotter. The guy snarls, I will kill you. The captain placed a hand on his shoulder and said calmly, It's enough. He softly advised, We're not his match. Stop spouting such nonsense. That guy is capable of solving the mistake without exploiting it. Wake up, you idiot. So my female teammate asked hesitantly. So you mean he didn't create that mistake? The person next to him was so scared, he broke out in sweat, and now they even managed to solve it. That's even harder to believe. The team leader frowned suspiciously. I think I've seen that player somewhere before. He looks really familiar. But where could it be? The image of the Black Knight boss seemed to linger in his mind. At White Lake, the area is full of treacherous mountains and dense forests. In Hongchu Forest, it seems like the entire area is shrouded in a blazing red spiritual energy. As for the old holy city, it was originally built with ancient-style temples and scenic landscapes. Seeing the half-eaten bread in Ryuki's hand, he guessed there are also many other more famous dungeons. The place in Linfen set a record, and there's one more dungeon, but 3 should be enough, Ja asked curiously. Why is that, my lord? You answer while chomping loudly. A guild set a record 2 years ago, a female gamer from the Gas Guild similar to the record from the Witch's Den dungeon that Ryuki looked at earlier. Her time to clear the dungeon is also similar to your old strategy. Our guy feels uneasy inside, really irritated. Ryuki suddenly stood up with a determined tone. Anyway, I just need to clear those 3 dungeons and get rid of that annoying Linfen. In the Heavenly Demon Tower, a group is battling against vicious monsters. Linfen points forward, urging hurry, and sees the loot. You want to work overtime, huh? Suddenly, a strange image appeared on the system, causing him to turn his head and look at the display, which showed a giant white creature in the middle of a wide river. Linfen was a bit bewildered and muttered in recognition. White Fox, wait, stop Hongchu. Linfen furrowed his eyebrows and ordered, hey, collect the loot yourself. He hurried away, only leaving a word, I have to go now because of something. He rushed to his room, Namyu sitting on the sofa deep in thought, thinking that guy was really suspicious while Linfen kept recalling the image of the octopus and his legs kept trembling. Why does he keep intentionally aiming for my record? He's clearly provoking me. Then he sat up, placing one hand on his thigh, worried, wondering if he was hot or something, but that rookie guy. Lin rubs his chin, asking himself the question, but no matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't remember who he was. Was he someone I used to know? Suddenly, someone burst in, shouting loud and clear. Linfen has big news. Linfen sighed and glanced at her father, asking what's going on with all this noise. He froze the moment the next words were spoken. That Ryuki is live streaming. Linea's analyst Japna with her arms crossed and a sweat drop on her face. Rapna reviews the image of the wizard. The title of the video is titled Unknown Escapes the Deep Sea with 2 new dungeon bugs attack. She wondered if she had a few ideas from the top experts of the month. Then there was a video of an anonymous giant octopus escaping the deep sea, setting 3 new records for the White Lake. Then there's a video of the mysterious giant spider escaping the deep sea, with 4 new records for Ruby Forest Chew. Finally, a separate mysterious video of the anonymous escapes the deep sea with 6 new records. Ryuki was a bit surprised, thinking he couldn't believe he could clear those 4 dungeons and upload the video here, instantly breaking all records. But public opinion has already exploded. The displayed information shows 1.7 million views. 3 days ago, the monthly survival game Dungeon and New Record received 2,400,000 comments. I just defeated the monster and thought to myself that I guess ever since that Black Knight video, they've been eagerly waiting for the next ones. Radna visualizes his battle in her mind, convinced there are still skills and items she hasn't discovered yet. But this strategy requires a deep understanding of each element in the dungeon. Radna opens her eyes wide as if she is calculating something. She recalls the scene where the witches were lying flat on the ground. The part that shocked me the most was the segment where they broke into the witch's den. No one has succeeded in the past 3 months. Radna recalled the silhouette and the sword resting on his shoulder with suspicion. Yet Rue 70 was able to complete it easily. People couldn't help but whisper and discuss. The past 3 months are indeed behind us. Many viewers' comments claiming it was nearly impossible to solve have flooded in. Hold on. Clearly he didn't evade the lethal attack at all. How could you defeat that boss? That's impossible. What kind of nonsense is this empty space, or is it just taking advantage of the system glitch? Why does that boss look like that? Is this really a top survival game? Can she really resolve that hellish system glitch alone? Radna keeps thinking about our brother. She admits there are many comments claiming the video is fake, but clearly the witch's hideout has been destroyed. Radna stands in front of the big screen, pondering it must be either a skilled analyst or an affiliated faction backing him. Her face is filled with fear. Chaos is about to erupt. Even more than the chaos of the Dark Nights, Ragna whispers as he picks up his phone. The sudden flood of videos was distracting, but those videos are nothing compared to the one I'm about to upload, which features him in our domain. Jiang panic-stricken the boss. This plan is completely different from the original one. From now on, they will consider us enemies. As he walked, he said firmly, I am already ready. The system looks at Ryuki, then hurriedly asks, as he slowly sits down. Isn't it better to train a little harder? Isn't it still not enough now? The boy pondered silently. Jigon is right, but the longer it goes on, the more time they'll have to prepare. I can't stop now. The past floods into Ryuki's mind as he thinks to himself, my time has been frozen for 3 years already. Everything else is frozen. Only these 2 things remain in my mind. At that moment, his eyes burned red, filled with resentment, despair, and hatred. Those were the 2 main reasons for our guild to keep surviving. Now, a new video is playing on the system. Several Linea members gather, looking up at the screen as a familiar voice echoes. Hello everyone, I'm Ryu, 70, the one who uploaded these videos. My name in the maze is Ruki. Linfei listens with a serious face. I apologize, but today's video is not about solving the dungeon. His face appears on the screen. Ryuki emphasizes each word. From now on, I will reveal the truth I know to everyone. Ryuki sat in front of the camera and spoke. Hello everyone, I am Ryuki, also known as Ryu70, the owner of the anonymous tape that escaped from the deep sea. Radna carefully observes your image on the screen, wondering, is that really Ryu70? Seeing the person in real life looks more normal than I thought. His voice echoes in the space. First, many people might be curious about what it means to be anonymous in the title of my video. To clarify, you can understand it literally as something that startles her. I know it's hard to believe that a nobody without an account could enter the game Labyrinth. Many people would find it hard to believe. He continued saying, in the end, to get an account, you need to be at least well known, or pass a test, and be introduced by a guild. Someone puzzled asked. He's claiming to be an anonymous, but are others just adding to it? Isn't this just a trick to attract attention? My guy from our side frowns and affirms I am definitely someone at the bottom of society's anonymity. Gabriel also stands in the corner, arms crossed, listening. You say, as for the account, it's just luck. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The crowd kept whispering and speculating, this guy's crazy, acting like a criminal, everything has changed. Anonymity doesn't mean it's okay to be shameless. Can someone get rid of this guy? Who do you think you are? Our man's speech is still ongoing. This isn't a live stream for Than Min or anything, so I don't care what people say about me. Lin Fan remained sprawled, watching the stream, smirking sarcastically. Why would you broadcast this garbage live? Is this guy crazy? But the reason I became an unknown is because I was accused. This leaves Lin Fan stunned in place. He coughs once and prepares to get to the main point. But as I said, I'm not asking for sympathy. No one will believe anyway. However, the reason I made this video is because you clenched your fist and your eyes were full of resentment, Ryuki pointed out bluntly. I know you're watching. Linfen and all of you. That damn Bang Linea. Everyone is gathered here to watch this broadcast. You're bringing up the past, you guys remember? My miserable face when I fell into the abyss. Linfen fixed her eyes on the screen as soon as he mentioned that familiar place. That hell, I've come back to it now. Ryuki, serious with a determined tone, declared, wait and see, it's my turn now. Lord V in secret wouldn't miss this video either. Lord V nods in agreement. It seems Linea's enemy has appeared already. Mr. V is interrupting with his own lyrics. Views really are no joke, Mr. V wondered. Is this the name we mentioned last time? I hear he's now under surveillance. Secret analysis suggests he previously worked for Linea before becoming an anonymous figure. The detailed recordings have been deleted, but it's definitely Gabriel who did it. It seems he bears a grudge against Linfen, which is why he deleted those files. Lord V has set the target. Linfen Darius is a key candidate, so remember to keep an eye on him. Lord Hat hesitated for a moment and said honestly that they all looked pretty pathetic. Secret was worried and raised a question. So what should we do now? Linzia also won't let Ryu70 get away. Mr. H suggested we just put this matter aside for now. There's nothing we can decide right now. Mr. V agrees we should just observe for now. I have some private matters to handle. Secret stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, yes, for now let's just observe, but I might take my own action, you know. Lord Hat immediately took the opportunity to leave. Since when did you start asking for my opinion? I'm leaving now. Lord V is not far behind. I also cut the wire. Secret complained a bunch of uncooperative idiots. The person he gradually disappears. Secret starts plotting and planning that he must do things his way, whatever he likes. In front of the camera lens, an image of Gabriel is projected, and someone speaks up addressing a hot, recent topic. What is the relationship between Ryu, 7017, and Bang Linea? He clasped his hands together and calmly severed all ties with Ryuki. He did work for us at one point, but an unfortunate incident led to his expulsion and severing all contact with us. The journalist continued to take notes and ask, are there allegations that Linea forced him to take the blame? Is that true? Gabriel looked down and hesitated before answering. That is completely false. He kept asking ZN, and there are many other suspicions, including malicious actions against other gamers. We also heard rumors of conflicts with the developers of the virtual illusion world. In Redia, a series of accusations were made to seize control over the virtual illusion world. They say you control the dungeon and take the loot. Gabriel alone faces the reporters who are the guild leaders. So what do you think about those accusations? He still stands firmly by his stance. It's just baseless rumors. Designed to destroy Lindia's reputation, we contacted Rue70 for more information while you are secretly watching this interview from a corner. Gabriel's eyebrows furrow as he emphasizes each word. Things will be back to normal soon. Suzuki watched the broadcast intently as Linea's leader clarified the issue on the screen. We will involve the law to intervene in Ryu70's deliberate spreading of baseless rumors. The young man, upon seeing Ryuki open the door and step in, cast a glance and then spoke. The whole world is going crazy over you. A celebrity like you coming here. I don't care. Is it more important that the interface looks completely different from your old man's voice? Suzuki turned around, resting one hand on the table and placing the other on his chest. I like this voice. The whole body is fake, only it is real, you know. The system screen just displayed images of the two hemispheres of the brain. I'm not interested, give me the revised version. The young man sighed and complained, too cold. Unfortunately, you've seen everything from those previous times. There are only 6 left in the box now. VO 1, VO 3 volts, 14 volts, 23 volts, 17, and V25. Ryuki dismissively demands, don't give me this trash. I clearly told you last time that there was a request to test that modified version. His next words made Suzuki hesitate for a few seconds. Does that mean he has contact with the creator? In the small room under the dim candlelight, their conversation echoed. The young man asked, do you want to work directly with the creator? My family replied. If that's possible, what could be better? Suzuki nodded and said, I see, then reached into his shirt to take out the item. Suzuki takes out a disc and adds, tell them I'll show this if anyone comes looking. They said if you know how to use it, they'll come see you. Ryuki sighed as he held the disc in his hand and said, looks like I have to go all out to meet him. John quickly shined a light on the disc, a single eye lit up, and the system notification indicated that the modified eye would intervene to gather information. Jigon softly whispered, but since its quality was better than other modifications, the risk was also higher. Ryuki nodded reluctantly, appearing displeased. I don't care about that, but I also don't like the feeling of being checked, so I just sighed and pulled down a bag. Anyway, this is also our translation's final version. Suzuki hesitated slightly. Don't say that heavy thing is your obsession with our home recalling items from battles. It's the boss's magic stone I found in the dungeon. Ryuki put it down on the floor and suggested, does the payment include the revised version as well? The young man hurried over happily to thank him. Thanks. I'll pay you back, so make sure to come back. A scene change takes us to some time later, and he's walking alone on a crowded street. Ryuki mutters, selling magic stone and YouTube ad fees are pretty lucrative, huh? He asks, are you planning to try your luck with a few boxes of blind boxes? He shakes his head, refusing. No, there's one more person I want to meet. The system is surprised. What, the master is meeting 2 people in one day? Is that really my master? Suddenly, someone waved from afar and called out to you. Gaxia smiled brightly like a flower greeting. Long time no see. You came earlier than I expected. John kept being surprised and asked, since when does the master have a friend? Indeed, I was mistaken about you. What's wrong, Ruki? The system suddenly panicked, full of surprise. John remains frozen in place, his eyes fixed on Jia's arm resting on his shoulder, then a memory flashes back of someone raising their arm and pointing towards the iriso tree. It's none other than Jia, standing by the railing, pointing and smiling. And the person standing behind him is Ryuki. He stands there with his arms crossed, looking at him and smiling. Back in the present at our place, he responds coldly, yeah, you're right, we haven't seen each other in a long time. His family wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, then quickly pulled back his hand and hesitantly asked, can we talk for a moment? Ryuki clenched his fist, tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as blood slowly dripped down. He agreed. Of course he did. Jia keeps talking non-stop. You're really friendly. Let's keep in touch more often from now on. But then he placed a little finger behind his back, as if signaling someone. Gactivs kept complaining all the way, and I still regret what happened 3 years ago. At that moment, I truly had no other choice. Behind the 2 of them were men in black suits with guns tailing them. Ryuki's sarcastic help to an anonymous person isn't a small matter. You know that. There were indeed some bodyguards with guns on the roof ready to act on command. He still kept a smiling facade as he made his suggestion. I've always wanted to apologize properly, even if it's a little late. First, go somewhere private where someone will recognize you. The girl nodded. All right. Ruki glanced at Jia, a sly smile forming on his lips as he spoke with calculated tone. There are many nosy eyes around here. A hot coffee cup and a voice rings out. I sincerely apologize to you once again. Jia put both hands on his knees, lowered his face, and said regretfully, I am truly sorry for what happened 3 years ago. Ryuki raised his palm and softly asked, honestly, I don't like it very much. Do you think your apology now means anything? He hurriedly replied, no, I really am. So tell me then, are you really apologizing for something? He hesitated before saying, I have a way to help you return to being a copper. You really want to be the second place, huh? Is it feasible? Garia affirmed, if you follow my plan, there is a possibility. Of course, it's not something that happens overnight. Ryuki's eyes suddenly darkened and he fell into a state of silence. That night, he stood under the umbrella and heard someone calling him Gaxia. He calmly asked again, what did you say? Our family is suffering in the rain, begging for help, and my mother's surgery is in just a week. Please help me. I don't know anyone else but you. Ryuki even kneels down and embraces your feet in this moment. I don't need anything else. If you lend me money, I will definitely pay you back. And all I got in response were 2 shouts of curses. Damn it. He stomped his foot hard and said coldly, I left, because I was curious what nonsense you would say, and now you're touching me with those dirty hands again. With a cold sneer, he dismissed you, worthless bastard, know your place. Get out. He walked away, leaving Ryuki alone and helpless under the pouring rain. You could only painfully call out for mom, your brow furrowing and teeth gritting. Ryuki refused to give in to his fate and told himself he needed money for his mother's surgery, but in that moment, with dark circles under his eyes from days of trying, all he could do was stand there and listen. Maybe this could be a good thing. That scornful voice echoed, talking about hospital bills, surgery costs, treatment expenses, and everything else. The image on the screen is of your mother. This is not something someone like you can afford. A white cloth covers her face, and Ryuki, with a heartbreaking pain in his heart, stands before his mother's coffin, despite the gossiping crowd. Everything has been confirmed. Go outside. This is not a place for an insignificant person like you to come. Jia's cold words keep echoing in your mind. You bastard Vodan, know your place and behave. Go back to reality. Hajime-sama chuckled mockingly and suddenly bent down. Confused, he called Ryuki. You speak slowly. My family gives you some advice because we were once friends. Ryuki snapped his fingers, contentedly mocking. No one would believe your trash. I've long noticed your moves. I can easily find where you're connected. Isn't this a subsidiary of Redia? The display shows that the development activities for the game and its spin-off, the Alien Maze Space game, have been shut down. You get up. Ryuki sneers, saying that lately it seems your maze is failing miserably. In that situation, what can you do to help me? Gaxia jumped in surprise and exclaimed, No, I really can. He turns away with a determined voice. In the past, yes, but not now. Garia quickly stood up, wielding a black card to threaten. Wait a minute, I will give your information to Linnea. He held up the card to hide half of his face, his tone incredibly sleazy. You work for that gang, so you must know the leader of Linzia and his younger brother, Linfen Darius. Ryuki glanced at the group and called out. Gabriel from our family wonders if you were the one who came up with this tactic. It's quite well done for a newcomer. Ryuki analyzes. Unlike Linfen Darius, he is the ace of the gang and the supreme leader of Lia gang. You who's crazy about our family looking at that evil face, that cold-blooded venomous serpent. Gabriel Darius. He pushed up his glasses and said seriously, I'm quite looking forward to your next strategy. Garia threatened with a card with rate written on it. You know how dangerous that man really is, don't you? Sit down if you're wise. While he still saw you as a human, Ryuki remained silent, biting his lips tightly, as if he was about to go insane with rage. He arrogantly demands the story department to take charge, rambling on without end. Your channel could become a platform to promote my company's activities. Start with the content you'll broadcast. But he managed to smash that card with just one hand. He looked on in horror as the pieces fell apart. Ryuki cut him off angrily and told him to shut up. I don't want to hear that garbage. Jia Loi pulled a dagger from inside herself and erupted in anger to the breaking point. Damn it. I've had to humble myself to come here and meet someone as lowly as you. Is this how you behave? He couldn't control himself and raised the knife high, shouting loudly. Why do you dare? I didn't expect you to quickly choke Sha and leave him stunned. Ryuki lifts him into the air, his tone filled with deadly intent. Have you forgotten how dangerous that trash is? It causes him to only struggle and whimper. His eyes are sharp as if ready to devour his opponent alive. Ryuki calls out in a calm voice. What the force from his hand on my house is getting stronger. He coldly asked, do you want to deny anything? When he saw that the enemy could no longer resist, Ryuki threw the cover aside and coldly said, get out. He walks away, pulling up his hood and warning, don't ever let me see your face again. He's just coughing behind him. Garia hurriedly informs his comrades. Urgently, the target is escaping, capture him quickly. A group of villains suddenly appeared outside, pointing guns at Ryuki. They shouted commands to stop and raise their hands, but one of them was immediately struck so hard that his gun flew out of his hand. Ryuki dashed away like a flash, leaving the others stunned in place. One of them yelled out loud, the target is escaping. They chased him into an alley. One of them hurriedly said, quick, follow him, we're running out of options, but he had already leapt over the wall ahead, catching them off guard again. Where the heck is he? This idiot is sure he ran this way. Ryuki was now hiding on the roof, and the system displayed his SR skill, Lightning Step Level 3. He wiped a drop of sweat, feeling anxious inside Gabriel Darius, who used a more aggressive approach than he expected. Jig wondered aloud. The tension level is rising. Master, is there anything else? The man from our side replied quietly. No, everything is becoming clearer now. Ryuki clenched both fists, determined about what we must do next. Return to the illusion world. Gabriel and his two black-clad guards accused the man in front of them. I am very disappointed in you. My family trusted you, and this is how you repay us. I apologize for disappointing you, but I have information about him. He is 25 years old from Gabriel and can't take it anymore. The more you talk, the more disappointed I become. He frowns and coldly snaps his jaw to accuse. Do you think I don't know those basic details about the person who used to work at Linnea? I didn't come here to listen to useless information. Garia raised both palms and loudly claimed the blind box. Surely that nameless guy was able to open the account because of the blind box. He's like a beggar begging for this. Just give me one more chance. I will investigate carefully for sure. Gabriel nods his head while crossing his legs. There is indeed information linking the account opened through the blind box, but it has now been auctioned publicly. The image of the White Snake Gang and his minions that comes to mind are the thugs who stole our family's card. Gabriel assesses the situation, and there's no station nearby for him to live in. That Vuki guy must have someone helping him, which is why I want all the information about his connections. The group servants, scowling and furious, thought to themselves, he's been unknown for a whole year now, how could I know? Gabriel glanced back at Ngan and thought it was a waste of time to talk to trash. The one willing to betray the nameless for immediate gain remembered Ruki's sneer back then. Garia only now comes to his senses, trembling as he repeats the words nameless again. He pulls out his dagger once more, burning with fierce anger. Damn it, you pathetic little punk. Gia lunged from behind to attack Gabriel. He bitterly asked, why do you think you can look down on me? Suddenly, a hand had already grabbed Garia's head without him noticing. So it turns out Gabriel spun around, moving at the speed of light to behind Garia, and slammed his head forcefully into the ground. Gabriel sternly admonished, how dare a traitor attack gold? That was too disrespectful, and with witnesses here you can't deny it anymore. The people standing there could only gape, as Gak Xia lay badly wounded on the ground, shattered by the force he used. Gabriel coldly announces, usually you'll be sentenced to death, but I will show mercy. He emphasizes each word, for now you will be left as an anonymous figure. Immediately, Garia was restrained by 2 guards and begged, desperately, sweating profusely. Boss, I was wrong, please give me one more chance. Gabriel, please. Garia didn't care about the blood on his face and just cried out in tears, I am not a nobody. Gabriel silently walks away from the scene, scowling and thinking to himself, maybe he's a talented analyst, but that's all there is to it. In Gabriel's mind, Ryuki's handsome face appeared. How could he be compared to Linfen? That's obvious. He sensed the strange energy coming from behind him and made a guess, but there was something that made him feel that he was special. Gabriel frowned and started to plot. I am determined to uncover the secret of his account at all costs. A small village nestled on the mountainside with the cold wind blowing through, carrying the green leaves. Suddenly, a lightning strike struck the middle of this place, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Ryuki held the stone in his hand, pushed up his helmet, and said, I like this village. The system displays a level A, bottom upgrade move. Moving to the areas previously visited, John sighs and asks, when will you finally open the blind box? The system follows, wondering, why do you keep wandering around aimlessly? You love our house so much that you pull down your hat and mutter that the number of online players matters just as much as the size of the village. Too few or too many is not good. Ryuki calmly responds, I need witnesses for what I'm about to do. He thought about his previous video and told himself that the view count had increased significantly since he revealed his face, and since so many people paid attention they couldn't ignore him, so they had to act. His footsteps quietly moved forward. Ryuki silently thought that Linnea Bang was leading in the virtual world, and was her trump card. Lin was eager to take off his combat helmet, his voice ringing with energy and enthusiasm as he started setting the trap. Let's go, it's starting. Suddenly someone points ahead, reminding us it's time to open the blind box. Hey, look over there. Do you think that's the anonymous guy everyone keeps talking about? The man beside him also exclaimed in surprise, is it really him? Right here, Jigen System reports 92 Jigen tickets, 5 guaranteed SRs, 8,525 RP points. He feeling a bit satisfied as he watches our guy in front of the screen, thinks to himself that he's accumulated quite a bit from daily quests and dungeon achievements, even though his points are a bit low. Ryuki doesn't hesitate anymore, and immediately issues an order. Alright, let's start with 10 boxes. Instantly, 10 blind boxes rained down like a storm. After fiddling with the blind bags for a while, he scratched his head in frustration and complained there were no SLs at all, no staves either. How could that be? John, standing nearby, chuckled and said, the chances are beyond our control, but if you fail, I am always ready to laugh in your face. He irritably gave the next command using all the remaining Jigen tickets. The system kept announcing the items received. Ryuki knelt as if about to collapse in front of the pile of treasures piled up before him, but to him it looked like a heap of shattered shards. Your obsession is about to fade away, trembling and complaining. The SR rate is 3.6%. Despite so many spins, I haven't gotten even one. Dai tried to boost morale, saying, Master, don't give up. He looked at the owner slumping down and couldn't help but worry, saying, even if this world is as it is, it still has meaning. Ryuki sighed and moved on. It's okay, I don't really expect much anyway. You hold up 5 yellow cards with a mischievous smile. 5 guaranteed SR tickets, now the real game begins. John agrees, of course, the owner always succeeds in pulling this ticket. Ryuki excitedly announces, exactly, let's open the SR mystery box. Jigen System updates with a new Phoenix Feather SR, a Phoenix Feather collar that grants 1 resurrection. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. 1 revival. Not bad at all. It would be useful if I got shot. You haven't called the next blind box yet. The next ticket, please. I hope it's a weapon or some skill. The gold box bursts open. Ryuki screams. This SR is really like hitting the jackpot. The system's eyes widen and repeats the word lottery twice. He looked at the magical SL toothbrush in his hand with confusion. The information conveyed was that it was a new SL magic toothbrush. John sees him trembling as he holds it and laughs teasingly. The owner is really cool, already has so many brushes, and now there's even the SL level 1. You sweat a few drops, your mouth twitches in disbelief. Could it really have any special features? It quickly jumped in response. With this symbol, it's definitely a special item like a recoil feature that can be used outside. Ryuki hesitated before turning to ask further, and Jigen explained the main function of this toothbrush. Using it regularly will prevent cavities and eliminate the need for electricity anymore. My brother's blood was boiling, and he threw a punch at the system, swearing at the trash. Ryuki hesitated in his heart. Damn it, maybe I should just use all my socks at once. Will that increase the chance of getting something good? He glances at the 3 yellow cards, then decisively shouts, let's all use the items at once. As the 3 gold boxes fall, Ryuki secretly prays, please. He clenched both fists, tightly pursed his lips, and silently begged for just one weapon. Suddenly, his eyes widened to the max, like a question mark drawn on his face. The system announces 3 SL guns. Ryuki screams in fury. Are you kidding? Why do these 3 look the same? The crowd around them was stunned by the scene. Ja was laughing hysterically, hunched over face, bloodless, trembling as he said, it's over. Why did it turn out like this? A blonde-haired guy was confused. What the hell is he doing? The person next to him wonders whether to inform Linnea, and the system then seriously says, I've got some good news for you. He from our side looked up and said confusedly, so, is it good news? So what does that mean? John continued. After withdrawing so many SR items, you will unlock the fusion system. There are many other locked systems that I can't reveal right now. Keep trying. Ryuki frowningly questions why you are laughing. John honestly replied, I just can't help but feel overwhelmed when I see my master in despair. I think to myself, surely one day I will smash you to pieces. Remember that. Ryuki looked at the information panel with curiosity. So the system fusion has already been activated, right? You nod fusion. At least now even a few similar ones are useful. The system's voice announced the item fusion, starting with the target being a gun that includes 20 level N weapons and 5 level L weapons. The required item was a gun, and the original gun item was displayed. Not long after, it was upgraded into a shiny golden gun. The system reports the new level of gunsword cleavage. Ryuki holds the weapon in his hand, eyes shining with admiration. The gunsword upgrade is much stronger now. Is there a limit to how many times it can be reinforced? It doesn't matter how I fuse it, I just realized and shouted, it seems like I can do it. Damn it, I knew it would work. Now there's an additional requirement to fuse 2 items of the gunsword together again. The system announces an upgraded sword gun item. Ryuki raises the gunsword high as a golden energy beams down on him. My hero enthusiastically shouted to fuse it. Seconds later, the weapon transformed into a sharp red sword extending from the barrel down to the middle of the blade. The Jigen system updated the new SL gunsword, a blade with 3 energy blades on each side that can be used as firepower. Our crazy friend stroked it with a wicked smile, and the system felt a cold chill. Master, your mental health is truly concerning, Ryuki hurriedly commanded. Keep going with the remaining skills. Upgrade the shield. Level 4 requires 8400 RP, and level 5 shield is ready for upgrade to produce the SLR shield. What if you request the fusion of the fiery guard with the divine sword next? The Jigen system reports the fusion results with possible items including Saint Sword +1, Divine Sword +1, and Emperor Sword +1. Ryuki was dissatisfied and pointed at the system, questioning why the results were so random. You should at least make a choice, it replied casually. Isn't that what makes it fun? John winks to tease him. After merging skills, you can increase your current power and acquire new ones. Why not aim for a super level plus skill? Are you carefully asking what the probability is? It calmly says. About 2% is quite difficult. Ryuki is speechless. Of course, only a fool would ask that. My brother just went to place a bet and left. John's system announces the received result, an item with plus SL level 1 Holy Sword. The legendary ability of the Sword Saint automatically activates the Sword God level 3, the Shield level 3, and the Sword Energy level 1 to increase experience. Looking at the info, you wonder Sword Saint. Ryuki covering her mouth in amazement, she said. Too bad, it's not combined, but it seems to be a fusion of old skills. Wait, did the skill level decrease? It just shrugged and smiled randomly. My poor brother just yells at the sky. Then he sighed and grinned. Whatever happens. Seeing it remain still, Ryuki asked in confusion, Jigen, why are you just standing there? Try using it. The system quickly issued a warning when it detected someone behind you. Master. A masked man suddenly presses a sword against Ryuki's neck and says in a stern voice, "You are Ryu, 707, our brother's admirer," who fearlessly smiles and questions back, finally appearing. "You come here just to narrow your eyes, I see." He angrily slices across with his sword as if to cut your throat. "I'm the one asking questions here. Are you really pulling out your sword in the middle of town? This is the BK tree area." A second later, the black-clad man slashed straight, causing blood to spurt from your neck. He looked at Ryuki, who was crouching and holding his neck in mockery, and sneered, "Why should I care about that stupid rule?" The crowd around them was astonished. The black-clad guy points his sword at our hero and explains the rules again. "The only rule among players is not to kill, but causing damage is fine, just don't let anyone die." He admired our home, thinking this is exactly how Linnea behaves, so authentic. He held his neck to stop the blood from flowing, provoking him. "If you're from Linnea, why not take off your mask?" Ryuki, seeming itching to respond, said, "Wasn't it you who attacked immediately after declaring?" He thrust his sword through your chest from behind. The black-clad man frowned warningly and said, "From now on, don't expect any peace in this labyrinth. No matter where you go or hide, I will follow." Despite being badly injured with the sword still in his chest, Ryuki still laughed out loud. He drew his sword, causing you to fall face down to the ground. "And yet your laughter still echoes." The black-clad man was a bit confused. "Are you still laughing? Are you trembling and turning around to criticize our family not allowed to laugh? The virtual world belongs to Linnea, so that's why you behave so recklessly." He lifts his sword again, angry and threatening. "Keep laughing, and your laughter will turn into a scream." As soon as the black-clad man swung his sword down, you swiftly used the SR Lightning Jump Level 3 skill to leap to the side while drawing the gun sword. Ryuki turned around and charged straight at him. He quickly pressed the gun against the black-clad guy's neck and smiled as he spat directly in his face. "You cowered 3 times. He panicked and shouted loudly. What Ryuki said in a steady voice. "The number of times you've attacked me is enough to trigger the scene of an attack by a ruthless gang, right?" The black-clad man trembled and said, "What are you talking about? Your tone is getting scarier." "Now it's my turn." Ryuki swung his sword back, unleashing a blazing red energy to prepare for a crushing attack. He excitedly uttered 2 words, "Counterattack." The crowd watched in fear as the black-clad man kept screaming "Pierce through" in the same way he had just used on Ryuki, then fell to his knees, begging loudly. "Stop it. I still have my sword gun pointed at you, 1 foot on your back while I sneer. Why are you acting so weak now? Aren't you the one who said you'd keep shooting me until I was dead?" Ryuki teased. "You're in pain, right? I've been hurting just like that before." In this virtual world, defenses reduce both damage and pain. He casually let out a line, but his attacks did not. He trembles in frustration, saying, "Why can't I just be actively attacking right now?" John quickly responds. "Production has been blocked for a long time." Ryuki gently lifts his sword and nods. "Exactly as you said, in this BK free zone, you can't lose blood or die. What you're feeling is only endless agony from being stabbed and cut into pieces. You probably got used to these screams by now. Anyway, you guys have been doing these dirty deeds for a long time now." The system whispered close to your ear. "Master, our people are startled to realize they are here." A fully masked, black-clad group quickly surrounds you gradually from the side. The leader's name is Cassius. He stepped forward to get straight to the point. "Ryu 70, let me say this straightforwardly." He frowned as he negotiated. "Get out of the illusionary world. If you quit for good, even better, we'll pretend nothing happened." Ryuki, with one hand holding a gunblade, and the other summoning another sword, "You're being a bit too boastful. You act like you're bestowing a great favor on me. Weren't you the ones who provoked me first?" The 2 swords struck the black-clad man lying helpless on the ground at the same time. Cassius had to admit it. "You're so rude. I didn't expect you to be this dangerous." You scold him. "Just admit defeat." His eyebrows furrowed, and his voice was full of challenge. "Just a dream. I'm also quite curious about that gun sword of yours. I've never seen it here before." Cassius stares intently at the gun sword, puzzled. "How did you get it in here?" "You gently asked to see our home. If you take off your mask, I'll tell you," he continued. "You already know the answer." Cassius reached up to scratch his head and reminded you probably it was just a system glitch. If you had kept it low profile, there wouldn't be any problem. But you just like to make a big fake fuss. His pupils turned bloodshot, each word echoing with hatred. "Sorry, but your escape plan ends here." 2 swords are about to pierce Ryuki, but he easily dodges like it's nothing. The next 3 attackers strike rapidly, yet he remains completely unscathed. Cassius lunged from behind, thinking, "Not bad at avoiding, but that's all you got." He was about to strike a fatal blow, but Ryuki swung his sword and cut through half of Cassius's body. The system notified that the SR plus Sword Saint skill level 1 is available. He trembled in panic as he saw his sword already fractured. Is it possible for a gamer who hasn't even reached the tower yet to achieve this level? That requires a lot of MP. Cassius thought about his dwindling MP and muttered, "At this level, daring to use such a move," then looked at your smug face and denied it. "You're probably just a rookie who got lucky." Cassius regained his composure, swiftly rushing behind Ruki, raising his sword, voice trembling. "You're so weak." Immediately he spun around and raised his sword to block the attack. Ryuki tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, the force so strong that his sword cracked and shattered. He sneered. "You think this is Kwang Hon?" In an instant, Ryuki wildly slashed at Cassius, his immense strength sending him flying backward with a cry of pain. He stared at him in disbelief, unable to believe what just happened. No way. Cassius raises his sword in defense, silently guessing he has broken through. Could it be another skill from the maze game? If I wait until that skill wears off, Ryuki won't hesitate to warn me. Don't you understand your situation yet? The more you push forward, the only one who'll suffer is you. You calmly explained that my skill didn't need to use MB, and the others were taken aback. What Ryuki immediately switches to their plan and goes to battle. Stalling for time is fine, it just gives me more time to train. You show obvious contempt. Even now I mostly fight monsters, so occasionally fighting humans is good practice, especially with someone standing like a mountain in front of my sword messing with us. Training or what? Everyone's faces turned pale again, as the screams of pain echoed through the air. Somewhere in the distance another mysterious figure, also cloaked in hood and robe, calmly observing and listening to the desperate cries. The guy just chopped down trembled as he looked at his hand. He yelled loudly, "My hand, the cat." Cassius frowned and warned his companions not to let themselves be hit, avoiding the attack. Then he raised the two swords in his hands and shouted for everyone to get into position. Seeing them form a barrier in front of Cassius, I found it quite interesting. That was an incredible performance. Ryuki straightforwardly pointed out. "Are you still using Black Knight Forest? If you've already wielded that weapon, then I suppose you don't bother hiding your identity anymore." Swordsman Cassius, upon hearing his name, froze for a second as if caught in a sore spot. You think because you have that elegant aura, your fan base isn't as big as Linfin's, but it's still quite substantial. You build that image without realizing it, don't you? Hearing himself disrespected like that, he gritted his teeth and his fury reached its peak. Kasi creates a blazing golden circle and yells, "I will make you immobile." He roars as he summons the illusion chains. The chains fly towards him, as if they have a mind of their own, immediately binding him as if to drown him in a trap. Cassius clears his throat and orders banning all weapons that cause damage and instructs to attack him from a distance within the allowed area. In just a moment, 3 extremely dangerous threats appeared. The system announced, "Firepower Acceleration Dragon Roar," but you haven't moved at all and just stand there watching them approach. Cassie frowned, thinking that he had already analyzed the defensive skills. His attack is not stable at all. He looked at your worried face and confidently declared that you could not fight back. 3 auras converged, rushing toward where our hero was standing, then erupted in a tremendous explosion. Dust and smoke filled the air as a heavy foot stomped the ground, accompanied by a voice just as expected. Not only is Ryuki safe and sound, but there's a satisfied look on his face as he runs his hand over his sword gun, smiling and humming softly. As expected from SR-CNG. With a boast, I say the sword has a space-cutting effect and can also generate non-physical damage. You seem like a mischievous child, just waving the sword gun up and down a few times, then muttering, but there's a hint of disappointment. I should have been more careful with wide area and long-range attacks. Now I just need to swing my sword. Cassius cursed under his breath. "Damn it," he shouted loudly. Everyone gathered, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was shot in the chest. Seeing Cassius collapse instantly, they panicked and called out. Boss Ruki snares. "First time getting shot, huh? If you can take down the boss with one shot, it's not really much of an achievement." He lay on the ground, blood flowing nonstop, his hand trembling uncontrollably. The henchmen retreat, showing fear. Could that weapon be? No way. How could there be something like that in this world? No way. The gun barrel is still hot smoke billowing as they stare in horror and question unconsciously. A gun. The image of fighting monsters versus humans flashes. It can control the flock of monsters, but for humans, it's a different story. The henchmen swallowed hard, trembling with fear, as guns didn't exist in this illusion world. No matter how powerful Linnea's forces are, they can only be defeated by this. Ryuki sneered and pointed his gun sword forward. "Why are you hesitating? You got cocky with our men, but you attacked me first. Get ready to become a vegetable or die from shock. Now's the time." You shot the crow, a brilliant wave of energy bursting out from the barrel and illuminating your face. Ryuki asked excitedly. "Is that right?" On this side, a mysterious bear secretly observes the shooting through a screen, clearly curious. "What the hell is going on? Is it a system malfunction?" It laughs and says, "The story gets more interesting. Over at your place, a sword is thrown on the ground with trembling voice impossible to ignore." Ryuki sweat profusely, panting wildly. Ja analyzed the situation. They only rely on dodging attacks, no other movements are needed, completely opposite to the owner's approach. Everyone was now lying on the ground, unable to lift their heads. The system warned, "I have blocked their outputs, they will have to endure this pain for a long time." He stomps one foot down, leaning on his gun sword on the ground with a mocking smile. A high-ranking member of the Lia gang must have some way to boost his morale. Suddenly, a strange light appeared right in the middle of Ryuki's forehead, startling him. Our guy quickly leapt high into the air, avoiding a deadly attack. You tiredly dropped down beside the cracked hole from the attack. Ryuki thought, I have seen this skill and move many times in videos. He recalls the meteorites that just crashed nearby, and realizes that mastering the spear is one of the few wide-area attack skills in this illusion world, as Ryuki looks up to face a shower of spirit stones. He realizes this is the Man-Tinvu move. He quickly dodges to the side to stay alive and thinks to himself, could it be? You gape and glance at the stone right beside your head. The stone changed. The crowd remained in place, unable to believe what had just happened. In front of them now is just a pile of debris, and you are nowhere to be seen. They looked at each other in confusion and said, it's gone. What if they are on the same side as Linnea, then maybe? Sayas weakly mustered the strength to sit up, wondering to himself, so they intervened personally after all. The energy from above continues to chase after Ryuki without stopping. Wherever he runs to, it shot in that direction. Ryuki turned around and exclaimed, so it's Lin Fen who shows up. He lands with fiery determination and responds in a firm voice. I can't sit still and watch anymore. Deputy Leader Linnea. Linfen Darius frowns seriously and challenges. How could I ignore your call? Right now Linfen stands there smiling calmly with his weapon over his shoulder, sarcastically saying, you don't want peace but keep rushing headlong into danger. Ja immediately reminds him, Master, your heart is beating so fast. Ryuki gazed blankly at the enemy before him, thinking to himself that he had long imagined this moment in his mind. I just want to ask one question, Linfen. Do you still remember who I am? He sighed and replied, I have so many enemies that I can't remember them all, so I came here myself. Looking up close, maybe I would remember something. Linfen dismissively continues, despite Ryuki's seemingly naive appearance. But I still can't remember a damn thing. Are you sure you didn't mess with me? You like to smile at us, voice trembling with anger and resentment. You ruined my life, and now you don't remember anything. He cupped his face, trying to remember, muttering, wait, Ryu. That Ryu then showed a mischievous smile and added, damn it, I still can't recall. Images from the past are gradually flashing through his mind, including his sick mother himself being beaten and scorned. Ryuki's face darkened as Lin Fen's irresponsible words echoed. Is it really that important? Do you think this is unfair? You really believe whining like this will change anything? His hand clenched the spear tightly with a strong aura of golden energy emanating from it, and he spoke sternly, telling you, you're just blaming others for your misfortune. That's all there is to it. Lin Fen plants his feet firmly, aura radiating around him. It seems he doesn't think much of our clan and mocks us, but since I've already come here, don't disappoint me too much. On the other side, Ryuki also smiles in response. You're overthinking it. I have no intention of going easy on someone like you. The two auras caused the air to ripple, and Lin Fen's spear suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Ryuki clenched his sword tightly, a faint frown on his face, thinking anxiously he's here. In an instant, Deputy Boss Linnea rushed in front of him with a cold smile and weapon in hand. For a moment it looked like the spear tip had pierced straight into his eye. Ryuki grimaced in shock, wondering what kind of speed that was. A powerful stream of energy from the spear shoots out, destroying the earth, and rocks it passes through, causing a large explosion behind it. Smoke and dust fill the air. Lin Fen, after unleashing his attack, stands there still laughing mockingly, somewhat surprised. Oh, lucky you avoided it, huh? You sitting next to the huge crack caused by that move must show that its power is no joke, and your dismissive tone makes it clear that with your nameless face, that's not too bad. Ryuki stared in shock at his trembling arm, thinking to himself his strength. Without giving you time to regain your composure, Lin Fen continued speaking. Then let's continue. As he finished speaking, he quickly struck straight down. You used all your strength to raise your sword and gun to block. Vice Gang Leader Linnea swings his hand repeatedly, and on the opposite side you've been pushed back that many times when raising your weapons to defend. Ryuki wondered to himself, is this only the normal force? It's so fast that I haven't even fully recovered from my blow. Relying on instinct makes it hard to avoid. Meanwhile, Lin Fen swung his arm upward, executing a sweeping strike that pushed you back a short distance. Ryuki, after slipping and falling forward, kept his sword on the ground and his voice continued to ring out. Maybe I've underestimated you. I immediately asked back. Underestimating me, Lin Fen spins his spear in his hand, steps forward and declares coldly, enough playing around. These days gamers only use it to extract error energy, but in the past everyone played games just for fun, right? He yelled. I've already been lenient with you. Then he delivered a powerful strike that shook the ground, his energy sending debris flying everywhere. Lin Fen closed in face to face with our hero. A confident and proud smile remained on his face as he said, only someone as outstanding as me could do this, and the spear in his hand spun faster than ever. At the same time, he encourages you to try to get a high score. He laughs loudly, clutching both hands, then raises his spear high, preparing to strike with the meteorite spear skill. The strike carried a powerful blue-purple energy that shattered the ground beneath him. Ryuki raised his blade gun to block and thought to himself, my wrist feels like it's about to break. But meanwhile, Lin Fen's voice sounded a bit surprised. Huh, what the hell is that? The sword quivered now due to the weight of the Starfall smash skill. Little Tsu thought almost there, hold firm. Then Ryuki waited until his skill was activated. Saint Sword SR plus level 1 with a level 3 counterattack skill. This move lifts Lin Fen's weapon upward. His face is more cheerful, quietly thinking that using a guard will create an opening for his attack. As soon as he thought of counterattacking with his experience, a turn allowed him to quickly close the distance. This time, the spear tip was closer to his body than ever before. A powerful swing of the hand sends my crazy brother flying back. The sword and gun in his hand tremble, and a thought runs through his mind, does blocking not work against him at all? This counterattack is even more powerful than the Black Knight. Lin Fen stands there calmly observing and assessing. Blocking the attack. That skill isn't even in the illusion world, right? Interesting. He said coldly, you're going to have to be tougher on you. I wonder if you can take this one. With that, Lin Fi swiftly thrusts his spear straight at our hero. He quickly tilted his head to avoid it and wondered to himself why a block should have an effect. Linya's speed was so fast that he seemed to have an extra clone. Ryuki carefully defended himself and wondered why he recovered so quickly. Was it the weapon? You instinctively block the attacks and think to yourself, based on the data I studied when I was an analyst, I'm definitely sure. Lin Fi quickly rushes in to warn. You're better than I thought. I'm picking up the pace now. Try to keep up. Ryuki recalled information about that weapon. The rarer the Spirit Crystal Spear item is targeted, the faster it moves. Whether I rely on intuition or block, I can't hold out much longer. Suddenly, he lunged forward with a straight slash to counterattack. I thought to myself, this is the last chance I have to target his weak spot. However, enduring the intense pressure for so long made Koryuki's face pale, blood surging from his mouth, and he coughed painfully. At this moment, the rare luminous spear had pierced through his body. Lin Feng coldly sneered and said mocking words. That's too bad, just 3 more seconds and you'd have broken the record. He looked at you confidently. It seems this fight isn't that memorable, just a bit of excitement, that's all. Then Lin Fen forcefully threw our crazy brother far away without mercy. Ryuki collapsed onto the ground with a large hole in his body, blood continuously flowing out. Deputy Linnea looked down on him with disdain and said, honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Do you really think you can take me down with your skills? You lie there trembling all over with a huge hole in your stomach, mouth agape, unable to speak, but his voice still keeps echoing. Hey, if you want to die here, you can't even do that. This is a forbidden attack zone like the village where your brother fought Cassius. It looks like a pile of debris with no NBC around, but due to system errors, it is still considered a village. Lin Fen stepped forward, his voice cold. Say it if you don't want to be taken down, there's someone backing you up, right? While Ryuki was trying to turn around and crawl inch by inch. Shut up and sit down, and if you're so curious, why don't you ask Cynthia? This name made Vice Boss Linnea hesitate. He stared blankly, repeating that name. Why? Do you know where she is? Where is that girl now? Ryuki asked loudly, seeing his expression. What is this? Did she betray you? His face showed intense anger as he shouted again, stop talking nonsense and answer me quickly. Ryuki is holding something in his hand, and he quietly thought to himself, my instincts have never been this clear. As Lin Fen shouted in surprise, where is she? Just tell me and your hand will glow with the absolute light bullet from the world tree. A blinding light radiated, causing him to raise his hand to shield his face. Lin Fen looked uncomfortable and said, what the hell, it's fine, do you think I am your toy? Meanwhile, Ryuki continued to smile and reply, do you think I would let others manipulate me? Funny, dealing with someone like you doesn't even require help from others. Deputy Linnea glared threateningly. Alright, you refuse to speak, huh? Well, it's your choice. Don't regret it. I love our family, and I hold my sword and gun ready to challenge you. You say you don't remember, but today I will make sure you never forget. The sword flashes with energy as my confident voice echoes, because now I'm only at 50% of my strength. From now on, I will face you with only 50% of my strength. Immediately, John calls out to the boss, and after hearing that, Lin Fen sneers mockingly. 50%? Do you think you can show off like that while my master is standing there smirking coldly and signaling to the system? It replied with understanding, but don't regret it. You look over and laugh confidently. Regret. I have discarded it. But those useless feelings have been gone for a long time. Not letting Ryuki wait long, he quickly lunged forward, attacking while scolding. Arrogant guy. He is both defending and calculating in his mind, reading his attack instinctively. He stalls by sidestepping. He quickly tries to approach with quick steps, but suddenly realizes Lin Fen's foot is coming at him. His kick sent Ryuki flying backward. The impact with the nearby ground caused a big shockwave. Ameha on a mouthful of blood, the wound on his chest still fresh. He realizes that he switched to kicking in an instant. Before he could regain his composure and catch his breath, the spear suddenly flew straight at Ryuki's pupils. His eyes widened in horror. Luckily, he quickly pushed the spear aside to avoid a deadly hit, but it still grazed your hand. You're lucky because we're in a no BK fighting zone. Anyway, it would be too boring if everything ended too quickly after all that effort. Plus, if I fight in the town, I'll definitely get scolded by the leader. There's no better place than here to fight quiet and free from disturbances. He immediately stood up, used his skill on his legs, and shouted loudly, "Shut up." In an instant, Ryuki moved from in front of him to behind Lin Fen, simultaneously raising his gunblade and loudly shouting, "Die." He glanced back and sighed, "I told you that wouldn't happen." Having said that, Lin Fen swung the Dark Soul Spear behind him, both blocking the surprise attack and delivering a powerful counterattack. He sneered coldly as the spear continued to emit a known-lit aura. Lin Fen looked over and asked, "Do you think you can withstand this move?" He used the Meteor Shower skill, sending a barrage of faint purple crystals that struck directly at Ryuki's position, illuminating the area with a blinding light. He lied there behind the dust cloud, mouth agape, eyes pure white, groaning in pain. "You're slowing down, aren't you? After all that bragging about fighting with 50% of your strength, is this all you've got? I should have known it would turn out like this. You really think the ace of the guild would be spared? Fight harder. This is the perfect moment for you to strike back right now, isn't it?" While our brother is steadily trying to stand up, he glances over with an utterly condescending look. "Now this is really boring, a weak and pitiful loser." Then Lin Fen stepped forward, grabbing Ryuki by the collar and lifting him up. He laughed loudly and gently threw you into the air, then continued gathering energy into the Crown of Glory spear. Lin said coldly, "If it's the end, I'd consider it a waste to finish you too soon with me. I might as well play with you a little longer." He uses the Starfall Rain skill, then immediately thrusts the spear forward, releasing the accumulated energy in a swift burst. A powerful stream of golden light struck Ryuki, making him lurch backward. The silhouette of the Divine Light Spear continued to pierce through his body. Song attack executed. Nin Fen shows disdain, turns, and walks away with a bored voice, saying, "Really disappointing." Behind him, a cloud of dust and shockwave erupts. Suddenly, a notification from his system caught his attention, and Lin Fen looked over in surprise, wondering, "What is that? Did the boss call?" He muttered, "Maybe I've gone too far again and am about to scold." On the screen, a message from Gabriel Darius ordered to stop the fight and return immediately. But just then, from the pile of broken objects, Ryuki's voice suddenly shouted out, "Stop." Lin Fen was startled and turned back, thinking to himself, "No way, how come my attack didn't penetrate his armor?" The pain should have caused a regular person to die from shock, or at least end up bedridden. He looked at him kneeling there and assessed, this is not something that mere willpower can withstand. At this moment, John appears and tells you that by controlling emotions and adjusting sensory input to at least 50%, you will feel less pain, but your movement will slow down. He scolds with a tone full of reproach. "Are you a type of person who self-harms and enjoys pain? That move could really have killed him." Ryuki replied, "I have no other choice if I want a chance." He responded, "I just need to keep fighting back." Lin Fen, now standing in front of me again, asks suspiciously, "You probably used some kind of trick, but it's better if you just stay still." Suddenly, Ryuki asked him back, "Do you fear Gabriel Darius that much?" "What did you just say?" My family's guy laughed sarcastically and said, "Does that upset you? You put your hand on the ground and secretly activate some power while continuing to provoke Lin Fen with your words. Seeing you here, it's clearly a solo action. A weapon appeared in your hand. What kind of sword is that?" Ryuki speculated to distract Vice Boss Leah. At this point, Gabriel must be furious and driven to madness, but Lin Fen still responds quite calmly. "Done. I took a reckless leap, but in the end I got what I wanted." As he finished speaking, our weapon shot past his neck, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Lin Fen's eyes showed extreme shock. Ryuki stood up, then smiled coldly and sneered at his scream. "Look down on me. Are you already whining over just a small cut on your neck?" Lin Fen put his hand on his neck, trying to stop the bleeding, trembling all over. Ryuki's voice continued to mock. "Well, it's understandable if this is the first time you've felt pain like this. Even though your armor should reduce both damage and pain, my attack doesn't follow those rules." The slash from the sword seems to have severed a major artery in the neck, blood pouring out non-stop the pain, making Lin Fen shout endlessly. He began to lose control and curse aloud. "You bastard, my family's goddamn daughter," responds softly. "You're still okay, right? If you still have the strength to shout with such a wound on your neck, point your index finger at me to taunt, shut your mouth, and then charge in." My family's been able to successfully provoke Vice Guild leader Linnea. He crazed and charged at him with the Soulshine Spear while shouting, "Shut up." At this point, the situation seemed to be balanced. Instead of taking the hit, Ryuki raised his sword and gun to slash and block the attack. This makes Lin Fen feel amazed inside. What? He can read his attack and he's injured too, so why? On the other side, I appeared calm, laughing as I remembered when I was a strategist, constantly studying Lin Fen to improve my strategies, memorizing all his patterns, skills, fighting habits, and even behavioral hints from his psychological profile. Ryuki counterattacked by stabbing his sword into Fobang Linia's leg, thinking to himself that he had never experienced this level of pain before, and that if he lost focus, he would gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lin Fen's blood kept flowing from his neck, and the wound on his leg made him grimace in pain and curse. Damn it, I need to end this battle immediately, I thought to myself. At this moment, both of them stand facing each other after the clash, with Lin Fen radiating a golden energy and blood spurting from his leg. He decided to put everything into his next attack, unleashing a series of skills. First the Sound Spear to boost attack speed, then Monster Strength to increase damage, followed by a double strike that doubles the damage of each hit. And finally, the ultimate skill is the 7 stars with increased critical hit rate. All the energy is concentrated into the Star Crystal Spear, each skill corresponding to a specific color shown there. Lin Fen confidently smiles, thinking this is his awakening skill, usually used for tower boss hunts, and this attack will pierce straight through him. Then he uses the Meteor Attack skill. This side, Mana still appears very calm. He gently frowns and assesses him. How could there be an invincible weapon? Ryuki silently muttered to himself. I just need to hold my ground and stay within the safe zone behind the trees. I've used the terrain to evade attacks and am trying to endure. At that moment, your figure disappeared from the spot and moved elsewhere before Lin Fen's surprised eyes. He immediately charged forward and shouted, "You think you can dodge with that slow speed?" Surprisingly, my family threw a wooden doll and a rusty gear that hit Lin Fen straight in the face. He suddenly shouted, "What the hell?" Then Ryuki raised his glowing hand and thought that if he couldn't avoid the attack, he would minimize the damage and counter with all his might. You threw a bunch of junk from your inventory like a toothbrush, a rug, bathroom slippers, a trash bin, a fake doll, cheap hats, and women's shirts, hoping to stop him. Lin Fen's furious voice shouted, "Are you joking? Do you really think you can stop my meteor attack with this pile of junk?" Ryuki ignored everything and kept throwing items. His quick side jumps made Lin Fen's face darken, and his eyes flash with anger as he drove the radiant spear straight ahead, shouting furiously, "Die!" each stab piercing the old wounds on our enemy's body. The strike continued to knock you back, creating a huge shockwave with dust and smoke swirling around and a powerful light trail. Lin then looked over, considering it all, and found it quite annoying. "Can you dodge a direct hit?" He pointed his spear at you confidently, "but there's no way you can win in your current state." Suddenly, Ryuki broke into a faint smile and replied softly, "I've finally reached this point." Your hand tightly grips Lin Fen's weapon. He scolds harshly, "You're a bastard daring to stain my weapon with your dirty blood." He thought to himself, "This damn thing keeps clinging on and won't let go." Our side is holding the shining spear and slowly getting up, then asks Lin Fen, "Do you want me to show you something fun?" He shouted back, "What are you talking nonsense? Let go." Ryuki remembered the SSR item he first tested on Serial's wings. In the video, he claimed it was a skill, but in reality, it's neither a skill nor an item. "What's happening to my spear right now?" Lin Fen was so shocked he was speechless, shouting, "My window," as Ryuki smiled. The SSR system erased it, and his spear slowly disintegrated into tiny, indistinct fragments in your hand. Lin Fen stared blankly at his weapon turning into small shards, exclaiming in amazement, "What is this normal shimmer?" Lin Fen looked at his trembling empty hands, puzzled inside, as the item was also gone from his bag. It couldn't be, there was only one such item. There's no function to destroy items in this game, so what do I do? Linnea gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Ryuki with suspicion. Is this some kind of illusion technique? Yeah, that's right, this guy must have used some cheap trick or something. While he was lost in thought, the gun in his hand suddenly fired and a bullet hit Lin Fen's right shoulder at high speed, with strong force spraying blood and quickly catching him off guard before he could react to the new wound. It took a few seconds before he clutched his trembling body, bent down and shouted in pain. Ryuki stood there with a cold smile and said, "I aimed at your heart, you're quick to react, no wonder you're the ace." Lin Fen looked up with a frown, confused. "What did you do to my weapon? Hurry up and talk." He smiled and replied, "Still don't understand. Your beloved secret weapon is gone forever. I have erased its data." Our mansion's face lights up with a confident tone about what just happened and a firm declaration that this is the power of erasure. John's system displays information about an SSR item that has the power to interfere with the data deletion system in the game maze. Activation requires maintaining contact with the target for at least 5 seconds. Usable 4 times a week. According to real-time, current usage is 1 out of 4. As Lin Fi, the vice leader of Linnea, quickly pulls out a new weapon and says, "I don't know what game you're playing, but killing you will solve everything. One weapon is enough to deal with you." Contrary to expectations, Ryuki immediately turned around and ran away, leaving a challenge behind him. "Follow me if you can catch me," he shouted angrily. "Damn you." Then Lin Fen immediately charged at him, shouting loudly, "I won't let you escape." Suddenly, beneath his feet where he ran, there was a click sound. It seemed like Deputy Boss Linnea had stepped on something. He looked down and wondered what the heck was going on, while Ryuki smiled back, witnessing the huge explosion behind. After the dust settles, Lin Fen stands still, covering his face with his hand and shouting, "What the hell just happened?" Before he could even process the situation, another bullet was shot straight into his chest. "If you want to live, stay alert. I've set many traps around here." He confidently continued, "Those cheap things, you don't even know this place." At that moment, another click sounded beneath Lin Fen's feet. As if understanding his meaning, the Demon Lord smiles and asks, "You think I don't know this place?" Fobang Linnea turns furious, veins bulging on his face, shouting loudly and cursing, "You son of a bitch." Ryuki confidently points his index finger at his head. "I know everything you're planning to do. From the way you appeared to how you planned to kill me, I had already prepared my plan since I posted the video." Lin Fen, furious, stands there listening as you continue talking. "This is where those dirty scoundrels from the Linnea clan like you are now cheating. That's right, I knew you would lure me here, so I already prepared a trap for you. Thanks for walking right into my trap." The boy smiles, his eyes full of death and cold determination. "To repay your kindness, I will definitely stay and fight with you until the very end." Lin Fen gritted his teeth in sarcasm, froze for 5 seconds, then lost his cool and charged straight ahead through the minefield, shouting curses and commands to shut up. And once again, explosions rocked the minefield. Lin Fen raised his hand in front of his face, and behind the dust, the shadow of our lunar house appeared. He thought, damn it, just like that he dodged again, the dust covering his view. Suddenly, Linnea Brand Yu-Gi-Oh straightened his weapon and stabbed into the head of the shadow in front of him, smiling smugly. "Die, you bastard." But what was in front of him surprised him, making him stop in his tracks, eyes wide open, mouth agape, and he exclaimed, "This must be the N-level trap item that Lin Fen stabbed." Our madman's hand seizes the opportunity, grips his opponent's weapon, and begins the countdown 5-4-3-A. And, in an instant, 2 and 1 rang out. When enough time had passed, Lin Fen's weapon showed cracks and gradually vanished. He exclaimed in terror, "I can't believe it. How is that possible?" When Ryuki reached 0, the spear in his hand was finally erased. "How about it? Are you starting to feel it now?" While he was still stunned and couldn't react, Lin Fen asked anxiously, "So the true Tin Kwang spear is not just a trick?" Before he could finish speaking, the sword gun was pressed close to his face. The information appeared, the Iriso sword gun activated all its power, and the Iriso shooting skill was triggered. The full-force shot from such a close distance knocked the deputy leader Linnea back a long way, his eyes injured, blood flowing and pain spreading through his body. While lost in his madness, our man trudges on with a hateful look in his eyes. Lin Fen lies there uttering threats. "Damn it, someday I will make you pay. Keep producing." The system displays a notification confirming the logout in the illusionary world, but the result is not as expected. His notification screen gradually disappears. Lin screamed, "Why? Why didn't it work?" Just in time, the spear gun pierced through his chest cavity, making him scream in pain. Jigen appeared beside our unconscious friend and said, "I've disabled the logout." Ryuki smiled and asked, "Why try to run now in such a crucial moment? You are Linnea's ace, aren't you? Aren't you ashamed?" You pressed his head down directly. Lin Fen tried to look up and asked, "Why can't I?" Ryuki starts to question. "Lin Fen Darius, do you remember the analyst from Leah, named Ryuki? You think I bother to remember things like that? I will never bother remembering someone like you. So you're saying even if you're no longer a gamer?" Hearing that, he widened his eyes in fear and asked, "What did you say?" Amid the blue sky and white clouds, my mesmerizing voice echoes. "Everyone only has one account. If you lose this account for any reason, you'll never get another one," Ryuki said as he pressed him down. "I wonder if my delete skill really can erase account data. You coldly assert you will never be able to forget me again." Lin Fan, anxious and terrified, screams, "Stop, let me go." My family smiled innocently and started a 5-second countdown, while he hurriedly shouted urgently, saying, "Stop." Every second that passes is filled with overwhelming fear. Lin Fen desperately yells to stop as the scene shifts to Linnea's office earlier, Gabriel sitting there ordering his subordinates to gather information on Rue 7. He had warned his brother not to act impulsively that time, Lin Fen, but this time is different. At that moment, Deputy Boss Linnea looked annoyed, tugging at his ear in frustration. "My ear's still bleeding. Enough with the fuss." Back in the present, the flashback time matches the countdown. Now Ruki has reached 0 and is smiling coldly. As he finished speaking, a prolonged scream of Lin Fen echoed his eyes, bulging with blood vessels. Then his body disappeared, just like the weapons that had been erased before, with Ryuki kneeling there, watching his body vaporize before his eyes. Jigan's voice echoes in your ear. "It's over. Well done, master." You stand up and whisper, asking again, "Is it over now?" Ryuki clenched his teeth, still filled with anger and resentment. "This is just the beginning." Then he calmly smiled and said, "What a joke. This is only the beginning. I still have a lot to reclaim." Bang, Linnea, Gabriel, Darius. At the same time, a mysterious white-haired person with a hood was hiding behind a nearby large rock. This person pulls out a weapon from the storage. It's a sword that doesn't look very sharp, but it emanates an aura of mystery and darkness. Then it was launched straight towards our house by the mysterious person. You reached out and grabbed the hilt, then looked at it and wondered, is this a sword? What's going on? At that moment, Jig realized something was wrong and warned, watch out, owner. Before he could react, Ruki had fallen into some cubic space. He asked, are you owner? Are you all right? Our maze looked around and said, is this a trap? The space has shifted, something's not quite right. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, startling Ryuki, as he turned around and gazed at the blue spacetime gate in front of him after a long time not seeing Ruki. The mysterious person entered our maze and immediately asked, who are you? I am AC from Gas. Ryuki looked on silently, assessing inwardly. A member of Gas, a notorious gang. I've never seen this person before, but this feeling is uncomfortable. They continue, AC is my real name, but I have another name as well. As they spoke, this person reached up and pulled their hood down, their voice continuing to echo as Ryuki looked on in astonishment. I'm sure you'll be more familiar with that name. Surprisingly, the mysterious person was the one who betrayed you in the past. Really, she looked at you and said, I never thought we would meet again. Ryuki. Our fool looks over, stammering that girl's name. Really, memories start flooding back. The image of a naive female coworker with a friendly smile towards him, then the same person standing with Linfen pushing him out of the gang. All of that made Ryuki too stunned to believe his eyes. He never thought he would see her again in this situation, instinctively calling out her name. Sinta then reacted immediately when hearing that. I'm pretty sure I mentioned before that it was just a nickname. My real name is AC. Ryuki suddenly burst into loud laughter at these words. While she was staring foolishly, he spoke up. I don't care what your real name is. Then Ryuki put down the sword he was holding and drew a gun sword, continuing. Because of your plan, I was kicked out of the gang, became an anonymous nobody, and lost everything. Our side's voice drops, yet she herself returned voluntarily. The only reason I can think of for that is... Crouching, he tilts his head back, his eyes slightly crazed and excited. She must want to die, right? Meanwhile, AC still remained calm as he responded. I've been trying to find out what happened to you all these years. I never expected you would become a gamer. Ryuki replied, thinking about defeating her. Linfen and the Linea gang are what helped me get through each day. Otherwise, I might have died just as you wanted. These bitter words made her momentarily fall silent. He calmly asked, tell me, why are you here now? I am trying to hold back from killing you right here. It's been 3 years, you've also changed a lot. Let me get straight to the point, forget everything else, and give up revenge on Linea. What did she just say? She immediately replied, if you keep living in silence, Linea will ease her hunt for you. Think about your family, at least for your mother's sake. The voice suddenly dripped with sarcasm. Oh, I forgot, I just found out today that she has passed away. Sorry about that. These words have successfully provoked Ryuki, veins bulging on his face, anger beginning to fill the mysterious space. He clenched his gun sword in his hand and said bitterly, you really want to die, don't you? In that case, I will help you fulfill your wish right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryuki swiftly charged toward AC. His eyes flashed with a deadly, hateful glare as the spear tip neared his face, but she remained calm and unfazed. Immediately afterwards, the gun's sword pierced into AC's shirt. She kicked to the left to dodge the attack, then continued to stomp down. A quickly leaves you behind, and rushes toward the knife there, as the floor flashes with a pink hue again. Ryuki looked confused. Who is she? Does that dagger have any special significance? In an instant, she managed to grab it, but surprisingly, AC's blank eyes watched her knife-wielding hand lift up and blood gushed from her wrist. Our master suddenly appeared behind her, brandishing a sword and gun ready to strike down. 1 second later, AC's head detached from her neck and flew to the side. Ryuki confidently believed she was still far away, that was all she had. Oh, the familiar voice suddenly behind me made me startle. I didn't expect your hatred to run so deep. The spinning head of AC is dissolving, making Ryuki wonder what's happening. Then it regrows on her body. AC continues, it turns out defeating Linfen was not just luck. I have to go now. You point your gun at her, pull the trigger, and shout out loud. What? A responds calmly, I am not here to fight to the death. I didn't expect you to actually defeat Linfen. Just then Jig informed you, Master, that thing isn't real. A large amount of data was transmitted when she touched the dagger, causing our side to wonder. What, it muttered, grimacing. You always called it a mistake, a scam, but now that you see it firsthand, you're shocked. That's what artificial error looks like. Ryuki says, I don't care. The important thing is I can't kill you right now. AC insists, this overthrow of Linzia is my mission. I don't know what you've done, but can you handle everything when Linfen comes back? Hearing this, Ryuki replied coldly, Linfen, I will not give up my revenge. I don't care about the consequences. She is slowly disappearing while giving a warning. You will regret this. In response, Ryuki confirmed that she will never see Linfen in the Labyrinth game again. He reached out and continued before AC's shocked face. I have completely deleted his account. He cried and screamed until the very last minute. She raised her voice in confusion. Wait, what did you just say? So just keep your mouth shut and wait soon. I'll make sure it's your turn. Right after that, they both escaped from the mysterious space at the same time. He looked at his hands and thought to himself, she tricked me. Ryuki slumped to the ground, deep in thought. That mistake or whatever, it didn't matter, it had completely rendered me useless. If AC intended to kill me, I probably would have been dead long ago. I recalled, but what surprised me the most was that suspicious dagger. Ryuki blamed himself for grabbing it instead of avoiding if touching might trigger something, but he also realized he didn't feel any danger from it. I need some more specialized information. I need an ally. Ryuki turned back to ask his blind box service system, Jigen, "Is that thing finished yet?" It quickly responded, "Of course, my lord." Then continued, "Are you listening, trendsetter?" A stuffed bear appears with obvious worry and a big question mark in its mind. It recalls holding the disc at the store and then continues, "So you installed a backdoor in the MS version I bought from Suzuki's shop. Did you think I wouldn't notice who hacked into my vision?" On this side, the Daomot person is worriedly thinking to himself, "Did he find out about me?" "I need to disconnect," Ryuki said coldly. "It's useless. I guess you've seen how I prevent Cassius and Linfeng from logging out, right?" It hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." "Ignore those words," Ryuki continued. "It doesn't matter whether you intend to harm me or not. You tested me and then followed me, didn't you? Of course, that's really annoying, isn't it? You immediately request a meeting. You know Suzuki, right? Let's meet in person. The time and place are immediately specified. Meet me at Suzuki's shop tomorrow evening at 8:00. If not, I will trace the source and wipe out all the data." The serious threat makes the fashion designer break into a sweat. "All right, I understand. Just let me ask one thing." It continued, "So when you fought with Linfen, was it also your fault that the signal cut out for a moment?" Ryuki thought about this with a hint of worry. Did he miss AC's communication back then? That mistake is definitely very dangerous. I have to catch this guy with my teeth. Then he smiled coldly and replied, "You have no right to question me. If you don't want the same fate as Linfan, then disappear quietly, got it?" The scene shifts to that evening at Suzuki's antique shop, where the door remains closed as usual. And inside, Ryuki stands there shouting, "Impossible, you're truly brave. You know I arrived right on time and you still haven't shown up. Are we still going to do this deal or not?" The shop owner looked surprised and asked, "What are you talking about?" Suzuki smirking, he continued, "The fashion creator is already here, can't you see? Our master is a bit angry," stepping closer and raising his voice. "I didn't come here to play with you. If he's your friend or something, or if you're hiding him somewhere, I won't let him finish his sentence before a voice from behind suddenly speaks up. "I'm here." Ryuki was startled and exclaimed, "What?" The fashion designer appears and introduces himself saying, "I'm the fashion designer." He suddenly thought to himself, a teddy bear. Ryuki immediately grabs it, lifts it up and speaks out. "I can't believe it. Do you think it's easy to fool me?" the creator said with a frown. "It hurts, you're about to crush me." My master grimaced and warned, "That's enough with the jokes. Even my patience has a limit." But Suzuki sitting nearby suddenly collapsed onto the table, catching your attention in surprise. Ryuki wondered, "What's going on?" Suzuki's voice sounded. "Suddenly I thought that showing rather than explaining would be much faster. Nona, I have shifted my consciousness." The softly glowing bear continues to speak. "The person who just spoke like this is the one who created the 5-year senior fashion trend, and at the same time the one who spoke to you on the other side is me, Suzuki. Can you let me out now? We're here for a deal." Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, you ponder silently. Has the tone now become Suzuki's? "So what is that thing lying on the ground?" Ja appeared and continued speaking. "It's really the same person. It seems like he uses multiple bodies and can adjust his personality programming. It's like a form of consciousness that can be shared among different identities." Ryuki released his grip, letting go of the bear, and said with amazement, "He's crazy, he can even change his personality." As expected, Tuquinam replied sharp-eyed, as always noticing immediately, just like with the previous body. It waves cheerfully, and says, "So congratulations on defeating Linfen, especially with the final skill. Where did you get it from? Are there any limits, usage count, waiting time, or extra charges? Our people noticed something strange and our tone changed. So this is the 4th quarters year. You speak up and brush those questions aside. Why won't you tell me who you really are?" He immediately responded with a reminder. "Suzuki will explain, but still you should be more careful when using that erase skill." Ryuki responded coldly. "Thanks for your concern, but it's too late now." Jigan announced that the video editing was complete and the battle had been uploaded. He quickly told Tuquinam that the match against Linfen had been posted online from start to finish. His eyes turned fiery red and he reacted very fiercely. "Did you upload the whole match? You're crazy. Linnea will hunt you down immediately." Ryuki coldly replies, "That's exactly what I want for them to tremble before an anonymous someone they have always looked down on." Tuquinam sighs, "Talking to you is even more pointless than talking to a knee. Do you even realize you're being followed?" My family was caught off guard and immediately asked, "What are we being followed for?" It collapses onto the table, turns to face the other person, and responds, "Forget it, leave these headache stories to Suzuki." Thon Yen wakes up, adjusts his hat and speaks. Tuquinam doesn't like talking, unless it's his expertise. Suzuki snapped his fingers and smiled, saying, "Let's check this first." Immediately, a map of the block appears on the ground. Ryuki was stunned and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Suzuki replied, "It can directly show the area within a 100-meter radius around this store, which is quite useful for detecting who is targeting us. It displays the Black Snake Gang's banner 47 meters ahead of the store." Seeing them, they seem confused. Black Snake, are they still not giving up? Not quite, maybe just a lure. The real behind-the-scenes players are probably them. Inside a blood fortress, building 47 meters away, our protagonist looks confused. What is a blood fortress? Suzuki explains that they are a large crime gang thriving on blood and violence in the underworld, but fortunately it seems they are not connected to Linea. The leader had to quit being a gamer due to a past incident, and there's a rumor that Linea is behind it. Ryuki nods after hearing this. That's right, so they won't side with those who destroyed them. But you still haven't told me what you really are. The young man gestures towards the nearby locker and continues speaking. Since we've been spotted, let's move somewhere more discreet. There's a perfect place to talk. Follow me and listen to what he continues to explain. Whether it's Suzuki or Kwai Nam, I have the same goal and have been seeking allies to achieve it. Meanwhile, Ryuki thought to himself that this shop's basement connects to the underground sewer system. Suzuki stands next to an entrance, then smiles and takes this way. John completes his task and reports back to our boss. The investigation is complete, with no danger detected. Having received the information, Ryuki then confidently stepped inside. We are surrounded by many hanging puppets right now. Ryuki asked, "Where are we?" Suzuki replied, "This is where I store my writings, my possessions, and my body, where I keep my greatest ideas." John looked surprised and said, "That's impressive. According to human standards, you then approached a robot wearing a shirt and spoke. To be honest, I don't care much about these bodies. What matters more is the fifth quarter." "Suzuki, what should I call you?" the young man quickly replied. "For now I'm Suzuki, but as a hacker, I'm Tu Kui Nam, although it's hard to explain to you." She snaps her fingers and continues. "I will tell you who I am before we proceed with the deal. Unfortunately, that's all I know about myself." Ryuki was astonished and asked, "Do you not even know who you are? Does interfering with personality cause any division?" The young man replied while asking back, "Do you know about the 707 explosion? It was widely reported as a standard plane crash with no survivors, but in reality only one person remained alive, a scorched corpse that was unrecognizable and unable to communicate. That person was cut apart in a laboratory until nothing was left, then a twisted madman transformed it into a fully functioning robot." Listening to this, John sighed and said, "Humans really are trash, huh? And you question with suspicion, so you are the survivor from that time." Suzuki pointed to his head and explained that more precisely our accident fused together countless memories. The young man tried to clarify in the simplest way possible that whether it was a soul or a mind he didn't know. "I'm just artificially controlling those personalities, so I can only say that I don't know who I really am." "Alright, I'll pretend to believe that. What do you want to trade?" Suzuki immediately throws a book towards the boy. Ryuki catches it as the young man speaks out what needs to be exchanged. "I want to join your revenge." The document Ryuki is holding now shows the lines Linea Society and Ria Sofit. The scene shifts to social media, where everyone is discussing. "Have you seen the latest video posted? It's about the escape of the anonymous guy in Jing, episode 6. The Linea gang attacks and pursues Lin Fen Darius, with some opinions claiming that Lin Fen was totally defeated. It seems Linea is gone. The images of the battle keep appearing. Questions keep coming up. Was that data deletion just a hoax? Some people say they've seen it, and it all seems to be made up with images of weapons disappearing and accounts being deleted too. Internet users speculate that an unknown boastful person thinks they'll get sued by the Linea Society to end things. A game that doesn't allow deletion but somehow deletes. It's indeed ridiculous. But if it's all fake, shouldn't Lin Fan appear once to prove it? Why hasn't the Linea Guild responded yet while the main character Lin Fan keeps sitting there drinking from bottle after bottle? He read the criticism directed at him, angrily smashed the bottle, and started cursing. Damn it. The login screen shows a message saying the account information could not be found. Lin Fen laughs foolishly, whispering in a trembling voice. My account is gone, don't joke around." His hand holding the bottle trembles as he continues, "I'm Lin Fen, I'm Linea's ace. That damn bastard brother of yours." "What?" He painfully recalled the time after the battle with Ryuki. Lin Fen slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang. He shouted, "Just once more, give me one more chance." Gabriel sat there coldly reviewing the documents and replied, "You ignored my warnings, fought on your own, and even lost your account. Do you still expect a chance?" Lin Fan tried to explain and beg. "I was caught off guard, so please get me a different account from now on. I will do exactly as you say." Then he shouted, "Surely there must be a way, whether it's stealing another player's account or obtaining an account creation license." He looked at his younger brother with a frown and replied, "You're really lacking understanding as a gamer. It's embarrassing that we are related by blood. Gabriel held up the paper and said, "The rules state that each person can only have one account. That's all once lost, you can't create another." He called the security guard and told him, "Your time is up. Or are you trying to waste more of my time?" Lin Fen nervously said with a blank face, "Don't talk such nonsense. Even that nameless guy became a gamer. Is this really the end?" He turned around, waved the guard away and shouted, "It's fine, I'll handle it myself, don't get in my way." Meanwhile, Gabriel sat there gently raising his brow and adjusting his glasses with many thoughts. Returning to the present, Lin Fen was thrown out onto the street, lying there like a dog, accompanied by someone's harsh scolding. "I'm sick of cleaning up your messes. Don't think about coming back here." He lifted his head and muttered, "Those bastards, they wouldn't even dare to look me in the eye before." Someone dressed formally walked up behind him and asked, "Do you happen to be Lin Fen?" Darius Lin Fen, holding his head, replied, "If you're here to beg, then get lost quickly. I'm already in a bad mood, don't make it worse. Are you asking for help? I'm here to help you." Lin Fen stared at the photo in surprise and kept listening. "It seems you will need our strength. This is Mr. Secret." He smiles at the photo of our house in his hand and asks, "Do you want to hear my offer, Ryuki?" Then, after reviewing the document, questions, "Is everything written here true?" Linnea Guild intentionally delays progress in the fantasy world, so it's not surprising that the game developer Ria offers special perks to Linnea Guild, and even Jigen can only sigh in response. It's so sad for developers and administrators like this, no wonder the God's final game product became a mess. Suzuki picked up a sphere and smiled before continuing. "Isn't that pretty ridiculous? So your goal is to intentionally slow down progress in the game. I'm a bit curious. Is it really worth confronting a huge monopoly game development corporation when the world is currently sustained by resources from the God's game?" Suzuki replies, "It might be better if they disappear. They used to lead in developing the God's game, but now they are just a broken stone hindering the progress of the world." Ryuki tilted his head, continued to doubt. "So your anger is hard to understand just because of that. Didn't I tell you already? That I am the only survivor of the 707 explosion." Suzuki recalls that explosion and reveals an unbelievable piece of information. It was an item from Iris in the game that exploded on the plane at that time. In front of the two people now is a female puppet. The voice of my master echoes. "I see. So that's why your mind is so cracked. You mean Ria Sof was behind that explosion?" Suzuki continued, "I am almost certain of it." Ryuki thought to himself that if we target Linnea, it will eventually lead to Radia. Suzuki's plan is not just to destroy Linnea. "So now you're planning to wipe out the entire virtual world. Do we really need such a terrible game, just because it provides more than half of society's resources? Nonsense." Suzuki explains, "The new games from Radia are all just rubbish. The only success that keeps it alive is the fantasy world, and even its resources are gradually running out. Society may be stable now, but what about 10 years from now? Will Retia be able to create a new success by then? These incompetents will continue to monopolize the development of the God's game." These words stirred thoughts in my mind. The Demon God Tower, the main content of the fantasy world, has not yet been conquered. The Linzia Guild is controlling it and planning to dominate it, but Suzuki's idea of destroying all their foundations instantly brought up an image of an atomic bomb explosion on the screen, along with its own opinion. "Do it, master. That game is so crude and boring. It's hard to endure a barren twig clinging on like that." Ryuki turned to answer, "I will consider it. Anyway, let's set that aside for now. You still haven't forgotten why I came here, have you?" he said, coldly raising his hand to demand, "Hand over everything related to the project." Cut to a later scene where our spy is sneaking away through a sewer pipe. John reports that I have checked all 13 fragments Suzuki provided, and that a disguise mode will be quite useful. You reply, "There are quite a few things to think about, but it is indeed an interesting exchange. By the way, have you investigated the case Suzuki mentioned?" The system responds that the files regarding the case Suzuki mentioned do exist, and that only one person survived. However, there is no evidence to suggest the young man was the one. "I suggest a private investigation into the person named Suzuki," he said sarcastically. "After all, humans are creatures you can't trust." Ryuki pushed up the drain cover, stuck his face out, and replied, completely agreeing. After all, Suzuki mentioned the alley behind the amusement park hotel, right? Behind him was a random guy slumped there. The wife continued, "It's far enough from Duchen Square to be considered safe, but safe, that sounds ridiculous. You look at the guy sitting there and wonder, is he drunk? He still seems to be breathing, then startled when you see what he's wearing, hesitating. This is John looking down at the digital drug." Ryuki stands up firmly. "Yes, digital drugs. I've heard about it too," he muttered, standing there. "I heard it's been popular lately, maybe because this is an entertainment area." Suddenly a loud male voice, shouting from behind, startled our family. "Come here." Ryuki quickly leapt into a nearby dark alley to hide. Over here, a group of people is approaching. The gang leader in a white vest leads the way and says to the slumped man, "This one really keeps causing trouble." The system notes they are dressed the same as those monitoring near Duchenne Square. The boss grimaced and continued speaking, causing the busy men to run back and forth. Ryuki pulled out a dagger and muttered to himself, "Suzuki, that bastard dares to say this is a safe route, or is he planning to set me up? This is Hona, a member of Iron Blood." He sat down, grabbing the guy high on drugs by the collar, then sneered and said, "You run all this way after leaving our stuff behind. Huh, that's pretty impressive." He swung his hand and knocked the guy to the side, then stood up, stared at the trembling body, and brushed his hands off as he ordered his henchmen. "Idiot, take him away, while our drug addict still quietly watches nearby ready, if anything happens." Honda puts a cigar in his mouth as a subordinate lights his lighter, and he questions sternly, "So you've lost the target?" The young henchman quickly clasped his hands in front of him and answered, "I will track them down as soon as possible." Honda's voice was low as he said, "Suzuki, that guy is always too cautious." "Alright, for now the client just wants surveillance." This makes Ruki wonder what's going on. Is it the client? The boss over there orders his men to continue monitoring Duchenne Square for now. The underling looks confused and immediately offers his opinion. "Wait, just watching the building won't help us find them." Honda squeezed his subordinate's shoulder firmly and coldly demanded, "Just do as you're told." He smiled, his voice full of threat at least, "until your efforts are taken into consideration." "Do you understand me?" The subordinate dares not speak another word and immediately responds, "Yes, sir. I will gather the information and report back immediately." So Suzuki really didn't set a trap for us. I mean, the boss has had bad luck more than once. He immediately yelled at it. "Shut up. Surveillance is really annoying, but I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble." In the busy street, Ryuki asks the system to guide him along the least crowded route. After a while, he stands in front of a door and raises his hand to the handle. A smart lock device displays a card lock message. Ryuki quickly places the card on the reader to open the door. He steps into the room, takes off his hood, and sighs. "Is it just me?" I lay down comfortably on our bed and exhaled, feeling so tired. Ryuki looked up at the ceiling and muttered to himself. After spending several weeks in the Gods game, he couldn't even remember the last time he lay down in the real world. He just lay there, enjoying a rare moment of rest when suddenly a shining sword appeared in the night. Then a strike was unleashed, splitting the bed in half like a cake. Ryuki jumped aside with his dagger, evading the attack, and simultaneously using the Jigen system to activate the Holy Sword skill. He quickly closed in on the assassin, delivering a swift slash that wounded his arm, causing blood to spurt out. The dagger stained with blood slashed downward as the assassin let out a piercing scream of pain. Ryuki looked over and saw him leaping out the window and down onto the street. He silently thought, did that guy just use a special item skill from Iriso? Then excitedly jumped down to chase after him, thinking, do I really let him escape that easily? Ryuki landed and looked at the bloodstains on the street, murmuring to himself. Nice, he can't run any further, just follow the blood trail and you'll definitely catch him. Jai appears to support invisibility, conceal his presence, and detects the cut effect. So he's using a reality-altering item. We've been chasing him and saying that if you don't have intuition, even I wouldn't have noticed. You follow the trail and deduce in your head that there are no ambushes or traps in sight. The blood leads to the right corner. Ryuki quickly charges in at high speed, still smiling with excitement. He's right here, stepping to the entrance of the alley. You speak out. Trying to run further, only waste time. Why don't you show yourself? The assassin stands there like a stone, his mesmerizing voice continuing to question, who sent you here? Black Elder or Steel Blood? Without answering, he directly raised his sword towards the sky, releasing a burst of intense blue energy, then immediately swung it straight at you. Ryuki scowled and leaned aside to dodge. That strike left a streak that split the alley in two. Ja marveled, truly impressive power, almost capable of cutting through everything with a single strike. Ryuki looked at the scar left by the sword energy and immediately assessed. I know this weapon is very impressive. You look at him mockingly, but your sword skills are not suited for this kind of power. That's not your main weapon, right? Only then did I realize my own skill. Damn it, why didn't you put down that troublesome thing first? It fell to the ground, clattering alongside screams of pain in the alleyway, blood steadily pouring out as the assassin's figure gradually revealed itself amid sobs. Ryuki smiled and said, now let me see that smug face clearly. He sighed sarcastically. Look at that. The former ace of the club is now trying to pretend he's a killer. Isn't that really shameful? Linfendarius. He stood there looking extremely disheveled, and the wounds on his hands didn't stop him from shouting. You nameless bastard. Lin Fen grits his teeth, staring at his wounded arm, his voice trembling as he continues to curse. Damn it, you bastard. Then he quickly ran toward the sword, intending to grab it while shouting, I will kill you. But before he could grab the sword, he was overwhelmed by our magic, stumbling back with a painful face and heavy breathing. The force was too strong, causing Lin Fen to be pushed backward, panting heavily. Ryuki stepped forward, reaching down to pick up the sword, and asked, is that an Iriso item? Where did you get that terrifying thing? You look at him and evaluate. How can you fully utilize its abilities like the true owner of the item? But that's enough for trash. Like you, isn't it? Lin Fen sat up, still looking awful, glaring and cursing. You little mutt. Then he immediately turned around, grabbed his arm, and ran away. Ryuki was stunned and looked after him, then asked, "Are you planning to run away in this situation?" You rush forward with your sword and say again, "I don't think that's a wise choice." Lin Fen, with blood on his hands, thinks to himself, what kind of crazy strength does this guy have? Don't laugh like that, there's still a way. Meanwhile, Ryuki kept chasing with a determined look in his eyes. He ran quickly out of the alley and onto the bustling street, calculating in his mind that no matter how strong or famous that bastard was, it didn't matter. He was still just an anonymous guy. As soon as people saw him, they immediately recognized and started to look and gossip. Isn't that Lin Fen? What's going on? His hand is covered in blood. Who do you think he's fighting? Just then, Ryuki also appeared. The crowd has gathered and whispering questions. Who is that? Is that sword an Iriso item? It's him, the one who escaped from the deep sea. Rue 70. My family's Kwang is watching and listening around. Didn't he already defeat Lin Fen in the illusion world? Are you still fighting in real life too? He looked at you with a sarcastic smile. How dare a nameless guy like you kill the gold merchant? That's the heaviest crime of all. Lin Fen kept up his act. An unknown guy with a sword chasing after the gold merchant, and still seen by many people like this. He shouted, "What you say is not legally valid. What do you plan to do now?" Ryuki paused for a moment, looked at the sword in his hand, then made up his mind, threw the sword in front of Lin Fen and said, "Take me." He was startled and asked again, "What did you say?" Ryuki smiled and replied, "If what you said is right, then if I, an unknown person, attack you in your golden rank, then your attack on me would be self-defense, right? If you kill me now, you'll still be innocent. Isn't this your golden opportunity? But our side also can't help but sneer sarcastically, maybe if you can. You successfully provoked Lin Fen." He frowned angrily, his face turning pale, jaws clenched tightly, and the veins on his face bulging. He's sweating profusely, a series of questions running through his mind. What's wrong with this guy? Does he have a plan? No, he's probably just fooling me. Just as he said, this is his chance. Lin's expression changes as he confidently assesses the situation, knowing that with so many cameras around, he can avenge his defeat and boldly declare his comeback. Then he reached down and grabbed the Iraso weapon sword. Without hesitation, Lin Fen charged straight ahead, swinging his sword non-stop at Ryuki and shouting, "Die. You're so calm and you keep trash-talking. Too slow, really unfortunate. I don't see anything to worry about." Then he shouted loudly and fiercely swung his sword energy towards the front. The chaos causes dust to fill the air, as one lunges and the other dodges sparks and slashes spreading along the street. Ryuki tilted his head and smiled, saying, "You're not used to using a sword, that's why your strikes are off. You should have taken your own weapon with you. That spear. Wait, you're not even here anymore, right?" At this point, Lin Fen yelled in anger, "How long do you plan to keep avoiding this?" At the same time, our man's fist was right in front of his face. He threw a powerful hook to counterattack, making him bleed from the throat and stumble backward. Ryuki paused calmly before continuing. "I think you misunderstood. This isn't a friendly match. You'd better call your brother." "Oh right, you said he rejected you, didn't he?" Lin Fen said, holding his mouth as blood kept flowing out. His voice trembled with insult. "How dare you?" Then, the former deputy leader, Linnea, shouted, "Die," and continued to unleash sword energy, destroying everything it touched and causing dirt and rocks to fly up. As for my house's little brat, dodge backwards. Lin Fen, still clutching her bleeding mouth, charges forward, thinking, "I have to kill you. I definitely have to kill you." His madness made Ryuki struggle a bit, and he raised his hand to shield himself from the flying shards of bricks. Seeing our man's hesitation, he is overjoyed, a triumphant smile on his face as he rushes forward, thinking this is his chance. He raised his shining sword, ready to thrust it down while inwardly saying, "Why do you dare to ignore me during our fight? It's time for you to die." Ryuki quickly raised the small dagger in his hand to block the attack, and a blinding flash of light erupted at the point of contact. "You've gone too far, Lin Fen. You've not only turned the city into chaos, but also attacked innocent civilians. Even if you're a gold rank, it's useless." Hearing you say that, he froze, looked confused, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Lin Fen asked in a serious voice. "When have I ever attacked innocent people?" The scene in front of him is gradually becoming clearer. Behind Ryuki there is a girl, and he has used a dagger to block an attack aimed at her. Wait a minute, what's going on here? In front of former deputy, Linnea is a ruined street marked by sword wounds with people rushing and calling out. "When will the police arrive? There are more wounded here." I stammered, asking what happened to me. Lin Fen froze. He stopped and realized his face grim with worry. "You've been blocking my view, but when did this start?" He turned back and wildly shouted at the people inside. "Since when, huh?" Before he could get an answer, the surrounding sounds of clicking cameras kept ringing out. Lin Fen stared blankly at the flashlights as the surrounding people took photos of him and spoke out. "Lin Fen, you damn crazy person, your luck runs out here." Phones are raised everywhere with flashes constantly flashing. The crowd is abuzz. Does Linnea really worship that lunatic as her ace? Someone like you deserves to be kicked out. No, I should stop. Do you think the media will side with you? Faintly hidden behind the dust and smoke, Ryuki smiled and told him, but from the moment you swung your sword here, you became the focus of the headlines. He continued to swing his sword toward the sound and cursed, "You bastard," but the result was hitting innocent people. They hurriedly dodged and shouted, "Get out of the way, he's gone crazy again." Lin Fen with a pale face yelled and explained, "No, it's all his fault if I can just kill him." Right now, hundreds of eyes in front of him and millions of online viewers are watching him. His whole body trembles as the familiar voice of our master echoes. "Let me congratulate you, Lin Fan." He looked at him coldly, with a determined expression, and said, "Your worthless life is over." Hearing these familiar words, he was stunned with wide eyes. Ryuki wasn't finished yet. "Are you still not remembering me?" A flashback appears, Lin Fen slapping AC's shoulder mockingly. "You talk behind my back, right? Someone like you who doesn't know their place wants to be a strategizer. Have you forgotten who you really are?" At that moment, he turned around sarcastically, "But I still congratulations because your useless life has come to an end." "Ryu, your current image appears in Lin Fen's pupils." He suddenly remembered and shouted loudly. Ryuki with the Y elongated. The scene shifts to the next morning, and the media is buzzing about the event. Breaking news. Last night, a terrible incident occurred. A photo of former Linnea vice leader being arrested by the police appeared on the screen. The suspect claimed that it was all Ryu 70's plan, but after analysis, the police concluded it was his solo act. Gabriel watched intently, listening carefully. Ryu 70's whereabouts are still unknown, but luckily no casualties occurred in this incident. A member of Linnea steps forward holding a piece of paper and asks, "Boss, was the press conference successful?" Gabriel's commanding voice makes this person sweat with fear as he radiates killing intent and declares, "From now on, we will deploy the entire Linnea gang, sharing no resources or methods. Even if it causes the entire imaginary world to come to a halt." Gabriel grits his teeth in anger and insists, "I will find him at all costs. I will deal with him myself." On the screen now is an image of the leader of the Linnea gang at the press conference, accompanied by the voice of the news anchor. As previously announced, we will now begin the emergency press conference of the Linnea gang. Gabriel, representing the gang, states that Linfen Darius was expelled due to internal issues, and at the time of the incident, he was no longer a member of our gang. Therefore, we declare that this incident is not related to Bangia. The former vice guild leader is now detained in the city police station. However, many questions from the reporters remain. Is it true that Linfen's account has already been deleted? Why did the Linnea gang attack Ryu 70? He continued to answer, "We have studied the player Ryu 717 who declared war on our gang. According to the collected data, a force has compelled the deletion of data in the game maze. The hypothesis suggests that this force can be used not only in the virtual world but also in other game mazes. So Linnea's gang believes Ryu 717 is the culprit, and they've exhausted their resources to hunt him down." Under the camera flash, Gabriel confidently declares, "Linnea gang, we will protect the virtual world from Ryu 70. He raised his hand to adjust his glasses and reveal the identity of our faction, in other words, to shed light on Ryuki's involvement. The press conference video was immediately streamed live and uploaded to various platforms. Along with that, negative comments appeared wasting resources, claiming it's been a month since the announcement, and they still haven't caught him. Did they run away because they're too scared? Lin was dismissed and an unknown guy still hasn't caught him. Linnea's reputation has fallen to the bottom of society. A bunch of freeloaders of the fantasy world, right? The keyboard heroes keep attacking and mocking the strongest guild. Ryu 70 is still hiding, not caught yet. No videos have been posted. Too scared to stay put and ran away, huh? The Linnea guild staff here, that anonymous person even revealed personal information. Do you think he will run? The guild's analyst didn't miss a single comment. If I were in the Linnea guild, I'd be a platinum rank by now. I think this long message is from him, don't you think? Vodan is disgusting. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it on the keyboard. Ratna sighed in anger and scolded. Why haven't Ruki posted a new video in a month? Ragna, what are you mumbling about alone, Bai-Hui? Did you manage to get through the dungeon? How is the guild leader? The girl stroked her head and said Gabriel went to see that pig. That damn guild really drains everyone to the limit. Ragna turned his chair and sighed. It seems like things are getting busier and busier. Vicky also slumped into a chair, complaining, we not only lost the vice president, but the threat of shutting down the game means we have to work more with the virtual world. The girl leaned back with a reproachful tone. It's all because of Rai, whether it's due to a bug or some other issue. Do we really need to use all our resources to catch that guy? Ragna sat down, disheartened, listening quietly. Why all the fuss just because of an anonymous name? Then she suddenly stood up and reacted fiercely. I don't understand. Ryu 70's existence is completely different from other players. Just his existence is already impossible. Bikui wonders, so where is that incomprehensible guy now? He declared war on us, made us run in circles, and now he's disappeared. Is there anything else he can do? She hesitated and stammered, well, only Ryu 70 would know. Then Ragna suddenly startled and turned back to the screen. A new video was uploaded, her face changing to an expression of shock, wondering what this was all about. The scene shifts to Ria headquarters, a pyramid-shaped building near the Ariso tree, where a man's voice asks, "Are they still not done with Rue 70? Is an apology enough? Didn't I tell you that if you can't handle it in the game, you should handle it in real life?" He turned to look at him, questioning with an annoyed tone. "He's just an anonymous cheater, isn't he? Someone like him, even you can't catch." This fat man is the platinum-ranked CEO of Radiasoft's Devero Redia. He kept asking, "Am I overestimating your abilities?" Sierra pressed on. "I hear it's our flagship product. The fantasy world is still collapsing, right? The Linea Guildmaster is getting more and more disappointing," Gabriel thought. "Talking to trash like this is testing my patience, but I still keep a humble front." "Sorry." The fat guy continued speaking. "That thing is about to be outdated." He glanced at what was in front of him and continued. "But if the fantasy world collapses now, it would be very inconvenient, at least while things are still unresolved." Sphero laughed loudly and glanced over, saying, "Let me introduce you to Redia's future, a masterpiece that will shake the entire gaming industry." Bangchu Linea then looked up, thinking to himself, "This is it," and just then he glanced as a video notification appeared on the communication system. Everyone on the street received a similar message and started talking while looking at their screens. "That guy's back again. Why did he suddenly come back? Didn't he run away because he's afraid of the Linea gang?" In the video, this is a deep-sea escape game destroyed by the Lord. A waving arm and a familiar voice ring out. "Hello everyone, I am Ryu, 72017. Ryuki smiled and said, "I watched the Lia gang's press conference. The boss called me an enemy of society." Ryuki stroked his chin and asked, "That's really funny to be called that way." "Right, who would call someone that? You don't need to rush me. I will crush this fantasy world soon. I'll just give a quick overview of what's coming up today, focusing on the current game. This is ThamTH Builder, a game that looks like Minecraft." Ryuki explains that this game used to be very popular, but has now been abandoned due to viruses and increasing difficulty. Usually abandoned games like this are deleted. He throws the blue cube in his hand into the game and steps inside, continuing to ask questions to everyone. But this is very common. So in what cases are game mazes typically deleted? A gold coin appears in Ryuki's hand, and he then answers his own question. First, the game resources have been exhausted. Iriso values entertainment above all, so usually a masterpiece game must have abundant resources to explore. Contrasting the falling resources of the virtual world, its limits are becoming increasingly clear. A game with depleted resources will be erased. Ryuki continued to step forward and explain. Second, when the number of players decreases, if it falls below a certain threshold, it will automatically be erased. This maze is closed for that very reason. You look up as a shadow casts down. And finally, in the third case, the appropriate time for it to appear, the cube-shaped god visits an entity capable of creating cubes within the maze, which is also why this place became a battlefield. Ryuki now draws his gun sword in hand, confidently declaring, "I will now destroy this cube god." Bichkwai, witnessing this, exclaims in shock. "What rubbish is that? Something like that shouldn't be catchable within the system, right?" Rana sat there thinking, how could that weapon be the same type as the one he used in the fantasy world when each system has its own limitations? The cube soldiers, summoned by the god of symmetry, attacked our maze. Ryuki quickly rushed up and slashed them into pieces. He continues, "If the video is live streaming, the cube soldiers are nothing special. There are many but weak, their moves are simple, but the reason this game was abandoned is because your goal is the high-level boss, along with a brief explanation constantly attacked, causing everything built to be destroyed due to the inability to adjust the difficulty." Ryuki uses the cubic soldiers as a stepping stone to jump up. He raises his sword gun and prepares to strike down, posing a final question. "So, what if we root out the problem completely? A powerful strike directly into the trembling deity." It also seems to have a clear mind, eyes wide with pain, as Ryuki sits atop the cracked body of the boss, placing his hand on it, and declares the final method to wipe out the game maze when a serious system error occurs. You smile slightly, and mutter, making the game impossible to continue. From the palm of my hand, the familiar blue glow of the system seeps into the cracks in the boss's body. That is the SSR eradication system skill. The godly body begins to crack apart into many pieces in front of the terrified boss, as Ryuki leaps down to the ground, and the massive body shatters into small cubes that fall to the ground. A white light radiates out. Now that the builder management system has been erased, this game labyrinth has automatically closed. Now even the cube-shaped soldiers begin to disappear one by one, crying out in horror together. Bichkwai here is astonished, and exclaims, "Impossible! Did he really destroy the entire game maze?" Ragna Analyst is also surprised, and quietly wonders the skill that erased Linfin's weapons and account can even delete the maze game. Ryuki, don't be afraid. Spread your arms and enjoy the feeling while also sending a message to the viewers. Thank you all for watching the video. You will see more content like this in the fantasy world. His image also gradually disappeared from the game, sending a final message. I would like to correct the words of someone with a tall voice. Someone said that if the fantasy world disappears, the whole world would collapse. Gabriel watches, carefully lost in thought. The final sounds from Ryuki's voice ring out. If the fantasy world disappears, what is destroyed is not the world itself, but Rhea, Greedy, Lazy, and the Linnea gang. My family just points straight at the screen and confidently says I am not an enemy of society. I reaffirm once again that my target is only those few people. The scene shifts to a fantasy world into a raid dungeon. A fully equipped team stands guard at the entrance while outside a long line of players wait for their turn. One of them held a wanted poster for Ryuki, carefully checking each person and only letting them go once they were sure it wasn't you. This makes the players uncomfortable. A girl asks, "It's been a month already. Every time we enter the dungeon, we're being followed. Why should we put up with this, just because some Ryuki is hiding here?" The man accompanying him replied, "Even if they think this is their territory, this is going too far." Behind them, a person dressed as a knight, with a full metal helmet, remained silently and attentively listening. Smack. They heard that. When it was this person's turn, the squad leader in charge immediately ordered, "We will be checking E from here on, so please cooperate, remove your gear and put it on the ground." A familiar smile hides behind the helmet, a gun is drawn, and our hero's voice rings out. "Is this the equipment?" The whole team quickly gathered and moved back to take a defensive stance. The leader shouted, "It's the sword gun, it's him." Ryu 70, the person beside him, asked to call the organization. Ryuki quickly takes off his hat, faces them, and scoffs. During the daytime like this, finding an anonymous guy like me must be pretty difficult. Then why bother disguise if you didn't want to escape? He lowered his hand and responded, trying out his new skill and warming up a bit before entering the dungeon. As he finished, Ryuki swiftly cut through the crowd, leaving behind a sharp slash of his sword, followed only by screams of pain and blood spattering. That person has been knocked out of the fantasy world. Information appears. Jigen SR Level 1 system quickly draws the sword from its sheath to attack with a speed boost of 50%, 20%, increased power, 30% critical rate, and a 30-second cooldown. Ryuki raised his hand, drew a sword, and wondered if he should try changing weapons. Soon after, he swiftly took down the second enemy. New information from the Jigen System SR sword, with a chance to instantly kill spirits and increase critical hit rate with spirits. The last member of the group, wielding a large axe, prepares to strike down from behind, shouting, "You arrogant bastard, I have to kill you." Before he could finish his sentence, his face was struck by my fist. In just one blow, the aura of the punch he threw still, lingering, leaving an image of Kim Long. That guy is collapsed in the back, covered in blood. Everyone around is shouting in shock, "He's crazy. Those things don't even exist here. What the hell has he been doing all this time over the past month?" The scene shifts back to a month ago. Ryuki arrived somewhere and announced, "I will stay away from the fantasy world for a while now. I need to act carefully, or bang Linnea, and the other players will find out." Jigon wondered, "So you came to the game maze after all?" Ryuki replied, "I also need to test whether I can really destroy the game maze or not. Maybe I should find some more items and new skills. I think only having a delete skill and intuition isn't enough to act decisively." He entered the game Heavenly Dragon Sword Online, made by Rhea Soft, an action martial arts genre. There he defeated a series of NPCs and told himself that he needed new strength. Ryuki stands facing a shadow before him, determined to gain enough strength to fight Linnea and Rhea Soft, and not to lose, but during his battles against this game's boss, he keeps failing. Again and again, the death notification kept appearing. I don't know how many times Ryuki has tried, but the only result is failure. Remember how even the boss mocked you with a twisted smile? After all that, you still want to keep going. In front of our house is the final boss, the demon sword enemy from Thean Longsword Online. He looks at you and sighs. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you? Let me show you what true mastery looks like." Ryuki punched the ground hard and shouted, "Damn it," you say angrily. "Even if it's the final boss, if it's this hard, no one will bother playing and the game will crash. This maze is already obsolete. There are no strategy guides. There must be a way." John takes the chance to persuade him to just do a blind box spin and use up all the RP we've earned, no matter the cost. "How many times do I have to tell you to stop? That's only for upgrading skills." A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait at any cost. It then cuts to the final scene at the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, where the demon sword ghost is still sitting there, holding his face and laughing loudly, saying, "You don't even know when to give up, right?" He looked down with a puzzled expression and asked, "Do you not think all your efforts are just in vain? A foolish person should know their place." Ryuki stepped in and replied, "I've heard so much I can repeat your lines by heart." That surprised him as he asked back, "What, you little brat, you're still talking back at this age? Enough talking, go ahead and attack." Demon Sword fumes furiously, shouting out, "You disrespectful brat." He quickly rushed forward and said, "How dare you insult me?" A stream of purple energy was emitted from his sword, aimed directly at Ryuki's position. Demon Sword screams again, "Let's see how far you can go." He quickly turns and runs away, thinking to himself, damn it, what kind of game is this? So unfair. Are all your attacks wide-ranging? In an instant, the final boss appeared behind Ryuki, its tone coldly sarcastic. Is that all you've got? The empty barrel makes a loud noise. You quickly turned around, raising your sword gun to block his attacks. The demon sword smiled coldly. So you can fight back too, not bad. Let me show you the true power of the heavenly dragon blade. But at this moment, he threw a grenade, causing a huge explosion right next to the final boss, while we had already taken cover behind a large rock unnoticed. Dark Sword continued to charge forward in anger, thunderbombs disguised as dirty starfruits. He kept rushing, shouting and calling out, "The little bastard over here!" Ryuki ran while throwing grenades and laughed proudly. Behind you, continuous large explosions are happening, one after another. The final boss bursts out of the smoke, shouting angrily, "You think you can defeat me with just these game tricks? Is this poison this time? For someone immune to all kinds of poison like me, it should be fine." Without waiting for him to finish, Ryuki quickly put on his quality gas mask and muttered, "It will work, that's not poison, your senses are sharp enough already." After inhaling that, the final boss's face darkened as he pressed his nose shut with both hands. This smell is precisely the stench released from the rotten skunk bomb. Swordsman immediately swings his sword to cut, trying to eliminate that foul smell, and shouts loudly, "Damn it, are you mocking me, Ryuki?" Ryuki keeps using bombs, quickly puts on sports glasses and ear protection, then throws a bunch of flares. This made him blinded, so he had to raise his hand to cover his eyes. The sword demon closed his eyes, tightly gathering purple energy into his sword, and confidently declared, "Whether I close my eyes or plug my ears, killing you is as easy as eating cake." He uses the ultimate skills, Tian Long Sword Online, and Long Zuyan Dao Tian Lo, but before the demon sword could strike, his eyes open wide, and a hole appears in his forehead. Watching the final boss collapse in front of him, Jig looks amazed and exclaims, "Is the owner really human? That's terrifying." Ryuki just shot him and responded to his system, "You are the one who told me not to step back no matter what at any cost." The boy continued coldly, "Grenades, rotten bombs, flares, and guns. How does he know how to deal with them in this martial arts game?" The Jigon system announces the victory. One demon is defeated, earning 15000 RP, a magic gem, and a fusion cube. Then Ryuki appears outside the game, and the people standing there look at him in amazement. Is this the Dragon Chi skill? Is it from the Fallen Heaven Longsword Online game? A new skill has been acquired. Long Chi Technique R+ quality increases physical abilities. The crowd kept wondering, could it be that the collapsed maze? Ryuki waves goodbye, leaving a message. "Say hello to Gabriel for me." The scene shifts to another game where the final boss, the Bloodwood Spirit with feathered hair, is known for its ability to transform the surrounding environment into its own body. Our side stands there quietly observing with Jigen as inside continuous screams and shouts echo. Jigen's R-Ram quality, Level 1, similar to a black dragon summoning dark fire. Level 1, a dragon born from darkness that grows by absorbing the darkness of other creatures. Ryuki looked at it and assessed. It may look like that, but it's a terrifying creature. Jia responded, "No need to waste time wondering if it's useful in battle anymore." He smiled happily with this other SSR, and SR skills will be further supported. The screen displays the dungeon album information, a forest filled with lost souls, with Ryuki in first place and AC from Gas in second place, along with a congratulatory message from the system. "Congratulations, owner, you broke the record by a large margin." But the familiar second place name is AC, which left our guy stunned for a moment. Then he walks away and says, "Let's go, there's nothing more to see here." Then Ryuki coldly stepped through the space gate while John called out to him, seemingly wanting to say something. "Master," but our side immediately interrupted. "I know." Ryuki stepped through the gate, smiled, and said, "That damned illusion in front of you is a crowd of players, and surprisingly, the person reading a book there is actually Linea's boss, Gabriel." Seeing him, Ryuki showed excitement and asked, "I thought you quit the game long ago. You're back already." Legend Gabriel Darius. He also notices your presence and immediately closes the book in his hand decisively. Seeing the scale before him, Jigon was also taken aback. "I knew from the moment you appeared in this area, but I was still a bit surprised to see them mobilize so many people just to capture you. Boss behind the gang leader is a large force from the powerful Linea gang." Ryuki continued, "There must be about 1,000 people like you. Linzia has fallen this far. Forget those anonymous losers. Can't you do something more impressive?" Ryu 70 not Ruki, I have a proposal for you. You want a proposal or what? With those numbers, isn't that a threat? Just get straight to the point. He adjusted his glasses and replied, "Turning back to Banglia, we not only restored your status, but also guaranteed that you would acquire a fortune in gold, a level that one could hardly attain in a lifetime." Ryuki remained silent, listening. "What about the air position of the gang? Are you interested?" You subtly moved the gun in your hand and replied, "You really say everything to invite me in, don't you?" Are you still planning to hand over the whole gang to me when my goal is to destroy the entire gang? Ryuki laughed loudly, fired his gun and shouted, "My answer is yes, you bastard." As soon as you finished speaking, Gabriel appeared behind you with his sword in hand, coolly remarking, "So our house also immediately reacted, turning around and raising his gun to block." Boss Linnea continued speaking. "I'll tell you something interesting to celebrate your decision. Do you know the holy hospital where your mother was held?" Ruki wondered silently. "How does this bastard know where my mother is?" Gabriel reveals that your mother's cause of death was not due to natural illness, shocking Ruki. Then he swung his hand, knocking him away, and shouted, "Do you think I would believe it?" The man calmly smiled and replied, "Have you tried verifying it yourself? Anyway, my mission here is complete. I came today to suggest and confirm." Gabriel's voice was confident. "The skills and items don't exist in the original game dungeon. Seeing them in person makes me quite curious." He decided to leave and left a message, saying, "I'm done for today. I'll wait for you at the top of that tower." What the hell is this? You probably have the authority to decide here, right? Gabriel uses his flight ability and calls down from above. Of course, that's if you can get past all these players. They stood there looking at our mansion with excited and determined eyes, each one clutching their weapons tightly. At that moment, I will officially announce those who are accepted into the Linnea clan. Along with that, a very attractive reward. Those who defeat Rue 70 will have the offer passed on to everyone. He thought to himself, no matter how extraordinary his power was, fighting against thousands of people like that was impossible. Gabriel believed that once he captured him, the secret would be revealed. Thinking about that, a player was knocked all the way here. A huge explosion with a large-scale scope just occurred right below the crowd of players. Ryuki's small figure stands there with the gun sword in hand, a massive energy blast just released from it. While the gun sword still glows red-hot, he shouts, "Hey Gabriel." Ryuki confidently replied, "I think you've misunderstood. Who said you're allowed to leave?" Jigen System SSR item that breaks all limits target and has a 5-minute duration. SRC plus quality large weapon with a sword gun designed for fighting large enemies at mid-range. The defeated players sat there in shock, wondering how a single shot could take down so many people, while others reassured them, "Don't be afraid, after all, he's only alone." Those who haven't been hit get ready to strike their words more confident, mostly winning and a few losing. A bowman in the group shouts, "Everyone attack from afar." They agreed that after using their ultimate attack, we would become the next gang leader. Ryuki is still standing there smiling, ready to embrace it. A series of full-force attacks from the players erupted, causing massive, spectacular explosions. After the blast stopped, a cloud of dust and a shadowy figure appeared before them. Among them, the crowd buzzed with questions. Have they defeated him yet? The result is quite surprising. The ground where Ryuki had been standing is now completely bare. One of them shouted curses. "Damn it, he managed to dodge." The players, clutching their heads in regret, can't believe it. Don't tell me he has teleportation stones. Others are confused. It should take at least 10 seconds to activate. What the hell? A foot landing followed by the shouts of the crowd. They're both leaving now. If he comes back, he'll still be here. Look carefully. Gabriel stands on the wreckage, gazing down in disbelief. He looked into the distance and said, "I lost this time, Ryuki, but there won't be a next time." On my side, you smiled gently. "This match was quite interesting. Next time I will kill you and destroy the tower." Gabriel has used the Jigen system with the SLR teleportation skill, allowing him to instantly move to a specific location, having used 4 out of 5 points with a 1-hour cooldown. Ryuki looked at his system screen and muttered, "After all SR, the list of SR skills and items appeared. Are you kidding me? You spent a whole month earning 1000 tickets for this pile of junk." Jig immediately reacted. "Now that you've received the SSL, you should be grateful too," Ryuki mutters angrily through clenched teeth. "Honestly, every time I see her get stronger, she turns to ask you, 'What's the plan now?'" Master, my follower, is replying, "There's nothing more. It's time to start. Let's get to the tower." The top spot on the overall rankings is none other than Ryuki. Everyone is buzzing about a guy who's breaking all the dungeon records. What is Bang Linnea doing here? His speed is crazy. With this pace, he'll reach the tower in just a month. He set a new record at the Lamland Maze dungeon first. Many people are skeptical, thinking it's not the fastest, and it still takes at least 2 years to reach the tower. At this rate, it's impossible. Still setting a new record in the Secret Lake dungeon. Some also say our dungeon is cheating. Isn't Rue 70 just cheating? He's just passing through the maze game, but he sets a new record at the Minvu Thao Nguyen dungeon. More realistic people might find it hard to believe, but still suspect that he might be the first to conquer the Pillar of Law. Meanwhile, Ryuki continues to assert his dominance with a new record at the Electric Cave. Cutting to a different dungeon, a local resident loudly announces that they have spotted Rue 70 nearby and quickly gathers a team. Inside, the bartender sighed and said, "I've seen many caves close and be destroyed. The people here have no choice, they just have to accept it. But young people today are truly different." "Young man." The ongoing call outside draws his attention, making him look out. To all the people of the world, how much longer must we bow to this game? A local youth with red armor and red hair stands beneath a flag bearing a red logo, raising his fist and calling out, "This is our world, this is reality. We are born here, and we will fall here." The crowd is drawn in and comes closer to listen. We have to push back the invaders and reclaim this place. This is Coogan, the leader of this youth group. He continued his rallying cry. "We, the Blood Sun team, will prove that this game can exist without players. Tomorrow we will attack the dungeon." The people below cheered in unison, shouting, "This world is ours. The gamers are insane." The tavern owner continued, "The Blood Integration Squad is made up of passionate young people who lack a comprehensive understanding." He stepped out to clean up and reminded the young man, "The customers have all left. Let's stop here for today, close the shop and go home." His appearance changed none other than Ryuki. He had just used disguise, and after revealing his true human form he asked, "So that's it? Is there any more information?" Over here, the four noble quarters seem excited to answer, blood-infused. "Squad interesting. They're a group formed by the people led by the one who just spoke. His name is Coogan. It seems they've tried to enter the dungeon several times, and now they're boldly claiming they'll wipe it out." John added, "That's not just reckless, it's rushing headlong to death, and the people here can't level up because the system doesn't exist. If they die, they cannot be reborn." Ryuki wondered, haven't the NPCs found a way to conquer the dungeon yet? Four of Spades answers, "Probably yes, but there's a rumor that Gas colluded with the Blood Invaders." This makes him hesitate. He recalls her image, and wonders if AC colluded with the Labyrinth game server. "Don't say it's the system's fault with me." Ryuki pulled up his hood and said, "I have a bad feeling it's best to keep an eye on them." The scene shifts to a deep monster lair pit. Ryuki is hiding behind the entrance, muttering, "I wonder why those Fionan guys all squeezed into the crowded dungeon. So it turns out they have tricks up their sleeves." Ahead, a large group of adventurers with shields and weapons gathered. John's voice echoing nearby also laments. The entry limit only applies to players, while civilians are allowed in without restrictions. "I'm fed up with this half-hearted maze system of the game." He takes off his disguise and nods. "But thanks to that, I was able to disguise myself as a civilian to sneak in." Recalling earlier, when I went deeper inside, Ryuki, pretending to be an adventurer, glanced around, carefully observing his surroundings. You narrow your eyes wondering, but what's the point of unlimited entry if they're weaker than the players? How are they planning to fight this? Suddenly a huge pink scorpion appeared and blocked the way. It silently swung its sharp tail towards the adventurers, but luckily everyone was alert enough to dodge the attack. Its tail dug deep into the ground, leaving a long scar. Kogan, seemingly the captain, shouted loudly to give orders. The first wave retreats, the second wave attacks. The whole party swiftly takes their positions, causing Ryuki to nod in approval. Even though they are NPCs, their movements are quite well trained. But for this kind of insect monster, you need to target the gaps in the shell or the joints. Suddenly a spear tip appeared right on the scorpion's tail. That blade cut off its tail, and the others nearby started attacking the scorpion one after another, causing green blood to splatter everywhere. John's voice rang out, "We found a sample similar to Gas Ace Gam Blade. If we get our hands on that weapon, we can proceed to analyze its structure." You kept your eyes firmly fixed on the situation, repeating the words of the gas system, which might be even more complicated than Linea. Over with the adventurers, they had defeated the scorpion. Everyone excitedly shouted, "We did it." But in the battle, one person was seriously injured, and someone from the team shouted out in extreme concern, "Coogan, what should we do? Our teammate is in critical condition." He looked at his teammate's body covered in greenish substances, and informed Coogan that they seemed to have been poisoned by scorpions. If the entire squad dies, they will be lost. Ryuki wonders, with the Jigen system, what happens if an NPC dies. It responds honestly. They will be absorbed into Iriso, and reborn in a different form. You can think of it as reincarnation. Very few cases retain memories from the previous life. Then he poured the medicine into his injured teammate's mouth. In just a moment, the wounds on his body healed themselves, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. The deadly wounds are healing, truly a miracle cure. Ryuki observed and muttered, "Dark wounds, dark medicine, one suspicious item after another." He remembered the black weapon from earlier, and the healing potion, and silently wondered that just the aura emanating from them was already concerning. Previously, I couldn't sense anything from AC's mistake. Could it be that my intuition has improved? The adventure squad was instantly encouraged. They were discussing, "So that guy was telling the truth. With this spear and divine medicine, we can do it too." Suddenly someone asked, "But why did that gamer give us these things?" Coogan crossed his arms and said, "Not all gamers are enemies." He observed the other adventurers dealing with the giant ants and explained, "Their motives are clear. They want to recruit the villagers and turn them into pawns. In another area, some adventurers are helping their injured comrades while others are drinking the potion towards the divine wing." She boldly declares, "But we will not sit idly and be exploited." Right now, the piles of corpses of the ants are stacked like a mountain, and his voice still echoes confidently to his teammates, "We will never be used. We are the ones who use others." The scene shifts as the adventure team moves to a different area. Everyone looked terrified and Coogan was worried. We finally arrived at the place. This monster. A giant ant appears before everyone, and he shouts to his fellow final boss of this dungeon. The warning also appears. Monster Boss Dungeon the Predator. Abad Kugan ordered everyone to attack together and warned them that this monster has a habit of burrowing into the ground. Attack it with all you've got before it burrows down. Suddenly, the monster lunged straight into the ground. Everyone frantically shouted warnings it's digging into the ground. Ryuki is still hiding there now, watching them fight it while thinking of a way to deal with it. You need to analyze the enemy's behavior and prepare for a battle with significant losses. If it were me, I would use intuition to determine the exact moment to attack. At this moment, it has dug a hole and crawled in directly. Coogan organized the team formation and continued moving. Don't stop. Some people are worried. Once caught in its trap, it's game over. Damn it, where did it run off to? He drove an object like a flag into the ground and shouted a technique activating VA. The ground gradually turned into small square blocks. The boss hiding down there also revealed itself, exciting the adventurers. We found it. A bad den unable to escape anymore suddenly burst out of the ground and attacked unexpectedly. He gasped in surprise, using radar, so that's cheating. Is this how you call justice? Ja then teased. Master, where have you thrown away your conscience? The monster swept the ground with its claw, creating a cloud of dust. The ground and rocks echoed all around as it moved. The adventurers were bombarded relentlessly by falling debris. Coogan quickly assessed the situation and ordered anyone injured retreat and use your potions. He slashed a long wound across the monster's body while boosting morale. Try to hold on a little longer. Victory is within our reach. Coogan shouted with momentum, channeling his strength to overpower Boss Abaddon. The system panel appears, indicating you have successfully conquered the monster lair. He stands on the corpse of the giant ant happily amidst the cheers of his teammates. We did it, we really did it. It's so touching, isn't it? Coogan's whole body stiffens when he realizes. He shouted, "Are you messing around?" The man wearing a masked hat standing next to the flag kept clapping and chuckling, praising the adventurers. I can't believe you actually made it through. Coogan loudly questions, completely lacking goodwill. The dungeon should have been separated from the outside world. When did you guys get here? Ron lifted his hat, smiled and said, You're so cold. Then he stepped even closer and said, I've also helped you conquer the dungeon you've been dreaming of. Coogan cautiously said, I always remember that, but we can't trust you. You're planning to use us for something, right? Rodi, after hearing that, placed his hand on his chin and protested, Isn't it true that you said you would conquer the dungeon at all costs? Anyway, congratulations on your success. This achievement might bring a bit of pride to the Maze Game residents. Unfortunately, the heroes of this change are not you. He suddenly pointed at the adventurers. The people who had just taken the drug collapsed on the ground in pain following Joe's hand movement. Then he took out the dark potion and explained, This drug does not help you recover to your original state. It continuously produces error codes in damaged areas and gradually invades the user's body. Joe Doe sinisterly looked at Coogan, who was kneeling, and continued with his plan. Gas's original goal was this experiment. To see what would happen to you after using it a sealed space with 50 people was the perfect condition for this test. Dark blood oozed from the corners of Coogan's eyes and ears as he gritted his teeth in fury, shouting, What do you people think we are? Joe D just smiled and said they were just flashy NPCs in the game. His hot blood gradually turned black. Now Coogan can only curse them down to hell. Those people out there. Thus, after a long period of agony and torment, the adventurers finally breathed their last and closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Ryuki on the cliff watched John neatly arrange the corpses in a row. He observes the transforming corpses and considers. Let's see, numbers 32 and 41 failed. Number 21 also failed. The corpses are gradually melting away, bones and flesh dissolving. G's voice rang out coldly. Failure number 7111425 all failed. He narrowed his eyes and irritably said, nearly completely destroyed. Only remnants remain. Then suddenly, Jay stopped and looked at Coogan's corpse. A few successful experimental reactions appeared on Coogan's corpse, and he watched eagerly. Joe Doe happily threw his hat to the ground, exclaiming, Did it finally succeed? Coogan's whole body gradually turns completely black and then rises into the air. A sinister voice repeats continuously, awakening the residents. Coogan's entire body is encased in black thread, forming a sphere, and after waiting for a while, the cocoon opens. Jay looked at Coogan's body happily and said, This is the first test subject that hasn't collapsed. Has it already started infecting the prison? If this continues, the entire dungeon will be completely infected. Taking advantage of his distraction, Ryuki appeared right behind him. The Sitch skill system has been activated, Ja. It's already too late for danger. He glanced nervously at the knife pressed against his neck. What? How could an outsider, you, narrow your eyes dangerously and interrogate him? Don't move. Gas is up to something. Stubborn Ro, pretending to be innocent. Gas, what are you talking about? Are you upset that I caught on? Weren't you just mentioning gas yourself? He still gritted his teeth in defiance. Why should I tell you? Ryuki pressed the sword against his face and forced him to explain the error code first. Jay finally reluctantly explained. Fine, I will tell you. It started as a study on Arizo's data intervention. It took quite some time to bring it to fruition, but now it's almost successful, he concluded. So we want to conduct one final experiment. Going back to a point in the past, Kante and his team are there. He looks at the red-haired kid in front of him and asks, Your name is Kugan, right? Are they just messing around with the NPC's dialogue? The kid asked irritably. I am not an NPC, I am a resident. Kogan proudly declares, One day I will be like you from the outside world. I want to catch monsters and explore freely. Kante smiled at him and said, You're sensing the kid's seriousness. Since we're looking for something here, shall we go all out? Returning to reality, Joe escaped from Ryuki's grasp, running away while mocking him in his mind. He stupid, this is an ink tentacle modeled after the Dark Knight. I will kill you with this masterpiece based on your own video. Watching the tentacles rush at him, you remained completely calm and even let out a sinister smile. Jigen System Alert Level 2 Innate Skill activated, and shortly after, a green-colored item with a pin appeared in Ryuki's hand. Jigen System Information, this is a low-quality stun grenade. Our master throws it directly at him. Ryu stared blankly at the glowing object beside him, with a huge question mark in his mind. Stunned, he raised both hands to block his face and shouted in disorientation. Where did that stun grenade come from? Ryuki quickly approached, grabbing his collar and speaking in a low voice. Do you think I would fall for those traps and that girl? Instead, hurry up and answer me. You're just making trouble. He looked at the black tornado near Kugan and asked, What is that dark thing swallowing this dungeon? What did you do with the Blood Society? Jodo still sneers stubbornly. Haha, why so angry? Are you starting to care about the NPCs or something? You're running out of patience and ask one last time. So are you refusing to talk nicely now? Ryuki gradually releases his body, and Jay, startled by the sudden action, screams in panic. Wait, what are you going to do? Without hesitation, Men forces his head down to the ground and a piercing scream immediately rings out. Ro screams in pain. Damn it, I'm about to come, I'm logging out, damn it. A shadow gradually took shape within the tornado, while he still doubted the meaning of life. Why? Why isn't it working? Ryuki smirked as he raised his sword to threaten. The upload has been blocked. I want to see if you can still be stubborn after being cut into pieces. Surrender and start explaining what you've done. Ro looked at the gunblade in the enemy's hand, realizing the danger and shouting loudly, Wait, let me go first. Meanwhile, a sword forged from shadow silently approaches from behind him. Our guy coldly smirks, pulls the trigger, and the gun fires a shot straight into the sky, exploding with a loud boom. He was stunned and trembling with fear. What is that? How is that possible? I wonder. Instinct at level 1 can sense danger, but at level 2, you can identify the source and outcome of that danger. The problem is even level 2 struggles to detect the fault in the gas, so Jayza shouts to warn Ryuki behind him. Hearing that, Ryuki froze. Behind him, the shadowy Kugan filled with errors was approaching. At the same time, a blazing red beam shot straight at the two of them, followed by powerful streams of energy from his hand chasing after Ryuki's movements. You kept dodging and sliding back a long distance. This attack also left you pretty injured. Ryuki suddenly shouted in anger, Damn it! He looked toward the dark Kugan still standing there, questioning himself. Is that bastard still alive? Those dark energies rushed toward Joan. He couldn't dodge in time and raised his hand to block. Jay-Z clutches his arm as it gradually disintegrates from the game glitch and screams in pain. He angrily looks at her brave girl and curses. Damn bastard, my character is glitching. The other hand pulls out a small red vial. He trembles as he pours the red liquid onto his wounded arm, logs out, and curses. Wait for it, Ryu. 70, I will definitely avenge you for destroying my research today. Ryuki looked surprised and asked, Huh? He has run away, John replied. It seems he escaped in the same way he did when he entered the dungeon, not by logging out while Kugan Hak Am remains there with his mysterious power. While we were distracted, he launched an attack against you. Ryuki was prepared this time and countered, creating a hole in Kugan's head, part of him being blown away. He stood there with a gun pointed and still smoking, and the bullet we pulled out caused Dark Kugan to be knocked back and fall on his back. Ryuki frowned and said, That's interesting. Is he really still alive? John explained on the surface, It seems so, but inside he's just a mass of malfunctioning code. A black liquid ooze is coming out of his body. Dark Kugan is now showing willpower in his mind. Too slow, too slow. The scene shifts to the past, showing a young Kugan. The kid is sword training to the point of exhaustion. Kinte beside him laughs and says, I told you you're still too slow. He swung his sword and continued speaking. Remember what I said before? If you can hit me with that sword, I will take you out of this village. Just then a woman carrying a basket of fruit asked, Oh Kugan, what are you doing here? She is actually the boy's mother. Mother, Kugan asked with a scowl. Mom has been looking for you all morning. Have you finished chopping the wood yet? The boy clenched his fist, then smiled and said, I'm not going to do that boring job anymore. The outsiders promised me that if I win, they will take me out of this village. But before Coogan could speak further, a sword cut off his mother's head. A cold voice echoed, found her. Coogan blankly watches the apples, and his mother's head fall before him as a man in green armor approaches and asks, Are you sure? Kante grabbed the necklace from Coogan's mother's neck and replied, Yes, she's an NPC. They said the next clue about the dungeon is on her necklace. The boy was stunned by the scene and questioned them. Why did you hurt my mother? Kante wide-eyed in surprise. Huh. Is this kid still here? He scoffed while holding the necklace. You think we'd let an idiot NPC like you come with us? You're just bait to lure her out. My teammates shouted loudly. Oh right, we need to confirm if it's genuine or not. You shouldn't have killed her so casually. Coogan was in shock and couldn't believe what was happening. The scene shifts back to reality. Ryuki quietly mutters as he holds the black spear. Good, we've got the black spear and the antidote, everything we need for analysis. Now only one last thing remains. He quietly approached Coogan's body and looked at the strange black energy enveloping him. Ryuki asked, Do you want to refuse? I will listen to your last wish. Coogan's deep voice rang out. Gamer, I will never forgive you. The image of the mercilessly murdered mother's face reappears within Coogan's sight, his hatred burning as he curses you all. Immediately after a series of black lightning bolts struck down from above, the enemy's house was suddenly attacked and reacted by raising their guns, a beam of light appearing before the boy. After the collision, a powerful energy radiates outward in a wide circle. Ryuki watches this scene and sighs, saying, I don't know much about this Coogan, but that desire to change the world reminds me of myself. Maybe we could have understood each other. You seem to sympathize and say, well, G is about to be destroyed anyway, so I'll avenge him, hoping that in the next life he'll be born into a better and kinder world. The sky gradually turns to sunset, and the voice of Tu Kui Nam echoes, but the video wasn't recorded due to an error. I underestimated the gas who would have thought they would use Blood Society as lab rats. How's the inquiry and analysis of the information I sent going? It's still processing, but I think it'll produce some interesting data. Are you continuing with this Joe Doan? Ryuki squinted, calculating. It's a bit later than expected, but now's the time to get my illusion certification. He stood on the mountaintop watching the sunset. Ryuki declares, it's time to conquer the Demon Tower, the final scene of the illusion world. The scene shifts to a different area, the illusion world at the final scene of the Demon Tower, a tall tower in the center, surrounded by players walking around. Somewhere in the area, the red-haired girl sat there complaining. What kind of nonsense is this? Instead of climbing the tower, we're standing here on guard duty. This person is BQ from the Linea Guild, a high-level illusion. The girl next to her said with a smile that there is a 90% chance that Rue 70 will become an illusion and appear in the tower this week. According to the guild's information, her name is No, from the Linea Guild, a high-level illusion. No more. Maybe Gabriel is worried after receiving the moon bounties, and Bick, looking upset, said, when did our guild leader start acting like a human? That snake is definitely scheming something as usual. The girl looked up again, still angry. From the very beginning, the information from headquarters has been wrong, and the support is terrible. The conquest of the tower has been stuck on level 47 for an entire year now. They keep causing disruptions, so everyone gets fed up, quits, and openly criticizes the guild. She also smiles and responds, that's true. Lately, the virtual world has been quite chaotic. A group of NPCs calling themselves the Blood Society conquered a dungeon on their own, and the dungeon completely collapsed shortly after due to a malfunction. She recalled the image of players arguing, and then sighed. Now players think the NPCs are the cause, and are bothering them, making the situation worse. In fact, there is evidence that someone intervened in the Blood League, but because the data was deleted, along with the dungeon verification, failed. The suspicion is related to Rue 77. She heard the details from Jiang Nga. To her, Rue 70 is almost like a god. She continued. The techniques in his video are really impressive. I wish we had a gamer like that on the Conquest team, then everything would be much easier. Biki asked in surprise. Who would believe someone who does such dangerous things as deleting data? The mysterious image of my hero appears alongside his sincere words. That's right. Suddenly a mocking voice rang out. Well, who is this? A kid, huh? A man approaches and says, so the crazy kid who fought so fiercely has finally been taken out of the tower. That's the high-level illusion sword of the Linea Guild. He pats the little girl's head and teases, bringing children here. Isn't that exploiting their labor? That could be reportable. Bitch Kwai angrily scolded. Do you think I came here just to see your ugly face? Violently pointing at himself, he said, why don't we settle this once and for all? Who can defeat Rue 717 and inherit Lin Fen's position? He challenges, let's decide who will be the next ace of the guild. Bitch Kwai grits his teeth in response. Oh right, I will turn you into my pawn. Stay nearby and try to mediate. Ryu 717 is classified information, don't yell like that. After hearing the fierce sword, he became annoyed, and I am gradually losing patience. Could it be that he's afraid of dying and ran away with someone? Suddenly, a notice appeared that shocked everyone. Huh, what is this suddenly appearing out of nowhere? Beachy stared in horror and asked, "What's going on? Is there some new news? Are they unlocking a new level or something? It's hard to believe, too. We haven't even conquered that 47th floor yet." Beaky's eyes widened in horror. This isn't about floor 47. This notification is from the system. A new record for the fastest conquest of the tower level has been set. The system displays information about Tower Level 1, a new record for the speed of conquest has been established. 18 hours 27 minutes 32 seconds. Unexplored area hidden zone. The starting garden of violence after reading the sword exclaimed in disbelief. 18 hours is impossible. The shortest time ever recorded to conquer the first floor was 72 hours, and that was with the support of the guild. He sweat and muttered in disbelief that there was still an undiscovered area on the first floor. Does this new record mean they've found a new path? Bichkwai focused on reading the announcement, curiosity rising as she wondered who it could be. Seeing who was on the board, Bitchley stared and asked, "What is this on the tower system chart for Tower Level 1? Ryuki was ranked first in conquest." The girl screamed in horror. "Ryuki is Ryuki, Ru 70. What is going on? When did he enter the tower?" Bao Liat Kiem calculated and said, "Actually, this record is quite reasonable now. I don't know when he entered, but isn't it him who defeated Lin Fen?" No one was surprised. With that skill conquering, the first level would be as easy as pie. Bao Liat Kiem looked at the girl and asked, "Hey kid, want to try the first level again now? Do you think you can set a new record?" "I'm quite confident." Bichkwai muttered, squinting, "I think I can do it if I prepare enough." But then the girl's face hardened. But who would want to redo the first floor? Especially since it will reset the entire progress of the tower. It said nothing, and looked up at the sky, lost in thought. I was completely wrong. Ru 70 is not someone to be underestimated. I should have faced him with all my strength from the start. She looked up at the tall tower, and then realized. But now I understand why Gabriel was so cautious with someone as insignificant as him. The scene shifts to where Ryuki is. John's report is quite unfortunate. "Sir, it reports that you have exceeded the scheduled time by 13 minutes. You lie on the ground, questioning me after over 18 hours of relentless conquest. Is that all you've got to say?" Ryuki, furious to the point of smoke, suddenly jumps up and criticizes. Looking back, that was pretty annoying. You were the one who shortened the estimated time. Jigan then awkwardly said, "I always set achievable goals based on your abilities. Master." You narrow your eyes and wonder to yourself, but the delay was caused by us getting stuck in an unexplored area. How did they conquer it, but still leave behind the hidden area on the first floor? John quickly thought of a reason to reply. Maybe it's because they lack intuition, so I can't blame them. The master rises and leaves, saying, "Anyway, the preliminary battle is over, right? My first time conquering the demon tower wasn't bad." Now in front of Ryuki, a stunning natural scenery unfolds. He decided that we should return to reality. Ryuki's body begins to appear in the real world. You muttered to yourself, "It's been a while since I last activated my exit." Ryuki gazed outside, lost in thought. Did Suzuki prepare this place? Unlike the time with Linfen, there are no signs of intrusion. I just hope nothing happens until I achieve my goal. Suddenly, Suzuki's voice came through the system screen. "How have you been lately? Your conquest of the 15th floor was impressive." He shook his head and said, "Forget it, get straight to the point." Suzuki pouted and pleaded, "Don't be so cold. I've already arranged a private place where no one can watch over for you. You're just using each other for mutual benefit." Suzuki also agreed, which isn't wrong. After all, I contacted him for a reason. "Can you come here for a bit?" Ryuki immediately received an offer. "I want to talk to you face to face," he asked in surprise. "You want to meet in person?" At this moment, Suzuki appears exhausted. The mask's face appears cracked, and she smiles as she says, "This is quite important. Can you come right now? And be careful lately, there have been quite a few people looking for you in the entertainment district, and when you arrive, you will see my new body." After hearing those words, Yu quickly ended the call. Then Ruki stomped his foot in frustration. "Seriously, you called me when I was dead tired," John complained. "You're as selfish as your master." Yu immediately scolded it. "Leave already." Seeing our master walk out into the hallway, John asked, "Are you really going to go?" "Of course." It begins to analyze. The risk percentage of going out at this moment is quite high, and calling me out like this is strange. Could it be a trap? You replied, "I don't fully trust him." Ryuki added, "But I also have no intention of betraying." That made me sick. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind. Our side suddenly slammed on the brakes and exclaimed in horror, "What is that?" Why suddenly Ryuki looked at the rising column of smoke and realized. That was John speaking. Instead, it's the hideout of the owner who once stayed nearby. It seems they've targeted it. His suspicious gaze flicked over worry, tinged as he muttered Suzuki's name. After a moment, the scene shifts to an antique store engulfed in flames. Ryuki hides to the side, clenches his fists tightly, and curses at the sight. Damn it, have they gone this far, Jigen? Can you locate Suzuki? It immediately announced that it was scanning. Suzuki is not in this area. Ruki frowned anxiously and said, I can't even contact him. John suggested an idea. It might take some time, but I'll try monitoring through the surveillance cameras. The boy immediately declined. No need, there's another way, it'll be faster. The scene shifts again. This time Ruki is attacking Ruga. Caught off guard, he trembles in fear. Doesn't it bother you that my family keeps showing up all the time, Ruga? I know you've been following me and Suzuki for a long time, and you've also got involved with those black-clad people. Ryuki angrily said. I was about to let it go because I was busy, but I didn't expect you to be so bold to do this. I stare death at him, and then affirm, sorry for underestimating you. From now on, I am always ready to kill you at any moment. Ruga tried to justify himself. Wait, listen to me, I have no other choice. Thiet Huyet forced me to do this. He explains. The Thiet Huyet forced me. The boy frowns, thinking. Thiet Huyet John reminded you it's those people in suits we saw in the alley earlier. Ruga, afraid, told him everything he knew about them. They control the entertainment district. Destruction and killing are just everyday matters for them, and even you can't oppose them. Ryuki picks up a wooden stick and warns Ruga, you shouldn't say such stupid things. His face dark with threat. Quickly reveal their base's location. You think I'm going to beg for mercy? Can I count on you to help us out? Suddenly, a group of underlings burst in with guns drawn, announcing, Captain, the mission is complete. We blew up the building where he was. They froze when they saw Ruki and his boss sitting there. The thugs were stunned and exclaimed unknown outsiders, but after hearing what they said, a murderous aura burst out from him. What are these guys? They asked Ruga suspiciously. What are you doing here? He angrily snapped. You're too late. Ruga confidently said. How stupid, you're finished. This time it won't be like before. My gear level is completely different this time. Ryuki clenched his wooden staff tightly and responded calmly. Didn't I tell you the John system displays a series of items and skills? Level 2 Intuition, Level 1 Mesmerism, Level 4 Master Swordsman, Level 1 Sword Drawing Technique, Level 1 Eagle Eye, Level 1 Swift Step, and Level 1 Teleportation. Your whole body exudes a terrifying aura, and you say, you should beg for my mercy. Ruga, terrified, immediately orders his subordinates. What are you guys doing? Don't just stand there. Start shooting. The henchman kept firing at Ruki as he stood behind, surprised and thinking maybe he shouldn't confront him. Following Thiet Huyet was a mistake. His eyes turned desperate, blaming himself, thinking he should have never gotten involved with them in the first place. A flashback appears, and Ruga regrets that he shouldn't have entered that store by chance that night. After attacking and clearing them out, Jig says, I checked the surveillance camera footage and found evidence that Thiet Huyet kidnapped Suzuki. It seems the plan is to use her as a hostage to lure you out. Sir, it continues to assess that Thiet Huyet's abilities are even higher than those of the Black Tengu. Then Jigon suggested that with their strength and intelligence, it would be very difficult for the current power of the Master to resist. I recommend abandoning Suzuki. Ryuki tucks her hair back and says firmly, their target is me, I have to go. Jigon criticizes. Do you have that kind of preference, Master? No way, I just can't afford to lose a valuable ally like that. Ryuki smiled. Well, they politely invited me over, so I had to come. I'm leaving now. The scene shifts as a man speaks. This is our first time meeting face-to-face, Suzuki. I told them to bring you here carefully. How come you're so badly injured? This is a former gamer now, a bloodthirsty commander, Gro Honda said worriedly. Yes, that's because the digital drug didn't work on her. She resisted quite fiercely, so Crow pulled up a chair and started cursing. Are you stupid? Of course it didn't work. This is the guy who interfered with us using a digital drug disable program. He sneers as he looks at Suzuki. Anyway, you look really pathetic. I, with my injured body, replied, I haven't even had time to hide my artificial body. Thanks to some rude guy who suddenly attacked. By the way, I saw a few interesting things on my way here. She looked at the weapons and asked, where did you get those? They weren't easy to find. Crow sneered at Suzuki. Do you think you have the right to ask questions? Time is of the essence, so let's get straight to the point. He drew his gun and asked the young man, where is Ryu 70? Why target him? Aren't you also facing off against Linnea? He said, with impatience and a threat. If you keep dodging my question with another question like that, I'll crush that fancy electronic brain of yours. I'm not very patient. She still smiles teasingly. You stopped being a gamer because of Gabriel. That's right, it would be great if you joined us to fight against Linnea. After hearing that, Crow angrily shot Suzuki's face to pieces and looked down at her shattered robotic body, saying, I told you I didn't have enough patience. Then Crow raised his gun and pressed on, saying, don't pretend anymore, answer now, next time there won't just be a warning. Suzuki held her head and replied, well, that was quite a threatening warning. I'll ask one last time, where is Ryu 70? The young man calmly answered, "All I know is the hideout I supplied, but now he's long gone, so I have no idea. Moreover, all communication methods have been cut off, so there's no way to contact him." Crow narrowed his eyes in anger and asked, "So what exactly is the technology he's using?" She smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about that. I take pride in my technological knowledge, but his skills are an exception, and that's not a technique created by humans." Grow keeps pulling out his gun to threaten him. "Stop wasting time. Do you really think you can keep hiding information forever?" Suzuki suddenly laughed and confidently replied as several small red system screens appeared before him. "It's not that I'm trying to hide anything, just trying to buy more time." "Oh, that's the Chucadia virus chip, right?" Crow was stunned by this scene and exclaimed, "How did you do that?" Suzuki continued, Thucadia, a virus discovered in a sci-fi maze game laboratory when injected into a real human seed, causes irreversible and terrifying effects. "That's right," she approves. "I was quite surprised to learn that even digital medicine is based on aerosol technology. But isn't this going a bit too far? I remember there was a major riot about it around 10 years ago, and it was completely banned." The image of the iris tree appears behind the shadows of gangs and powerful forces. Suzuki warns, imagining what would happen if the public found out. He clenched his teeth after hearing that. Realizing this guy had hacked our information even while being detained, Crow stood up, pointed at the young man, and gave instructions. "Keep a close watch on him until I return. If he does anything suspicious, shoot him on the spot." Suzuki glared at his subordinates surrounding him with guns, sarcastically remarking how the scene shifts and a connection failure notification appears. "If you want to leave a message, a few lines of text will pop up on the screen. Connection failed." Damn it, did they disconnect on their own? Who do they think they are? Then he looked at the glowing wooden staff in front of him, reassuring himself. "It's okay. I have what I need now, so it doesn't matter anymore." Grow took the sword in his hand, surprised, and exclaimed, not expecting that he would really be given an item from him. The information appears: the ice crystal sword, an item from Iriso, freezes everything with blistering cold. He ambitiously thinks that if he can acquire Ryu 717's technology, he can escape this armor and reach a higher level, become stronger, and return as a gamer. Crow, imagining himself in silver armor, wielding a sword with a triumphant look, he smirks sinisterly and says, "I'll just wait, Gabriel Darius. I'll carve a big hole in your face." Suddenly, there were strange noises outside that caught Crow's attention. He went to the prison cell and asked his men what's going on. The underlings hesitated, then said, "Boss Suzuki, you're actually the calm one here." Even though Suzuki's body is glowing, she still speaks up. "Oh, you're back already." Crow's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he saw the scene before him. Now Suzuki's entire body was enveloped in a yellow light. She smiled and said, "I thought while you were away that maybe I would prefer being a damsel in distress, but life is for survival." Suzuki then took his own life and cheerfully said, "So I had a better idea." A massive explosion erupts inside the building, with light spilling out, like shards of broken glass falling down. Crow plants his sword into the ground, creating a barrier, then gasps. He's gone mad, blowing himself up, but now there are many small, spherical robots appearing over his head. Suzuki's voice echoes, "As you can see, it's not exactly self-destructing, quite an interesting scene. The female shell has exploded. Now my mind is hidden inside these explosion-proof spheres. Actually, I just chose to self-destruct my body. The most important part of me is my head, that is, my brain, is hidden inside one of these drones." After hearing that, he cursed this damn monster. Suzuki responded in his usual male tone, "I don't want to hear that from drug dealers." The drone started to separate, with Suzuki's voice echoing, "Now, let's start the chase." Crow angrily swings his sword, slicing the two robot spheres in half while cursing. "Damn it!" The henchmen hurriedly run down below and ask, "Are you okay, boss?" Suddenly it exploded. He shouted a warning. Suzuki's real body has separated and escaped. "Stand there and spread out to look for him now." Crow looked at the road ahead and gave instructions, revealing only one way out. "Follow the tracker device here. The system displays information: the hunter's eyes and the boss tracking collar within a certain range." Grow urgently shouts, sharing the drone's location and ordering its destruction once detected. The group immediately received the signal and closed in. "Over there, take it out quickly." Two henchmen wielding bubble guns, shooting bubbles to trap the target, and wielding lightning bolts at the speed of light. They all aimed at the targets, the drones flying in the sky. The two drones couldn't escape and were captured. Then the two drones exploded in midair with a massive explosion that shook the sky. Those two just reported the drone was destroyed. This one is down too. They found another drone and shouted, "There's still one hiding here." Suzuki feels a bit annoyed and ponders, "What a hassle. The fake drones are deploying faster than I expected." Crow suddenly appears behind one of the hiding drones and says, "Chasing them is just child's play, so annoying." So the main body is hiding like a little rat. He irritably said, "I must say you're the first besides Gabriel to make me work so hard." Suzuki replied, "I'm very confident in my stealth technology, but once I use tracking devices, it's no longer effective. Then a beam of light shot directly at the drone, Suzuki's voice still echoing. Of course, that doesn't mean I've given up. Gro took out his gun and asked a single weapon still can't do much right. He replaced his gun with his sword and muttered, I want you to slowly feel the pain from the troubles you've caused me. But now, I'm tired of that, so I will kill you as you wish. Suzuki suddenly asked, do you like taking risks? I wonder what. Just as the sword was about to strike the drone, Suzuki's voice sounded again. I don't have much passion for this, but this time I'm betting my life. The young man's voice broke off. I did my best. Now all I can do is wait for the result, Crow said with sarcasm. That gamble has caused you to fall into the miserable state you're in now. The cold from the sword froze Ron in place. He swung his sword high and said, now I will end it. Your pitiful life ends here. In that life or death moment, Ryuki quickly stepped in front of the drone, raising his wooden sword to block the strike, his voice cold. These worthless drug smugglers are ready to die. My family is truly furious now that they've dared to touch my allies, haven't they? Ryuki swung his sword to push Crow back a long way and then turned to ask Jigon how Yugo and Suzuki were doing. Fortunately, they're all safe. They're in hibernation, so connecting them to external devices will make recovery much easier later on. Ryuki said angrily, that's Suzuki, even if we call it a living organism now, it still sounds awkward. Crow yelled for help, you useless fools, come support us now. You're from underground, but you can't even defend the stairs. What the hell are they doing? Honda, representing the scared henchmen, said, we apologize. Those guys drew their weapons and said we will deal with it immediately. Ryuki grabbed the drone in his hand and cursed, damn it, they keep coming in waves like this. Ryuki angrily warns, I'll let it slide this time because I'm in a hurry, but then suddenly spots tiny chips beneath the ground and becomes suspicious. What is this? Ryuki's body immediately stiffened. Jigen shouts Master warning as the attacks fly toward him. Master danger. A huge explosion happened right after. Streams of light and red flames mixed with smoke billowed up. A moment later, as everything dispersed, it was Ryuki defeating all the henchmen. Honda's name was grasped by him, who desperately begged for mercy to save him. Crow watched this scene with horror in his heart. Damn it, those bastard insects. I used all my items, but they still got the better of me. John sighs to himself and says, I thought I was going to die a pointless death. Luckily, I'm safe. Crow arrogantly said, I don't know who you are, but if you value your life, get out of here before I deal with you. He then reasoned, I have no personal grudge. I'm just following orders from above. Ryuki, holding a staff, looked at him and asked, oh, is that so? Your face tense with anger, almost word for word. No personal vendettas, huh? In the past, inside the morgue, your mother lay there with a white cloth covering her face. The image of her appeared on the screen. The person at the morgue suggests you try to make this situation more positive. Unpaid hospital bills alone are not a small matter. How's an anonymous guy like you planning to pay? Ryuki stood frozen, heartbreakingly looking through the glass. Your mother is inside, along with someone's voice saying that your guardian's body will be kept at the hospital for 3 weeks. They are still issuing notices. If you can pay off the debt within that time, the body will be returned. Otherwise, we will be forced to handle the body. The matter behind the door is that preserving the body also costs extra money. That person proposed a solution, so the body will be auctioned off on the black market. The buyers are mostly perverted collectors and researchers. What will they do with the body? A cannon is fired down as Ryuki angrily yells, stop. The miner's outfit is torn as he wildly strikes with his pickaxe. Ryuki angrily scolds. In 3 weeks, all you need to do is gather that amount of money in 3 weeks, right? Our family has almost fallen into despair. Then, standing alone in the mining area, he trembled as he resigned himself to preparing the funeral and accepting reality. Suddenly, someone whispered into his ear that facing reality, whether it's 3 weeks or 3 years, is useless. The amount of money an anonymous person can earn could never reach that number. The stranger placed a hand on Ryuki's shoulder and said, but since we're both anonymous, we have to help each other survive. Why don't you try volunteering for an experiment one time? The person handed over a small chip and explained, this chip contains security data for the entire city. With it, we will be able to infiltrate the hospital. The image of the hospital appears along with the voice of the stranger, but since it's still in the testing phase, it still needs to be verified. Don't you think this is a pretty good deal for both of you? The scene shifts as you change your clothes, holding the chip in your hand with suspicion. He said this was security data. That's impossible. The Holy Hospital isn't a place that can be hacked that easily. Then I closed my eyes, sighed, and said I was uploading data. Suddenly, Ryuki's face showed a look of amazement as he stared in horror at a 3D map appearing before him. Is this a lie? Do you really have security data of the entire city? It even includes data from the Holy Hospital. Ryuki is determined that with this, he can save his mother. In a hospital room, alarms blared loudly. Then suddenly the door swung open. A coffin containing a corpse was opened but was empty. At that moment, Ryuki was already dragging his mother's coffin away. Even though he was exhausted, he kept dragging it without slowing down. After a while, Ryuki was so exhausted he collapsed face down onto the ground. His face brightened with a strange smile filled with pain and he muttered, "I did it, this is truly a miracle." Ryuki turned around and wondered. All of this is thanks to the data in that chip. Where could such enormous data come from? Suddenly your mother, who was thought to be dead, sat up calling your name Ryuki. Manhwa stared in shock, the light shining on his face as he stammered. Mom, tears streaming from his eyes, he asked hoarsely, "Why, Mom?" Immediately after, May grabbed her tightly and said, "Mother is still alive." Suddenly a clapping figure appeared behind him and a strange voice echoed. "Congratulations, Ryuki A," said, "you finally did it." Next to him, Linfen added, "Now all that's left is to go back to Linnea." He looked at the two of them in surprise. Lin and Sina. She smiled and said, "I truly apologize, let's go back to the club together." But your mother's body is disappearing, causing Ryuki to shout in horror. "What is going on? Why are you both here?" I said, trembling with sorrow and confusion as I watched my mother's figure gradually disappear. Ryuki suddenly awoke and shouted out loud. Mom, at that moment, Gro appeared behind him and asked, "What is going on? You woke up earlier than I expected. Did you have a good time?" Then he sneered and said, "Well, maybe the trial version is ending soon. I'll just consider that your experimental fee." Crow laughed mockingly at Ryuki's devastated expression. "You seem confused. The 70 chip you happily downloaded back then is a digital drug." Then his eyes darkened as he revealed the truth. "I don't know what you saw, but it's all just illusions and delusions," Ryuki skeptically exclaimed. "Damn it, I'm sure my mother already did." Gro holds up the chip to calm him down and takes a careful look around again. Upon closer inspection, this is a centralized bedroom. He asked, "Do you know where you are?" And then Crow continued, "From now on, if you want to play, you'll have to pay." Immediately after, a punch was thrown straight at his face and Ryuki, losing all reason, went berserk and attacked. He was immediately dragged out by those guys in suits and beaten mercilessly. They angrily yelled, "Damn it, you cowardly bastard. Are you crazy?" Then he said, "Just give me the money and I'll give you the chip." Ryuki, trembling on the ground, whispered, "Mom, I have to save you." "Wait a minute, how much time has passed already?" The 3 weeks passed by and not even a moment of peace remained. Ryuki stood in front of the hospital surrounded by voices shouting and cursing. "It's been over a month, so stop talking nonsense. She's been sent for auction." Those words keep echoing in my mind. "We don't need money for medical fees anymore, so don't come back." Do you know how many complaints we've received about some random stranger like you wandering around here? Back in reality, you're attacking Crow with a wooden stick, making him angry. "You bastard, my ice sword." He charged straight at Ryuki, continuing his attack and shouting, "You pest and anonymous nobody. My family will easily drive this wooden stick into your throat." A gasp sounded along with Ryuki's deadly voice echoing in the space. "You said you had no personal vendetta, right?" "Sorry, but I do." I stepped back a few paces, one hand up, holding my throat as I cough a few times. "So you've given up. Bloodblade isn't that impressive anyway. I just need to take Suzuki back, so be smart and get out of my way." He gritted his teeth loudly, his voice full of rage echoing. "Damn it, how ridiculous, I will show you my true strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly turned into a strange cold aura, the floor gradually froze. Gro's soldiers lying on the ground were also affected, their bodies gradually becoming paralyzed. They gape in amazement, groaning softly, "It's so cold." He has regained his composure, raising the ice sword with delight. John hurriedly warned that the item is very dangerous and the owner's wooden sword won't last much longer. He kept warning as the other man continued to wield his sword. This snowstorm makes things quite difficult. Even trying to keep your distance hampers movement and gradually pulls warmth away. If the battle drags on, it will be extremely dangerous. But our side remains unwavering, confidently, throwing the wooden sword forward and declaring. Then Crow easily knocked away that pathetic little sword with his snow and ice sword. He sneered dismissively, "It's useless." Then I exclaimed something that made Ryuki jump, saying my snowstorm could even divert a bullet's path. Immediately, Crow rushes in front of him at lightning speed, excitedly saying, "If I use this power, I can do things like this. Our master is incredibly quick, constantly jumping around to dodge attacks." However, that guy is not far behind, wielding his swords like a storm, turning the scene into chaos. After a moment, Ryuki was crushed into the shattered floor. You try your best to raise the wooden sword, blocking the ice snow sword coming down. Watching the sword gradually freeze, Ryuki is terrified and thinks to himself that even with a flash move, it's just barely enough, and the cold is clearly slowing him down. Crow keeps attacking, desperately confusion, filling his mind as he dodges snowstorm attacks from the ice sword. How can you move like this in the real world? When our side had skillfully leapt back, he finally realized and hurriedly asked, "I understand now your power also comes from an Iriso item, right?" Jigon then responded with obvious annoyance in a sarcastic tone, "That comparison is truly an insult to me." "Fine, I'll let you keep believing that." He stomps forcefully, creating a huge shockwave, radiating with a challenge in his voice. "My ice snow sword and your item, let's see which one is stronger." The snowstorm suddenly grew fiercer, howling with stronger gusts, causing everything to blur. That made him irritated inside. "Damn it, my vision." While still struggling against the snowstorm, Gro suddenly appeared behind Ruki, ready to swing a blazing sword strike. But just as the slash was executed sideways, he swiftly turned around, raising his wooden sword to block, resulting in a deafening clash. Denkro laughs triumphantly after the attack, confidently proposing his condition. Your luck ends here. If you hand over Suzuki, I'll let you go with a broken arm. The icy cold wind clings to his coat and pants, freezing parts of his body. Alright, I admit it, I have strength comparable to a first-level swordsmanship. Master and I crow with contempt. Is this all you've got? The smug look on your face suddenly makes that guy shiver. He suddenly remembered Gabriel's face. Gro became furious and rushed forward, shouting and cursing. You anonymous punk. Once again you crash Montuyet's ice sword down, and Crow screams uncontrollably. It's me, don't look down on me. As I block the attack, Ryuki sneers while smirking. A piece of trash that can't even beat an unknown like me, and still mouths off, living as a parasite in the shadows of the entertainment district. Crow put all his strength into his sword, still shouting, I will kill you, I will take away that incredible power of yours. I will take it from you. The snowstorm grows even fiercer. His soldiers are completely frozen. The container holding Yugo and Suzuki has also been sealed in ice. That guy lunged forward with a grim expression, activating a white skill and rushing straight at our house. When the ice sword struck in front of him, he grimaced in worry before countering. Then Ryuki counterattacked, slashing his sword to make the ice shards scatter. At this moment, the Jigen system displays a notification, Holy Sword SR Plus Level 4 Defender. Crow nervously faced the attack, reassuring himself, but his weapon shattered too. The wooden sword in our housemaster's hand has shattered into pieces. Ryuki summoned a small dagger, then smirked, and told the other, a big blow also comes with big risk. I will teach you the basics as a player. Gro gritted his teeth instinctively, terrified eyes wide with shock. Jigen system appears and announces the skill, Spirit Flow Strike SLR Level 1. Ryuki charges forward so quickly that he slices away the ice and snow on the other person's sword. At that moment, the Jigen system appeared, activating the SR Level 1 sword skill, which allowed my attack to land softly. Gro collapsed painfully to the ground. You suddenly turn your head around in alarm, and immediately ask in a tense voice if there's something wrong, mentioning if he's hiding another item under his shirt. He slowly sat up, arrogantly replying, there's a shining aura around him now that's black iron armor which halves physical damage. The armor crackles with lightning, Crowface lifting proudly and saying, it's thin as paper but absolutely defensive. Sorry, but your attacks are useless against me. My fool of a rival remains surprisingly calm, takes a deep breath and disdainfully says, if you're going to die anyway, it'd be easier. As I rush forward and grab his collar, he still clings to his own thoughts, shouting proudly that no matter how much you attack before he can finish, Gro is thrown forcefully down by Ryuki, and a cloud of dust rises into the air. I just realized I might need to get used to reality more. Why didn't you accept my challenge? A yellow energy vortex swirled around Ryuki's hand. Now your fist is covered in blood. After a series of punches, Crow collapsed to his knees, exhausted. He closed his eyes. The image before him blurred, a wave of despair rising in his heart as he wondered, is this all there is? Gro recalled Gabriel's face when he delivered that threatening line. It's pathetic. As agreed, I'll take your account. He seems to draw strength from within, growling in fury, then loudly shouts Gabriel's name before suddenly springing up, gritting his teeth in anger and violently kicking Ryuki. That guy is in the middle of a fight while you're holding your hands up, floating in the air. Our house's child widened his eyes in shock as each word spoken by Crow carried a terrifying anger. I am the strongest. At this moment, he swiftly turned the tide, wielding the ice snow sword to charge up and successfully cut Ryuki in half. Blood splattered everywhere as he kneels down. While his upper body hovers in the air, Crow is determined in his heart that he will reach even greater heights. His own image gradually took shape, along with a scene of himself crossing a mountain of endless corpses. The next thing that appeared was Gabriel's hateful face. That person makes Crow more determined and reclaim his dignity as a human. As his face becomes clearer, the hatred within him grows even fiercer. I will take everything from you. I will definitely get it all back. Crow's triumphant face appeared in his mind, his laughter growing crazier with the thoughts. Returning to the present, Crow still laughs uncontrollably. Despite being bound, continues to scream blindly. Gabriel, how does it feel? I am the strongest it is, I. The blaring siren of the police car rang out, accompanied by an announcement. The remaining members are either dying from hypothermia or addicted to digital drugs. I also heard that the Chucadia virus chip has appeared. All recording devices have been destroyed, so no details could be captured. Hearing this, someone couldn't help but sigh. They deserve it, daring to get involved with illegal items. Everyone is still discussing it excitedly. Using digital drugs would have been fine if they knew how to control it, but they dared to mess with Chucadia. Truly foolish. Damn it, a major investigation unit is about to be formed, and it looks like we're going to be busy. The police officers look at the crazy laughing Crow and can't help but feel regret. Those guys have no hope of being saved now. What a pity they were the ones who endured the most. On the rooftop, Jigen suddenly tells Ryuki, I just copied data from digital drugs and put it in. Turns out it was more effective than I expected. Seeing them smile so happily, he quickly replied, maybe now they're dreaming sweetly. He quickly added that now everything has been resolved, and no one is watching the boss anymore. Ryuki felt a little relieved and said yes, Suzuki, the one who was under surveillance, is now safe too. Suddenly his face became sad and his voice was filled with contemplation. But one thing still puzzles me. When Rose was delirious, he inadvertently blurted out, what about that? I told you, Earth Mother, I am the most suitable person for this. Choosing me was the right decision. Then he quietly muttered his hypothesis. I don't know what the source of the Ariso items they use is, but it's very likely to come from that place. When recalling the two names Linfen Darius Ryuki, he froze in place for a moment. He then remembered how he looked holding a sword glowing with golden energy when he tried to assassinate him. Isn't this the same kind of incident that happened before? Could it be that the weapon he used also came from there? After a while, the Jigen system appeared with the 4 words, search complete. The teapot on the table releases steam, along with the system's notification sound. There is no information about the sprout. I don't know what they're doing, but the security system is very tight. Ryuki sat on the floor, voice full of regret and disappointment. In the end, he got nothing. Suzuki's hideout has been compromised now. I have to live in the basement storage, grow regretful, and curse myself. Crow says, we need information about the emergence. Damn it, I should have focused on the Devil's Tower. At this moment, Suzuki, looking like an adorable girl, pushed the door open, waved friendlily, and said hello. Ming's family was a bit startled and incredulously asked Suzuki. She entered with an arrogant smile and said, of course it's me. Who else would it be here? Ja also looked bewildered, opening his mouth in astonishment. It's hard to believe she looks just like a normal person, no different at all. This accuracy surpasses normal standards. The girl stares intently at Ryuki, her demeanor innocuous. He still can't believe it, and asks anxiously, setting aside the matter of the android body. But what's going on with his voice and way of speaking? Has his personality also changed? Suzuki stands cutely kicking up a leg and saying it's a transformation. Now we're closer, right? Ryuki, feeling helpless, responds. That's also fine. What is this? Do you really like this kind of thing? I'm just not as noticeable as I was in my old body. Ryuki, discouraged, replied, I think my old body still wins when it comes to communication. This is so boring. Are you a clone? Ryuki explained as he poured hot tea into his cup. I have no desires, it's just an artificial appearance. Not exactly. This body is a robot I originally created with blood, sweat, and tears. Suzuki revealed everything openly, saying it was a simulation of my body that I would have had if the plane crash hadn't happened. She looked up at the ceiling, her eyes filled with a dull sadness, and said, I call this body void, an illusion that cannot be touched, a dream full of regret. But then Suzuki quickly whipped up her spirits and immediately changed the subject. Well, that's enough. Now that I've shown you my true form, let's work hard together from now on. She smiled brightly, constantly boasting about her achievements. This body is on a completely different level from the previous prototypes. You're the first I've shown this to, so consider yourself honored. Suddenly he asked a question that made Suzuki freeze. So does that mean from now on I can only meet him in this body and not otherwise? She paused for a moment, then forced herself to stay calm and smile as she replied, I don't think so. Once again looking up, Suzuki explained with a smile on his lips. I like this body too, but if I stay inside it for too long, I start to feel empty. Ryuki, hearing that, didn't probe further. He poured more tea while inviting her over. Would you like a little tea? I made it while waiting just to pass the time. The girl also took the cup, took a sip, then suddenly stared at it intently. Suzuki couldn't help but be delighted, constantly praising Ryuki. That's really good. It doesn't resemble typical instant tea at all. I didn't expect you to have such skill. You happily boast and brag, but my teacher was extremely strict about the flavor. Remembering my devoted mother's teaching, my voice grew sad and dull as she carefully instructed me on the right temperatures for brewing, even criticizing each degree. Yet in the end, I still didn't score enough. But as soon as she finished her sentence, Suzuki said something that made Ryuki stare in surprise. It's okay, I like it. You can't help but wonder if your robot body also has taste sensors. I should have just kept quiet instead of praising you. Because what happened last night wiped out Thiet Huyet. Suzuki added, it seems the entertainment district used to have close ties with the police, and no matter how things change, illegal goods can't be easily hidden. Then she asked seriously, Ryuki, do you know how these illegal things appeared? I guess it's because they go against the social order. The kind of person you're trying to become now, you're starting to understand, right? A symbol of authority and death appears. Hearing that information, Ryuki became excited and replied with pleasure. Being able to do whatever I want, isn't that amazing? It's worth reaching the top. As soon as that reply ended, Suzuki scratched his head and spoke. You're exactly that kind of person. So the remaining question is about the sprout. I heard some rumors in the entertainment district about a group called Sprout suddenly appearing and making an offer. They also offered a huge reward, and that reward was an iris item. Just as our fans predicted, what Linfen is holding is one of them. Even Crow's ice snow sword is no exception, but inside he still harbors many doubts, still lacks enough information about the purpose of the Sao Non, and why they have so many iris items. Thinking this through, Ryuki slowly stood up and outlined a strategy not just involving gas, but also including those whose identities are still unknown. My head hurts. Maybe I should start with the cup. Suzuki also agreed with that idea. After all, we can't do anything until we eliminate that thing. Suddenly she grinned and told you something. I have an idea too. I will tell you after I finish thinking. The scene shifts to the demon tower on the 10th floor, where a monster has been defeated and is trembling in fear. After the battle with the monster, Odo and Paza were breathing heavily, constantly complaining about how they almost died, and the difficulty rating had definitely gone up. At least the monsters appeared one by one, so it was a bit easier. The young white-haired man tried to reassure everyone. Alright, now it's just the boss left. He is Agos, the captain of our Pink Shield team. Then he cheered to rally everyone, saying, let's defeat the boss and move on to the 11th floor. Everyone followed his lead after Agos's reminder. Before entering the boss room, make sure to check everything one last time. The red-haired guy is still struggling with his big bag of gear, when suddenly someone shouts loudly, "Hey, hurry up and lift that foot onto the trigger." Then the team stopped to rest, gathered around a small fire and chatted together. Agos was the one who started. Do you know? Lately I've heard a lot about Ryuki. Apparently they have updated the top floor raid rankings. Odo was still fairly unfamiliar with the name Ryuki. The team captain ate his meat eagerly while explaining. Ryu says he can take down W with 70 people. Raise the bottle and take a drink. Odo sneers dismissively, probably just acting. That Doki Doki Builder video probably got deleted too. But Paza seems really excited, turning to discuss with the captain, if we take him down, we'll definitely become famous. August also agreed and replied. He's probably on the 10th floor with us too. Before taking down the boss, deal with him first. Brother Quan Vac is checking behind, and hearing this he asks hesitantly, wait a minute, do we really have to fight him? The plan didn't mention anything about this. As soon as he finished speaking, August grew irritated. He stepped in front of him and asked uncomfortably, hey you knucklehead, you think I'll lose to that anonymous guy? I still feel very worried saying that, but even Linfen has lost to Ru 7017. Immediately the team leader kicked the guy hard in the stomach, a fierce killing intent filling the whole space. August shouted out in anger, Linfen is just a puppet of the high level from Linea. Are you comparing me to a rookie with no real combat experience? Then he grabbed his head, looked at him with disdain and warned, if you want to stay in the group, this better be the last time you're just a useless burden and can't help anything. The load-bearer, trembling with fear and pain, said, I am sorry, and Agust pushed him forcefully, then turned to the two guys and said, let's go quick, fight the boss and move on. Odo, now feeling tired of waiting, said he had no idea when Ryuki would show up, and he was exhausted from this wait. The scolding and insults toward him kept echoing. And besides, you can't do anything. Apart from carrying loads and doing chores, what can you really do? That's right, there's one more thing you do: talk a lot. After a while, the Crimson Shield team opened the boss room door. A dark and perilous scene unfolds before the four of them. They all step inside together. The team leader looked around and asked confusedly, it's strangely quiet inside. What is this time's boss supposed to be? A member responded immediately. Of course, it's just a different color version of Giga Minotaur. Leah's familiar, lazy attitude makes him prefer not to bother creating a new one. Suddenly, he shivers with cold sweat and hesitantly warns, hold on, something's not right. August's face darkened as he glared sharply at him and shouted to shut up. He grits his teeth with a clatter, every word seeming to threaten to gnaw him alive. Someone as useless as you should, just stop complaining. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of red error messages flashed before the team's eyes. Everyone's face turned pale with fear and asked, what is that? Then everyone scrambled towards the back door after realizing it. Damn it, it's a game glitch. Run towards the door. Agos and Odo glanced back and were stunned by what they saw. This time, a ferocious Giga Minotaur appeared due to a game glitch, howling derangedly as it chased after the team. Quan Vac also realized the danger. With all four limbs charging forward, he reminded himself to run as fast as possible. Even with the clutter slowing me down, I'm still okay as long as the boss doesn't catch me. The Giga Minotaur is right behind, wielding a huge axe. Seeing each member of the team run out, the outside light still shone in, and Juan Vac silently reassured himself that the door was still open as he stepped forward with determination. If I manage to run out of the boss's room, but unexpectedly, a foot kicks me back, the last hope of survival disappears in a flash. The door slowly closes, revealing the lewd face of the team leader with his filthy words. I'll hold them off so you can escape. The baggage carrier with tears in his eyes from fear. He desperately reached out to cling to life, but the three callous men outside all pushed the doors shut at once. A ghost guy finally breathes a sigh of relief. He almost died. Dad and Odo stood in front of the door, blocking it. She asked in confusion why the mistake happened right now. Then he anxiously told the team leader, "We're still going to fight the boss." He remained completely calm, slinging his sword over his shoulder and confidently replying, "Actually, this might be for the best. Because he is secretly planning, this door can potentially be opened by Ryu 70, so we must ensure he opens the boss room first. We will follow Ryu 70 and then strike." At this moment, a hand grabbed the monster's head and lifted up. "It's you who's obsessed with our house." He roughly pushes the monster's head back and calmly asks Jigon, "So, once the boss is defeated, does that mean level 10 is over?" Suddenly he pouts and says he doesn't want to talk to his master anymore. He looked discouraged at Jigon, constantly sighing. Here we go again now, the most important thing is time. Ryuki approaches the door in his blood-stained outfit. Gina wholeheartedly praises him. "You truly have the spirit of steel. You've made it all the way to the 10th floor without using a single ticket. But you frown and scold instead. Shut up, you should go get rid of that gambling addiction. You leave behind a pile of dead bodies of the head bug monsters, and in this situation, memories of the first time you met the team suddenly flood into Konvak's mind." Agostos back then passionately said, "Lacking fighting ability. It's okay, we're not looking for someone to fight. So do you want to join our team?" He reached out his hand, but at that moment, his source of life was taken away. A calm voice continued to echo, "Let's conquer this tower together." But now just one step away from escaping the dire situation, the one chasing him is none other than that Agast guy. As he sat slumped on the ground, calling out "Captain," he uttered cruel words again. What is that useless guy trying to run away from? Just stay there and shut up. The door is gradually closing, and his shock grows even more with the words, "At least it should be useful for once." He leaves behind the belongings and runs swiftly everywhere, cursing non-stop. Damn it, damn it. A feeling of overwhelming despair. Tears well up in my eyes as I think to myself, I know I've always been a burden to the team, but I never thought I would be abandoned like this. The place where Kuvak was abandoned with system error 666, with thousands of corpses piled up like a mountain. This error is also called de-game. You can't log out in this error zone, and the connection will be unstable. Anyone who enters will share the same fate. He kept running forward, desperately reminding himself that dying here meant game over, so he had to escape the error zone first. However, Gigaminotor the boss noticed the figure. It swung an axe and knocked him far away. The immense force slammed Kwanvak against the wall, shattering the piece of wood. Then he bent over, coughing violently, blood spurting from his mouth, his body completely drained. Kwanvak, frightened, looked up at the ferocious boss with a blood and tear-streaked face, desperately shouting in his mind that he couldn't breathe and didn't want to die here. Still, he tried to rally his spirits and silently reminded himself to stand up and escape immediately. As it tries to crawl away, the monster behind raises its axe high and then strikes down with brutal force. That was the moment when the porter, devoid of hope for survival, muttered to himself that escaping wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced through the space. He charged like a missile into Jigaminot's stomach, throwing it off balance. It fell flat backward, and the troops narrowly escaped death. The gunblade still smoking is held high in this deadly place as my family boldly raises their weapons, confidently speaking out. In the end, taking down a big monster with just a gun is impossible. The creature was staggering back to its feet, but I kept playing around. Aiming precisely was hard, so I guess I have to go melee. John announces some news. The system error 666, resembling Iriso's fury, appears when the maze becomes unstable. Hearing this, he can't help but feel annoyed and says, "That's a bit much. So many people have died because of this rage." It immediately replies, "Crazy, and also because the owner has never opened a gift box in this tower. If we die here, we won't even be able to recover our bodies." "Are you planning to throw away all the tickets you've collected?" Ryuki asked disappointedly, as if to say, "You care about those tickets more than me." The figure across from them was stunned to see that this was Ryu 717. Seeing that surprised expression, my hypnotist chuckled inexplicably. "What's wrong? Has your team been wiped out?" "My obsession with you suddenly turns threatening, speaking seriously to warn you two who are ambushing me. Answer carefully. You know this is a glitch area, right?" Kwanvak stepped back several paces as Kukui pointed his gun and stammered a loud shout. "That's not it, it's definitely not." I silently listened to his explanation. "Just now my team was in the boss room, but suddenly a malfunction occurred, so we had to run away." Kwanvak's voice drops and he continues hopelessly, word by word. "They told me to stall and then abandoned me because I am weak and useless." Seeing his face, a familiar feeling arose in Ryuki's heart. The image of myself sitting alone then floods back. Then I ask seriously, "What would you do if you survived?" Kwanvak's tearful eyes are filled with resentment as he grits his teeth and shouts two words, "Revenge." His face unexpectedly resembles Ryuki from the past. He smiled with satisfaction after his response, then turned away and left, reminding them to stay still in the corner until everything was over, because if he died, it would all be meaningless. Facing the huge, ferocious monster, Ryuki confidently declared that the stubborn one was his prey. At this moment, the door to the 10th floor has been opened, and the 3 members of the Red Shield team have entered together. What kind of talent is that? Probably worried about hiding while Ryu 717 is fighting the boss. Then he led the team inside, not forgetting to remind them that the mistake will fade away after some time. We just need to set up an ambush and wait for the perfect moment to strike unpredictably. The survivor until the end is the true winner. Back in the battle, the monster is raising its axe high and growling in fury. Jigan's system displayed information. Giga Minotaurus boss appears in the 10th floor illusionary guardian world of the tower. A giant blooded minotaur instantly strikes with a devastating blow, filling the air with swirling dust and smoke. He quickly leapt up, dodging that fierce axe, and secretly thought this is Giga Minotaur's first attack. Without the skill of an excellent tank, it couldn't be defended against. Unprepared groups will be wiped out right here, but that axe suddenly appears above Ruki again at the speed of Giga Minotaur's altar. However, his speed and agility were not inferior. He swiftly jumped down to the ground, waiting for the other to attack, feeling a bit proud of himself. Of course, my situation is a bit different. Quan quietly observes from behind a rock, still trembling at the battle in front of him. Luan Fian raises his sword and gun to block the incoming rays of light, silently reassuring himself that he is directly facing Giga Minotaurus' attack. So far so good if I can keep this up. The 2 horns on the monster's head are now sparking with lightning. It is preparing to strike again. Giga Minotaurus' second attack is about to begin. Its horn is gathering a massive amount of lightning energy, along with Ryuki's countdown. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, the monster erupts with lethal intent, unleashing a crimson lightning attack that engulfs the surrounding air with deadly electricity. You just tried to escape the attack range while muttering nervously. When the count reached 10, a lightning bolt quickly caught up to Ryuki's speed. It just brushed past his shoulder, leaving a scratch and a trail of blood. He muttered worriedly. As expected, it's too fast to follow with the naked eye. Ryuki immediately turned around, hand over the wound, raising his gun sword while thinking. The lightning strike is random. Without intuition, I'd be done for already, but maybe I can endure a little longer. My thoughts are cut off as the monster screams several times, its horns gathering enough energy to turn into 2 massive cannons. It unleashed a terrifying barrage of lightning bolts ahead, making the air thick and suffocating. Our guy instinctively turned back to run again, but unexpectedly he found himself cornered. He turned to look at Giga Minotaur and silently worried. Damn it, there's no way out. As the number 39 entered his mind, Ryuki gradually calmed down, clenched his teeth with worry in his heart, and silently hoped. When the countdown reaches 40, everything begins to return to normal. The deadly electric bolts have completely vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing the horn running out of energy, Ryuki secretly rejoiced in his heart. As planned, the second lightning bolt lasted 40 seconds. Quan Mathahok, King Nak Vanchua, Tin Noisu, that Truok Mat Manoi, Rang Hong Loi Kongoi La 40, Giaidia Nuk Da Phi. Chudung Mot Min Enhu Vai. The Giga Minotaur at this moment raised its head, constantly howling. My crazy opponent has launched into an attack, ready to fight with anticipation. As the second strike ends, the monster opens its mouth wide and roars, causing shockwaves around it as it gradually gathers energy. The bolts of lightning and its raging aura still couldn't stop Ryuki. He stood tall with a question unanswered in his mind. Everything so far has gone as planned, but what I really want to confirm is whether I can block Giga Minotaurus' strongest attack, his third strike, with the axe on his hand crackling with lightning. He shot a sharp glance at Ryuki, making him even more determined. His instincts were screaming that he had to get out of here now, but now was the time to gamble everything. Our master tightly grips the gun sword wrapped in streams of energy, and Jaw appears to warn. I understand your reasons, but right now we are in a dangerous situation with the system malfunctioning. Seeing you remain silent and instead confidently raise your sword and gun makes it even more confused. Master, are you listening to me? The final attack of Giga Minotaurus is about to begin. It opening its mouth to growl, raising the electrified axe high. Both horns are also crackling with lightning. Ryuki looked at the fierce energy emanating from the monster, remaining fearless because he knew there was no way to escape, determined to face the Giga Minotaur boss head-on. The crimson lightning slash was unleashed, plunging down with great force to create a fierce tremor, while overwhelming energy waves appeared from the side as if wanting to devour the surrounding space. But down below, he charged forward confidently with his sword and gun, blocking the attack and dodging just in time as a streak of lightning flashed past, leaving his face stiff and his eyes blank as he stared into it. The powerful lightning energy attack strikes down, creating a blinding flash and an explosion that shakes the 10th floor. Kwanvak behind can't face the chaotic scene outside, hiding behind a rock in fear. He slowly glances around to check on Ryuki's situation, unable to help but wonder if he's still conscious. The lights flicker and mingle in the chaos of battle while Quanvac still can't figure it out. Even on the lower floors, it's still that boss monster. It's much stronger than the scattered players, and he's all alone. Even Western fans and the top-ranked player don't dare to face it alone. The Honglei / can't handle it. Evading or dying and respawning are the only options. Suddenly he widened his eyes as if he saw something horrifying. The sight of Ryuki fighting alone, wielding sword and gun to block all the oncoming attacks like a storm, made Quanvac unable to help but wonder. Silently, are they really about to face him head-on? But the power is overwhelming, and after a moment you had to bend one knee to brace yourself. Still, you kept your resolve, gritting your teeth and muttering the skill. A streak of lightning passes through, triggering the next 2 words uttered. Returning to the day he drew the item, my brother, full of disappointment, said that he had drawn all kinds of items and skills from random boxes so far. But this is the worst one ever. John asked back suddenly. Are you talking about the SSR system you just drew? He answered with disappointment. Yes, that is a skill that allows item evolution until reaching Iriso level, or the next level within a time limit, but now the skill has been activated. Jigan system reports that the SSR system has exceeded the limit. The SR level 4 Holy Sword target has 5 minutes remaining. The SRC plus Holy Sword level. After evolving the item, Ryuki seemed to enter a berserk state, grinding his teeth and pouring all his strength into a counterattack. You open your mouth wide, shout loudly several times, then strike with a powerful sword slash. The overwhelming power of the Holy Sword completely overpowers those terrifying lightning bolts, smashing through in an instant. That dramatic comeback left him stunned, eyes wide open and mouth agape in amazement. The axe shattered into pieces. Gia couldn't help but feel scared, and said that this was an extremely risky way of fighting. With this situation, I might have to find a new master soon. If you like my house, then I am extremely satisfied. I respond confidently. If you want to reach higher floors, this kind of risk is unavoidable. Jiga Minoto is searching everywhere for a weapon. Ryuki also slowly stood up, gripping his sword tightly ready to attack and arrogantly declaring that it's enough time to go hunting. Then he stomped his foot hard and lunged forward, causing the ground beneath to shatter from the shockwave. While the monster was still scrambling for its weapon, a blazing sword sliced straight into its face. Immediately afterward, a series of slashes were launched. Ryuki's attack combined evasion and quick draw slash. A simple movement skill is transformed into a super fast attack skill. Jonchun System Level 1. Escape Target SR C level additional effect, Quick Draw SR level UN. Duration D minutes. After the attack, the Jiga Minotaur became furious, roaring and swinging its arms wildly, as it threw a punch straight at where our house was standing, but you quickly dodged and jumped to another spot. A smile spreads on his face as he continues to charge forward, taunting. You're too slow, you bull-headed fool. A series of slashes tear through the air once again as Jigaman screams in agony. At the monster's feet, a sharp sword slash also cuts through its veins, causing it to lose its balance and collapse face down on the ground. At this moment, Ryuki looked with bullet-shaped eyes at the huge beast and muttered to himself, now it's the second enhancement spell. Gripping the sacred sword tightly, a blazing golden energy surged within it. I am certain that after countless experiments, I have found the strongest combination by adding the effect of the Spirit Fire Blast to the sacred sword and using the accumulated energy from the Spirit Fire Blast. Suddenly, Jiga Minotaur stretched out its sharp claws towards Ryuki, making him flinch. It tried to reach out with its hand while growling menacingly. In that sudden moment, our hero quickly drew their gun and slashed sharply at the monster's neck, sending its head flying away and successfully ending Jiga Minotaur's life. His body was standing behind while the head had already flown forward. He turned around, let out a sigh of relief. Standing amidst the chaotic battlefield, Ryuki cheered loudly. Floor 10 is complete. The Jigan system announced the match result with Jiga Minotaurus winning and receiving a random 5,000 FB points exchanged for a box. Jiga Minotaurus' magic, stone axe, and horn. The first sun boss in the tower has been defeated. The Jigan ticket reward has been multiplied by 10 for defeating Giga Minotaurus. Reward tickets guaranteed for clearing level 10 of the tower. 1 ticket per completion. The dark red mist gradually disappears. John also announces, the malfunctioning area has been cleared. It seems to be connected to the boss. Then it happily praised me. Anyway, congratulations on conquering the floor. Although it was 2 minutes later than expected, our side was very pleased with that. Fonkoi said that I had shortened the record by an hour compared to the first place. Let's go up to the next floor. As soon as I stepped forward, a porter suddenly came out from behind and shouted loudly, Ryu, not Rukiyama. Without waiting a second, he immediately asked about his curiosity. Before you go, can you tell me how you became so strong? Ryuki didn't even turn his head to look at him and calmly replied, I just met Mai, that's all. Suddenly, Agost walks over with a calculating smile and says, well done on killing the boss. Rue 707, the transport guy, is stunned and calls out to Captain Agost, who then turns to praise him. You're good as bait too. Come with the two guys and the arrogant captain gives the order. Anyway, you're going to disappear, along with that wanted criminal, so stop resisting. Hand over the trophies to the Scarlet Red Shield. Agos took one more step forward, and then a deafening explosion erupted right where the three of them were. His face stiffened as he saw their bodies gradually burning away in the flames, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell is this? At this point, Ryuki spoke up to explain that he had been hiding near the boss's room from the beginning. That's right, so I already planted the mines at the entrance beforehand. Then she kindly warned him, still half-dazed from carrying the load, that a few grenades hadn't gone off yet and he shouldn't get too close to the door. Before leaving, he turned back and smiled at him, softly encouraging him, "Do you want revenge? Then get stronger first." As he stepped outside, Jig excitedly shouted, "Now it's time for the fun random box opening." Ryuki smiled painfully, clenched his fist with determination and said, "With all the login rewards and mission rewards I've accumulated today, is the day I gather all those random boxes together." Suddenly he became serious, quietly analyzing and calculating, but he must not be careless. Even with the probability adjustment mode, the chance of getting an SSL is only 1%. He then pointed at John and shouted loudly, "And yet I used 1,000 boxes and only got 2 SSRs. "Are you kidding me?" he responded angrily. "Are you doubting the UR system? If it's useless, just quit the game." Hearing that, Ryuki also ignored it, and proceeded to open the tickets as usual, speaking in a bored tone. "It's easy to talk, so let's start by opening all the regular tickets first." Suddenly a blinding light struck from the sky and stunned our hero, as a rainbow-colored box gradually appeared amidst Ryuki SSR's shocking scream, and it was from a regular ticket even on the very first opening. Even Jigen was so shocked he couldn't believe it. Jigen's system provides information about items, while the SSR Illusion World system is a type of intervention system that applies the characteristics of the illusion world to users. At this point, Mina looked at the open box and became suspicious, asking if the system features had changed. Holding the SSR box in his hand, he didn't seem very happy as he commented, "It feels a bit weaker than an SSR." John hurriedly urged him, "Try using it and see." Immediately, Jigon's system activated the Level 1 Illusion System, FB0, over 100 HP 160, over 160 MP 80, over 80 STR 22, Dex 30, AG 20, and after displaying the information, Ryuki lost all emotion upon seeing the Level 1 indicator, while the distant system laughed happily. Suddenly a bare face appeared on Jigon's screen, smiling broadly, and it said to our boy Ryuki, "You've already surpassed level 10, congratulations." With some surprise you ask back, "Isn't Suzuki a 4 of a kind of 5? It was very curious and asked in an interview, "Are you the only one who reached the top floor this quickly? How does it feel?" On the contrary, Manga appears bored, slumping to the ground and tiredly responding, "I am bored with this crappy game," and then keeps criticizing non-stop. The dungeon outside looks like it was just slapped together. The boss design and fighting style are reworked to look just like normal monsters. It's no different from when I used to be a game analyst. The image of the strange-headed monsters and the level 10 boss appears in his mind after the comment. Tet Kwai Nam suddenly becomes serious and slowly says each word. "Do you remember when we first met? In that unfamiliar form, I've been thinking about something lately. Maybe it's time to tell you." And then said loudly and clearly, "I have a proposal for you." Ryuki was very curious about that proposal. At this moment, Chubby Stavero sat in the room with stacks of statistics in front of him. He chuckled triumphantly, then confidently declared that once this project ends, everything will change. His crazed expression, revealing his treacherous intent in every word. "We Redia will usher in a new era. The entire space is illuminated by a blinding golden light. That light radiates from a small cave where Ryuki is opening random boxes. Once he finishes the box opening session, Jigen breathes a sigh of relief and speaks. Finally done dealing with hundreds of collectible tickets is really annoying." Looking at the system display of Jigon's results, Ryuki couldn't help but say, "I have opened more than 20 tickets, including guaranteed SL tickets and regular tickets." But the truth is so unbelievable that he couldn't accept it. Bang Hong asked again, "So there is only one?" Ryuki crouched down on the ground, ruffling his hair in dazed frustration, saying, "If the odds are true, I should have gotten about 5 SSRs, but there was only one, just one." The system hurriedly reassures, if the probability were truly complete, then it wouldn't be called a random box anymore. The owner, hearing that, reluctantly accepted the truth and asked it in exasperation, "I only got a level 1 SSR from the start. What kind of system is that?" The system quickly explained, "Currently, the system applied to you is my UR Jigen system. Since the original system is not in use, you are forced to rely entirely on the random box. However, thanks to that, you were able to surpass the system's stat limit. Otherwise, the system only applies level and status points, starting from level 1, and you cannot accumulate random box points." After hearing the announcement, Ryuki couldn't hide his anger. He shouted loudly, so much so that everyone could hear, "So I have to start all over again." John hurriedly spoke, "Master, before you do that, I have something to say. When you were crazy about our house and yelling back then, I was already furious enough. What else is there? It could only shyly inform you that a new system has been unlocked through the nearest random box. Please check your achievement, Ryuki said, confused after hearing it. Achievement unlocked. Immediately a notification from the Jigon system sounded. The trans system has been unlocked. The achievement was earned after opening more than 1,500 random boxes. The very next second he couldn't hide his amazement and asked Tran, "What is that?" The system hurriedly explained, "Every 300 pulls you'll be guaranteed a top-tier item, meaning 1 SSR every 300 times. The Jigen system proudly told Ryuki, "You just unlocked the Tran gacha as a reward for your achievement. This is the perfect chance to draw another SSR. You just heard," and angrily shouted, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" It merely responded softly, "I was too engrossed in watching your desperate face, master." After punching the system until it smoked, Ryuki excitedly pointed at the energy vortex in front of him, full of anticipation. Perfect timing, go ahead and draw now. Just as the random box is gradually appearing out of the galaxy, John suddenly calls out a warning. "Maybe you'll end up drawing the national system again. Hearing that, I desperately beg, please be something good." Shining rays illuminate the 7-colored box as he knuckles his hands together, pleading desperately. "I beg you, please." A moment later, John's system announced the item, the SSR Level 1 Devil's Blessing, a skill that grants the Devil's Blessing from the top of the tower, greatly increasing all Level 1 skill abilities, boosting attack damage at Level 1, reducing cooldowns of all rare and below Level 1 skills. After receiving the notification, Ryuki raised his hands to turn to stone, tears streaming down his face. Then he asked Jigon with doubt the Demon's Blessing. "Gop, do you have a skill like that?" It quickly replied. "This is a skill for bosses in the Demon Tower, not a player's skill." The system just finished speaking, and Ryuki instantly had a flash of insight: increase attack power and basic skills, and reduce cooldown time. An active skill with such an effect truly deserves an SSR rank. My lord then began to ask for the next set of skills to check. You look at the numerous items appearing, examining them carefully, skipping the Fire Bridge and Taiji. Berserk and War Roar don't fit your fighting style. Ryuki finally picked a pack of items from among them, and then said maybe the only usable one is the Energy Pack. Immediately after, the Jigen system displayed information, SR Energy Pack, an extension module that increases compatibility by 10 energy units. John turned to you and said it's compatible with the energy armor you extracted earlier. You also suddenly remembered. "Oh, so that broken armor I couldn't use because I lacked energy, huh? It will help me operate for about 15 minutes. When you hear this, you can't help but chuckle, softly uttering a sigh of relief that finally there's something truly useful, then shout out joyfully. My skill setup is complete. The system now displays information about the skills. Erase SSR, break the SSR limit. Level 2 SSR Intuition, Level 1 SSR Incantation, Level 4 Sword SRC plus Stealth Step, Long Dragon Breath SRC plus Hawkeye Level 1, Steradian Teleportation, Level 1 Steradian Divine Current Level 1, Steradian Rush. Then he excitedly shouted, transferring all remaining skill experience into the Sword Saint, investing all points into the Sword Saint, and Quick Draw. The system interface immediately appeared, showing the upgrade for Sword Saint from Level 4 to Level 5, requiring 35200 RP Sword Saint, Level 5 Sword Saint, Z Quick Draw Level 1 to Level 2, needing 700 RP Swordsmanship, Level 2 to 3 needing 1400 RP, North Husu Swordsmanship, Level 5 to 4 needing 2100 RP. Looking at the system interface, Ryuki couldn't help but smile excitedly, and continued to propose combining Quick Draw and Stealth Step to create a new skill. Then he released a bright golden energy, muttered Stealth Step and Quick Draw merged into one. I secretly rejoice because with this, I will have a skill that moves super fast and attacks extremely powerfully. The Jigen system message just appeared. Is the cooldown really 5 minutes? Are you kidding? How is Bao Min supposed to use this during a fight? He kneels down after the overwhelming waves of information, despairing as he escapes from his body. The system quickly encourages his spirit. Come on, master, hasn't this kind of thing happened countless times before? And it wonderingly asked, what's Suzuki's suggestion? What do you mean? Isn't John over here also visibly impressed by that bold idea? It's an interesting plan, isn't it? It's actually a much more reasonable plan compared to the foolish ideas of humans. He hesitated, then spoke absently, but a new maze interrupted him before he could finish, with Tu Kui Nam quickly cutting him off. We're still in the preparation phase, but if it really becomes a reality, that would be exciting. Our clan doesn't overthink things and suddenly feels interested in this idea. Of course, we have to try to know for sure. Even now, we're only preparing, but if we really want to surpass the nation, this plan is worth doing. The image of the tower appears, along with Ryuki's affirmation, but first, we need to conquer this demon tower. Early morning in the city inside the demon tower, residents are bustling on the streets. Some keep discussing the affairs of our family. Someone was very suspicious and asked, "Isn't defeating Giga Minotaurus on your own just a rumor?" Another person was very confident, saying that sounded really unlikely. But he set new records on every floor up to level 15. Looking at the system display before him, the person on the left exclaimed in amazement that each time he shortened the time overwhelmingly, and such skill surpasses even the legend Linnea. The young man next to him looked a bit doubtful, and asked, could it be that he found something in the system? Hearing that, he glanced over worriedly. As long as he's not training, he's still okay. Lin was defeated for underestimating him, but in the end he is just an unknown figure. In a corner of the city beneath a tree, Ryuki was devouring a piece of cake happily. Tuquinam now speaks with concern. This pace is beyond imagination. Even though everyone knows the strategies for the lower levels, this is still too much. On the other hand, he remains very calm, eating his bread while leisurely replying, "This is nothing yet. The top of the tower is still far away, but isn't it a bit noisy?" Tuquinam still couldn't help but worry, his words sounding anxious. The conflict between players and residents is becoming more serious, and they've only themselves to blame. But now the situation has come to this. Ryuki clenched his bread tightly. Footsteps echo as someone calls out Ryu 70, surrounded by many armed players, all turning their eyes toward him from our side. The system immediately detects the problem, and alerts that the owner is surrounded. They have 16 people. Ryuki, holding out his gun sword in frustration, stood up and asked, "So this is the 10th time? I'm really bored." A swordsman approaches politely to explain their intention. "We're here to break W's order." But before he can finish, Ryuki raises his hand to signal stop, then interrupts loudly, "Hold on, I don't care who you are, just finish this quickly." The other person frowned, annoyed by that attitude, then angrily threatened. Just because they defeated Lin Fen, they act so arrogantly. People like us who attract Linnea's attention can do the same. Once again, you cut him off, smirk mockingly, and warn them that even if you beat Lin Fen, fighting twice as many people here wouldn't be enough. The villagers didn't wait a second longer, everyone rushing towards him with weapons drawn, shouting and cursing as the arrogant, nameless warrior charged forward. Immediately afterwards, an explosion like a nuclear blast erupted on the mountain, black smoke billowing into the sky. John coughs a few times after the shock, then quickly turns to our master and asks with concern, "Han is the owner?" "Okay," Ryuki, leaning on his sword and looking tired, then confidently deduces that it seems they only know how to attack straightforwardly. The people who once cheered to attack now lie defeated on the ground. You pick up someone's sword and ask suspiciously if some of them want revenge, but isn't that a bit strange? Ryuki caresses the blade in his hand and confidently says, "I've been attacked by many players, but no one has ever come back for revenge. My Sombringer, what are you planning to do?" He gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at Ryuki with hatred, one hand grabbing the blonde hair, the other pulling out his sword. Then he mischievously smiled and replied, "I will show you right now." The white-haired guy kept yelling, "Let me go, what are you going to do?" Gripping the sword hilt tightly, Ryuki still maintains a sinister expression and utters two words, "Exterminate." As you place your hand on the ground, the faint glow of blue light begins to appear, and those cowards in the distance already notice. A bald guy announces that the skill he used against Linfen is that one. The blue-haired guy beside him quickly urges him to hurry. "Run, the crowd has already left." He too stands up and starts criticizing, "So boring." John nervously asked if he was truly stronger now, and whether the previous master was actually clumsy, then suddenly turned around at the system notification and looked on in surprise. The message from Tu Queenam Sao, who just asked in confusion why I sent a text instead of calling, made my face stiffen as I read the message. "Congratulations on passing level 15. I have a suggestion I want to discuss, so let's meet and talk about it. The sender is Gabriel." The message said I would share the information you want to know, but because someone is watching, we can't meet in the maze. Let's meet at the bar in the nearby entertainment district. Now he is sitting and waiting at the appointed spot, ordering a glass of water to quench his thirst while waiting for the other to arrive. After hearing about the meeting, Suzuki anxiously evaluates. Clearly this is a trap. Who wouldn't think so? The young man sighed. And on top of that, he chose the location himself, and even suggested a private meeting. Even if he is, I still can't understand what he's thinking. John continued. The days of Gabriel's manipulation are long gone. Who would fall into such an obvious trap? But the owner isn't very smart either. Hearing that, Ryuki quickly grabbed it and tortured him, then asked, "Do you know where he's meeting?" "Suzuki, it's a well-known place in the underground world. Due to its strict security system, it's usually used for secret transactions and high-level negotiations. From the outside, no one would think it's a bar." Then the young man handed our owner a pair of glasses and added, "If you're planning to go, take this with you, since it's a famous place and nothing strange is likely to happen." A full disguise kit, almost a complete costume set. Ryuki wondered silently, what is he trying to say? Is it worth taking the risk? Meanwhile, Suzuki's voice continued to ring out. "And about the investigation you asked me to do, you ask again. Investigation." The young man waved his hand to create a model in front of him and replied, "It's about Street Iriso General Hospital. It took quite a while, but I managed to gather some information. Suzuki quickly shared what he knew. The St. Iriso General Hospital is known for donations and charity work. The sponsor is Radia Soft. Ryuki listens carefully. In fact, it is used to improve Radia Soft's image. When people think of Radia, they usually associate it with the charity activities here. He pondered briefly, although it wasn't directly related to the nameless individuals. Suzuki continued, "It being a medical facility, I initially suspected link to organ trafficking or opium, but the more I investigated, the more suspicious points I found, and many things remain unclear." The young man gently closed his eyes, bowed his head to remind our family, but maybe now is the right time for him to see this. Be prepared before reading the document. Suzuki then opened his eyes, his voice serious. Even I, who have been living in the shadows for so long, find this truly disgusting. Ryuki stared at the screen, startled and asking, "What is this?" Remembering Gabriel's words, the cause of his mother's death was not due to illness. Does his face from back then appear along with the words that I used to find confusing? Do you know St. Iriso General Hospital? That is where your mother was admitted to the hospital. Gabriel warned you before, so find out for yourself what happened. Your mother's name must be on that list. Ryuki then reaches out and presses on his mother's picture on the screen. The data check message is on the screen. I don't know what you've read, but the expression on our master's face now is furious, with veins bulging and teeth gritted as he shouts. The scene shifts to the meeting point as scheduled with Ryuki, now disguised as a successful middle-aged man, thanks to Suzuki's use of a concealment glasses. Gabriel sits there, checking his watch and complaining. "A nameless kid making me wait for 8 minutes, surely you think I'd wait, right?" he said mockingly and provocatively. "Lately you've been pretty bold." Ryuki from our side immediately takes off his glasses, reveals his true face, and responds calmly. "Get to the point. Stop standing there questioning. The human experiments were conducted at the hospital. When did you find out? So you already knew to that extent. It seems you found a pretty trustworthy ally." He raised his glass and continued speaking. "It's been quite a while, and by the time I realized it was already too late. Your mother was also one of the subjects of the human experiments." Ryuki, after hearing this, angrily charges forward, grabbing his collar and shouting in his face. "Gabriel." He grabbed our madman's wrist and pulled it out while frowning and asking, "You're not here to fight me, right? First calm down and let me explain." While Ryuki drew back his hand, Gabriel continued explaining, "The mastermind behind this is someone else." I immediately wondered, is it Ria Soft? But why would those who control the entire world do this? He took a sip of his drink and replied, "Their ultimate goal in those experiments is transformation." This information also surprised even Jigen's blindfolded system, and Gabriel continued, "The leaders of Radiasoft are aiming for a much more advanced form of transformation than simply connecting minds through a neural interface." Then an item from Iriso appeared before us, a sharp sword. Even though it was data from the maze once transformed, it could manifest in the real world. So they thought differently. What if the human body could be transformed into part of the maze? After all that information, Gabriel continued to sit there pouring wine, appearing calm as he mused. "Well, what you've uncovered is probably a result of that." Jan quickly reassured him, "Master, please stay calm." Ryuki still angrily asked, "Why are you telling me this? If this gets exposed, Ria Soft and the Linea organization will also fall apart." He took another sip of his drink and replied, "You're underestimating the power of that authority. The CEO of Retia holds a platinum rank. A false accusation from an anonymous source means nothing to him." Then Gabriel slams his glass down and grumbles, "You only had bad luck because of that power. You should have just silently taken care of your mother." He furrowed his brow and spoke quietly, "So you were probably panicking about some magic books and trying to scrape together money for surgery. Right. The real issue is that the content in that handbook seems very trustworthy. Linfen doesn't like interference. The high-level researchers are doing the same." This makes Ryuki feel puzzled. I tried to dig deeper by asking what he was trying to say. Gabriel replied, "I convinced Linfen to prevent interference in the experiment. By order from above, your rank has been downgraded to anonymous. With your soul guardian gone handling, the body becomes easier." This information leaves our family stunned. No one knows the whereabouts of the subjects who underwent transformation in the experiment. Although the data shows the transformation was successful, and there are still numerical instabilities in the real world, the body can no longer be considered human. Gabriel said coldly, "Most of the errors in the virtual world are also side effects of that. In the already chaotic maze, forcing unstable data reflections into it only makes things worse." He talks about cases where sometimes they become residents of the maze, or if unlucky, turn into monsters and are hunted. Maybe it was your own hand that hunted them down. Ryuki's eyes widened, face-contorted pupils constricted as he was utterly overwhelmed by the information about his mother's death. The menhouse quickly drew their weapon, gripping a gam knife tightly, and slashed the table beneath their feet while shouting, "You bastard." Gabriel remained calm, sitting there and saying, "I repeat, I am just an ordinary low-level guy. You're not going to finish off your enemy with someone like me, right? Let's get straight to the point." Ryuki's hand trembled as he tried to listen to what he was saying. I have a proposal for you. Do you think I will trust you? Ryuki continued. The vanguard team of the Demon Tower Raiders is on level 47, right? What are you plotting here? Don't think I'll follow your plan. I will pull Spreadia Sofit together with you and the Linea Guild. He pushed the door open and said, I look forward to that. See you next Monday then. After Gabriel left, only our housekeeper remained standing there in deep thought. The scene shifts to a cave somewhere, with a voice echoing inside. When I heard her say it myself, I couldn't believe it. But the error code 666 I poured all my efforts into was easily defeated like that. Everything is going in a completely different direction from what I expected. Is this what they call the trail of Ryuki, defeating the boss alone? Even at just level 10, this much destruction can't be underestimated. While she remained silent and observant, the person beside her coldly chuckled and reassured her. Don't worry too much. After all, our gas will be the ones to win in the end. We will be the masters of that sky. She remained silent, observing and assessing the situation. Regarding Gabriel, he also has his own plans after meeting with Mata. As for Ryuki, with a determined look and an extremely confident gaze, he turned to ask you, Master, to be honest, you originally couldn't stand having to follow Gabriel's orders, right? Ryuki snapped angrily, Stop it, you junk. Then he muttered to himself, Do I really have to follow his plan? At that moment, a red-haired girl shouted, Hey terrorist! Before our side could react, she lunged forward and swung her huge axe at you. Then Baikwai excitedly grinned and said, Finally, we've met. Ryuki raised his gunblade to block the attack and realized, You are the crazy dog, bitch Kwai. Then he slashed and pushed her back a distance. As she landed, Bitch Kwai sneered and asked, Do you know me? She lowered her large axe and smiled, saying, I am truly honored that a famous player like you knows me. Ryuki answered, How could I not know about Lindia's future ace? Then he smiled teasingly, At least remember the names of those I will defeat next. Immediately, Bitch Kwai assumes a combat stance and raises her great spear, replying, You're even more arrogant than I thought, so show me what you've got. With that, her large spear swung repeatedly toward him as I attempted to block it with my gun sword. He quietly assessed that her speed and strength are not as good as Linfin's, but still impressive. Truly, Linnea's future ace. Big Kwai unleashes a powerful strike, with a burst of intense red energy pouring down. Ryuki raises her hand to block a flash of light gleams. Luckily, he quickly drew the Holy Knight SR shield to deflect that attack. Before he could regain his composure, Mika instinctively flinched, because at this moment Beak appeared behind him with a sharp axe ready to stab into his back. Ryuki shouted the blessing of the demon, activated Jigen's demon blessing system SSR level 1. The girl was completely surprised when his fist was right in front of her. A powerful blow presses Beak down to the ground as if the space itself shattered. At the center of the explosion, a flash of light erupts, destroying the surrounding earth into fragments. The mad dog Beak lies there with blank, stareless eyes, motionless. Ryuki quietly rejoices, realizing this level of reflexes surpasses any previous battle. As expected, the SSR is definitely on a different level. If I had enough RP, I could have upgraded it even further. Seeing her scrambling to get up, he asked, So this is why Gabriel told me to send the coordinates. I thought he would send assassins, but there's only one. That's really disappointing. Bitch Ui still responded firmly, Nuong, stop talking nonsense. Save the stage for after you win. Without hesitation, our side switches to combat mode, raising swords and guns, and agrees. That's right. Then both sides immediately charged at each other. Ryuki shouted, Go forward like that. Ah, Linnea's future ace. At this moment, the space inside is changing. He shuddered and asked, Wait, is this an error? The image of the player is now distorted. Ryuki muttered, Damn it, don't tell me Linnea's group is also exploiting that. At that moment, Suzuki contacted you and warned Ryuki, Can you hear me? Wait and exit immediately. Someone is trying to interfere with the maze system. You mean interference? What does that mean? What's going on over there? She looked at you and asked Ryu 70, What did you do? Ryuki looked at BQ and asked back, Isn't it your fault? The system announced to all connected players. A serious error has occurred in the Illusion World maze game. All players are advised to log out immediately. Beakwee clenched his fists and looked at the warning screen of the virtual world maze game nervously. The people outside also received the same red alert, causing them to panic. What is this? A major bug. Errors happen every day, so why is it showing up on the news this time? Someone at the Redia headquarters is shouting about a time lag that prevents real-time monitoring. Confirm this with our linked players. Does this error affect all the towers and city towers as well? If that's the case, then at least ensure that the affected players are taken care of. Meanwhile, Linnea Gabriel, the gang leader, stands there in deep thought. He stood in front of a pile of screens, thinking to himself, Sphero Latina Steel, that stupid fat fool, probably doesn't understand anything. Gabriel recalled the time he had to kneel before the Redia soft boss, mentally thinking that he was in a pretty good mood since he had more time, and don't think I came here to meet a pig like you. He muttered to himself, You've been part of my plan all along. Meanwhile, Sphero was shouting angrily, What are you saying, my maze? Gabriel looks pleased. Times have changed, and I will end your old era. He is plotting to replace Ria as the leader, while Ciervero is just sleeping on his laurels. Cut to the inside of the kingdom where the fierce sword looks up in frustration. Actually, it's just a little further, but now this error has occurred. She also hurriedly rushed forward with a worried face, muttering, "Such trouble. Where did Bick disappear to?" Everyone stay still. Could this phenomenon be the answer from the person next to us, leaving no room for doubt? He slightly smirked and muttered, "Gabriel's bastard has started to act." On this side, Ryuki's image in the game was also starting to vanish. In the middle of the forest, fiery red light flashes everywhere. The tower rises high with 50 floors. Its energy is radiating out violently and uncontrollably, with continuous sparks of lightning, and our people are now somewhere inside the tower. You look around, then murmur. That's right, what he said, recalling our previous encounter when Gabriel explained the reason. Rydia wants W's glory to last forever, so we deliberately delayed conquering the tower. He continued, the plan is to last at least 2 years, but at that moment Ryuki interrupted, saying I can do it alone in 6 months. Gabriel appeared displeased. Maybe so, your involvement has changed everything. At first I thought your strength came from your account, so I investigated every aspect of you through recorded footage. He also saw the scene where you defeated the witch, and said, but in the end, I can only conclude that it is something that cannot be explained by current technology, as if it were Iriso. Ryuki immediately asked a question. So you want to stop me? Gabriel replied. From Lindia's perspective, you should be stopped, but I have no intention of hindering you. He then lowered his voice and said, currently, the front line conquering the Demon Tower has only reached the 14th floor. The top of the tower, the 50th floor, is within reach, but that no longer matters now. Back in reality, there is a large tower just below the moon. Our house remembers Gabriel's words. Next Monday, I will open the path to level 50. He pondered quietly, unsure of Gabriel's true intentions, but if everything unfolded as he said, W would soon be conquered. On this side, Rapna exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that such a thing could actually happen. She realized that all 2,000 players were connected to the tower, and they all were suddenly transported to the 50th floor. Ryuki stood there watching W's sky, erupting with lightning everywhere. At that moment, standing amidst the 50th floor of the maze, John couldn't help but be surprised and anxiously call out, "Hey, four of a kind, did you hear me?" Then it turned to inform Ryuki but received no reply, as if the connection had been cut off. He helplessly replied, "Oh well. This situation is truly beyond expectation." Ryuki fell into deep thought. You find it confusing to speculate. More importantly, being on the 50th floor seems to suggest that Gabriel isn't the villain he appears to be, or is this part of a plan to attract more players to go up the tower? Then Ryuki looked into the distance and thought to himself, but I won't let him do whatever he wants. I will make him regret dragging me into this plan. At that moment, Bitchkwai suddenly stood up, her voice slightly weary. Wait a moment. The girl hesitantly asked, what is really going on here? You know something, right? The boy walks confidently forward and calmly replies, based on the information it looks like we're on the 50th floor, doesn't it? We have reached the final goal of this maze. Seeing that scene, Bitchkwai was so amazed that she shouted, so how are you still so calm? What are you planning to do next? Ryuki turned slightly, smiled faintly, and asked again, what do you mean, isn't it already predetermined what players should do? Then he decisively raised his sword and gun high, his confident voice ringing out like a vow. His only goal is to conquer this ridiculous maze. Seeing that scene, Bitchkwai couldn't hide his anger. Are you kidding me? Floor 50 is an area no one has ever known about. How can we get through it without any information? Ryuki knelt down calmly and replied, first we need to prepare new weapons suitable for the final scene. The very next second, the system announced that the item synthesis had begun, and the information displayed on the screen immediately showed the details. The system has almost completed crafting the items, a key component for the gun necessary materials, 1 SR weapon, 30 R weapons, and 50 N weapons. Then it begins the gun-making process. The system's sound rang out once more, initiating synthesis. After a while, when the explosion echoed, Ryuki was left speechless, as if frozen in silence. He blankly stared at the smoking scrap heap. Ryuki, desperate, knelt down, lowering his face as bitter curses escaped. Damn system, why now that this happens, I beg you to lift your head up. As he heard that, he couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise. Ryuki looked up, and now in front of him was a fully assembled gun-sword weapon. That made him almost unable to believe his eyes. This weapon is a system, and John immediately displayed a notification. Destroying the SR piece, the giant sword gun is a weapon used to hunt giant illusion monsters powered up for long-range fire. Ryuki leaps up happily as he catches the new weapon, shouting in joy, I knew it. Who would have thought that Bitchkwai behind him was secretly judging what he was doing or planning? The girl glanced gently at the giant gunsword, her eyes flickering with thought. Isn't that the weapon Gabriel and the guild members used before? It looks a bit different, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Hearing that, Bicky hesitantly asked, do you really intend to pass the 50th level? At this moment, Ryuki eagerly replied, of course we are now fully prepared. He then asked for confirmation. Shall I start? Bitch Kwai really couldn't believe it, and marveled, never expecting that she was actually crossing the final floor with you. If you're as good as you seem, I guess I can trust you. But Ryuki then looked down at the girl and asked hesitantly, what are you doing standing next to me? Aozaki Kiryu blinked in confusion and replied, isn't it us who planned to go through the 50th floor together? Hearing that, he smirked confidently and responded indifferently. Why should I go with you? There's nothing fun about it. The girl asked in disbelief. So you're going to attempt to clear the 50th floor alone? Bitch Kwai watched the back of him leave and couldn't hold back her anger. Are you crazy? The higher floors are completely different in difficulty from the lower ones. Even enemies players should cooperate when necessary. Jigon suddenly spoke up on this side, showing the true spirit of a player. Ryuki never paid any attention to anyone's words. He snapped fiercely. Shut up. The very next moment, the master of the house instantly stepped forward and shot off into the air, leaving the girl with an annoyed expression. Hey, I won't let this go. At the same time, a mysterious masked man appeared among the branches. He frowned slightly before speaking out an assessment. The 50th floor seems much narrower than the others. The info board indicates this is the illusionary surveillance hall Beyond belongs to. After a moment of observation, Beyond begins sketching with simple symbols, and then speaks. I can't be certain because I can't get closer, but the structure seems quite simple. He moves the branch to point at a symbol, and then analyzes. The central light pillar in the distance is surrounded by 4 distinctive terrains. The Furious Sword was surprised and asked again. A special terrain. Bon then explained that to the east is the Fire Crystal, followed by towering quartz columns surrounded by swirling dark energy. Next, amid the ghostly mist, a waterfall roared down from a high cliff, while to the west there is a swift-flowing waterfall. Next, in the harsh weather, the surrounding trees easily bend under the extreme wind pressure. He said the south is the Flying Wind Dragon Fist, with a gloomy and terrifying scene, only countless streaks of lightning cutting across the sky and flashing repeatedly, and finally, to the north is Thunder Mountain. After analyzing it, Beyond said seriously, I couldn't approach the light pillar directly. It felt as if an invisible wall blocked me. Baoliat Kiem suddenly guessed that I probably can't get close unless certain conditions are met. He pointed to the left and hurriedly replied, the 4 terrains surrounding the light column are probably the conditions. The nearest place from here is the Thunder Mountain. Alright, let's go up the mountain, everyone. Prepare yourselves. In another development, No hurriedly runs ahead with a group of others desperately chasing after him. Someone shouts, Lord No. Then he wondered aloud, why did you say we'd pass through all 4 areas? But if we go toward the waterfall, what about the others? No explained while rushing forward. There are definitely other players who have been transported to level. Woosher. Maybe they are also aiming to surpass their respective areas, especially BQ and the sword users with explosions. At that moment, a suspicious look appeared in her eyes as she wondered silently, why is there such a serious mistake? Did someone do this on purpose? If so, how? Could it be Ryu 70 again? A sense of unease welled up inside her, making her keep thinking, still unable to contact BQ, hoping they are still safe. The scene shifts to our side of the mine. At this moment he is sprinting northward, ignoring Beak behind him as he shouts loudly. Wait, Ryu 70, where are you going? The girl immediately points east and angrily reminds him he's right behind us. Obviously we should go through all 4 areas and head to the center. Ryuki didn't bother looking back, just saw him looking energetic, running straight, and confidently rebutting. That must be a familiar combat ability, as if it's just an ordinary game. Hearing these words, Bick couldn't hide his horror and exclaimed, what are you talking about? I may have made many mistakes, but I don't want to hear that from a terrorist like you. He keeps moving forward, his words growing colder. Just stop bothering me. The smile on his face vanished. Ryuki turned to look at the girl with a furious expression speaking through gritted teeth. You think I will cooperate with Linnea? No way, I won't do it, even if I die. Saying that, he continued rushing forward, his voice still indifferent as he said, stop following me, go away. Bitch Kwai here seethed with resentment and shouted bitterly, that guy. The girl clenched her teeth, her face showing anger, and quickly thought to herself, if this is part of his plan, then I am the only one who can stop him. Bitch Kwai and No are probably on the 50th floor too, I'll leave the screen crossing to them. Thinking this, Bitch Kwai shot forward like a bolt of lightning, quickly closing in and then roaring angrily, I don't know what's happening, but I won't let you have a chance to conquer it. Just as her sharply honed battle axe was about to strike in that life and death moment, Ryuki turned around and shouted Excalibur, swiftly spinning and swinging his sword to block BQ's attack. The girl unexpectedly recoiled in response, snorting in anger, while Ryuki suddenly stared in horror, eyes wide open, noticing something unusual. That attack range. You see Bick preparing to charge again secretly, wondering if it's to block an attack. Then it's worth a try too. As the girl steps forward, everything around suddenly blurs and the image begins to flicker. Bitch Kwai instantly realized everything and shouted in panic. An error. The system seems to have crashed, and the girl is helpless, unable to do anything. Everything around appears frozen, and Bitch Kwai, confused, thinks she can't log out. If she's not careful, she could be stuck forever. The girl couldn't help but be frightened, instinctively glancing back, her mind still racing with thoughts. This is the perfect opportunity to conquer the demon tower. Bitch Kwai suddenly frowned, eyes wide open as if discovering something, and then a blurry screen appeared with shattered images and a flood of error messages. The girl looked stunned and wondered, what is this? Could this be inside a virtual illusion world? Bitch Kwai's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening, muttering angrily to herself. It's truly crazy. Everything is so strange and terrifying. Now she suddenly remembered the time she received the weapon. Big Q kept pondering that this was the thing she had sacrificed everything to achieve. Bitch Kwai was overwhelmed by what was happening, with error messages from the system appearing more and more, as everything inside seemed to be in chaos. She continued to think that the greatest person of the century was just an illusion. Yeah. Going back to the past, there was a naive little girl standing in the rain, happily staring at the sign in front of her. The girl widened her eyes, gazing intently at that thing, then pondering, is that a rookie from Linea? When Bitch Kwai joined the Linea gang, she had to listen to others' insults. Look at how weak it is. There's no way someone like that can hold a weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, his teammate nearby suddenly shouted, "Are you stupid?" Not only blind, but also left behind. Seeing BQ's fierce look and cruel smile, the guy continued, "She's been hunting non-stop for 17 hours. It must be called a mad dog. Exploiting its E is among the best. And reaching Phantasma is just a matter of time." At that moment, the girl on this side heard this and smirked silently, thinking, Phantasma, don't make me laugh. My goal is much farther than that. Thinking of this, Bitch Kwai looked towards the towering demon tower ahead and silently vowed that capturing the demon tower faster than anyone else was her true mission. The very next moment, the girl suddenly screamed out loud. Returning to reality, Bitch Kwai vaguely looked down at the cord on her body and instinctively called Ryu 70. Ryuki, hearing this, her hand retreats from the multi-tool wire and she calmly speaks, "So you're finally awake." The girl twitches involuntarily, then looks at him suspiciously and asks, "Don't tell me you saved me." "Why? For what purpose?" Beak continued. "If you haven't escaped that space, you're probably already dead." Ryuki kept rolling the wire and nonchalantly replied, "I don't care about Linea's players. But it's really upsetting when someone dies accidentally, especially in a trash game like this. What does dying here really mean?" "Game yak. You keep talking nonsense. You're also a player now." Your face suddenly turned sinister. "It's time for you to accept it, right?" Ryuki shouted, revealing the true nature of this maze. As he finished speaking, our demon slammed the wire ball straight into the space, and Biki couldn't help but be shocked by the sight. "It's gone. There's nothing in that space." Ryuki just smirks and says, "Look carefully where it disappeared." "Yes, but as you can see, it's just a fake created with a hologram. Someone like you must surely understand what that means, right?" Biki still couldn't believe the truth in front of his eyes and exclaimed, "This can't be. This is an illusion world, a maze far beyond everything, the masterpiece of this century." Hearing this, Ryuki seriously asked, "The masterpiece of the century," and as he spoke, he bent down to pick up a stone from the ground. "You've seen it with your own eyes, and you still talk nonsense like that." Then my crazy friend continued to throw stones forward, questioning even after witnessing all this. Then a series of space-time portals appeared as he created them, and Ryuki continued speaking. Those portals carried only one meaning. His face suddenly tensed, his voice firm and determined. "The final level of the demon tower, the 50th floor, is nothing but an incomplete and abandoned wasteland." Bitch Kui then couldn't believe it. She rushed forward to check, but suddenly exclaimed, "No way, this can't be true. All my efforts are wasted." At that moment, Bix's hand entered the red hole and seemed to dissolve, leaving only fragments of bone. The girl immediately pulled her hand back after seeing it. Bitch Hui stared in shock, her face filled with disbelief. As she looked at her own hand, doubt clearly visible on her face. "Chow asked, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you?" Ryuki chuckled softly and replied, "Of course not. I only realized after I set foot here. You and Jigon turned your backs and left, still not forgetting to add. Maybe with all these bugs it's not too surprising, maybe even unfinished we can still get through it." Both of them coldly moved forward, while Bick behind them was still trying to regain his composure. After walking for a while, Jigen suddenly announced that less than 40% of the terrain was functioning normally. "I'm not sure if we can get through it under normal conditions anymore," Ryuki calmly said. For Ria, players delaying the conquest might be their only option. Meanwhile, a large crack suddenly appeared on the ground where he was standing. My lord gazed thoughtfully at the northern sky filled with thunder pillars and guessed that it was nearby. Jia asked with confusion, "Why did we suddenly end up at such a dangerous cliff?" The system continued to doubt, and said, "Even if this isn't an unfinished area, falling from here would leave no one intact, master." Ryuki looked down into the abyss below and calmly responded, "No, I plan to jump down from here." He chuckled softly and said, "I don't know why, but my gut feeling tells me it's the way to jump from here." Our master boldly jumps off the cliff, ignoring Jigon's protests, shouting in panic, "Master, you didn't care at all," and decisively jumped through the portal. In the blink of an eye, Ryuki was already in another maze. He asked curiously, "Where is this?" Jigon responded admiringly, "You're truly lucky, sir. See, I told you so. I told you it was fine and I meant it." Ryuki carefully examined the terrain and analyzed it. But more importantly, this terrain is strange. The path seems to lead upward. Does that mean we have to climb up there? It turns out that both of them were standing at the Fire Gem Demon Tower at that time. He didn't say much, only quickly stepping over the swirling black flames below. Ja immediately felt a bad intuition and nervously asked Master, "Are you okay? I heard burns are the worst pain humans can endure." "Wait a moment, that flame. No wonder I kept feeling something was off." The system also interjected to judge. "It's just simulated data to look real. Quite disappointing." Ryuki anxiously asked, "What did you just say?" At that moment, he effortlessly jumped from cliff to cliff, leaving Jigon in shock and exclaiming that climbing might be easier than I thought. Ryuki replied, "I'm prepared to be burned." "So what is this game anyway?" Not long after, both of them quickly arrived at a different area. He suspiciously said, "All right, let's move to a wider stone," meaning that ahead are the players fighting to hunt the ferocious beasts. They quickly realize Ryuki's presence. "Wait over there in the background, Ryu 70 is also here." You quickly realized when you saw it. "So this is the battle zone." Those guys didn't hold back and loudly cheered. "If I take him down, the next title of X will be mine." Exactly, another person burst out laughing and boldly declared, "Killing him is my job." You sigh, draw your gunblade and regretfully reply, "Boring, I don't have time to mess around with you." Meanwhile, a mysterious group of gas was quietly watching their battle, and then spoke up. "So the 50th floor truly hasn't been completed yet. It seems Gabriel is taking this opportunity to pull Rydia down. That guy keeps saying he has poured everything into this move right now. You've been draining Rydia all this time. What's the point of doing this now? That's disgusting." She suddenly turned back and asked the gas guys behind her, "What are you planning to do?" Someone replied, "I have no intention of cooperating with them. Letting everything go according to their plan is so annoying." He chuckled softly and said, "If everything goes as planned, this maze will collapse entirely, and then our gas will open a new era." Turning to our brother Demon, after taking down a group, he panted and angrily said, "We've already spent enough time fighting monsters here." Ryuki turned to look at the others, tiredly complaining that now they had to deal with this bunch as well. Truly troublesome, as if that still wasn't enough to see the clear gap in strength. The black-haired guy, seeing the current situation, snapped and yelled in fury, "I'll use that thing now." At that moment, they were suddenly attacked from another side. Ryuki stared in confusion and asked himself, "Is that the black dagger gas used?" In the next moment, each of them began to transform with large wings sprouting from their backs and 4 sharp horns protruding from their heads. Their faces suddenly covered in fur teeth, clenched, growling like beasts. Now standing before Ryuki are 3 large transformed savage beasts. He chuckled faintly with a hint of surprise in his voice. "How could that be possible? You dare to use that before me?" Yeah, as I said, a series of shocking images appeared in his mind. First was AC's arrogant manner. Ryuki said, "I know exactly how it was created. Even the face that has disappeared and lost its shape," he exclaimed in frustration. "That's why it makes me sick." Then there's Joan's figure. Min can't hide his contempt for those things. Every time I see it, I feel disgusted. In the end, it's the image of Bang Linia's people. Those things make him feel nothing but hatred. Ryuki gleefully declared, "I will make you regret your decision to use it." The monster with horns on its head and furious red eyes roars in madness, its long back horns pointing straight at Ryuki. You brandish your gun, energy crackling around you as Ryuki gathers his power and channels it into his sword. A massive blast of firepower was unleashed straight at the monster just as a sudden half-crocodile, half-horse creature appeared from behind to attack unexpectedly. Sensing the danger, Ryuki quickly turned around and counterattacked with his sword. This attack caused a massive shockwave, sending countless rocks exploding due to the impact. However, at this moment, the monster didn't run away, but instead grabbed tightly onto his sword. Ryuki quickly pulled back his sword and stepped back to defend himself. The two sides stare at each other in silence. This monster has truly made you angry once again, gathering mana into the gun barrel, shouting loudly, "Damn it!" But then a problem arose. Somehow Ryuki's gun and sword completely stopped working, they couldn't fire anymore. This sends men into a panic. What is going on? Why suddenly can't I fire anymore? The monster takes this opportunity to charge and attack. He shouted to the system, "Damn it, Jigen, what's going on?" And the response they received shocked him deeply. Peace destruction had been corrupted. Unfortunately, the ranged attack seemed to be sealed. Jigen continued, "But that's not the only problem. The more you use the Peace Destroyer, the more the virus infects his body." Master Ryuki muttered angrily at the system. "Damn it, why are you only telling me this important thing now?" he asked nervously as he faced the monster families approaching in groups. "So there's no way to fix this?" John asked. "To reset and restore the data you need to disconnect. However, the 50th floor is unstable, so we can't return here anymore." After hearing that, Ryuki's attitude and expression changed. He stares intently at the monsters in front of him, And seeing this, Jigen asks, "What are you planning to do?" Ryuki just smirks confidently and says, "It doesn't matter, as long as we cut them all down." After finishing, he lunged forward at lightning speed, his sword slashing with decisive precision, scattering the monsters into pieces. Many big and small explosions are happening everywhere. In just a moment, Ryuki has taken down all those monsters. Their bodies also gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a sound echoed and connected to your radio communication device. On the other end, someone cheerfully exclaimed, "Finally connected." I just caught the signal and quickly asked Ryuki, "Can you hear me? How's the situation right now? You're on the 50th floor too, right?" Ryuki replies, "Someone using gas's error has appeared. Thanks to that, I'm also starting to get infected. If I send you the data now, you'll be able to analyze it immediately, right?" The voice on the other end sounded a bit reproachful, saying, "This guy just connected and is already making me do work." After receiving the data from Ryuki, the four of us looked somewhat excited, quite complex indeed. I need to create a unique code for this type of error, but since I've already obtained error data from Gas, he finally assured you that I'll finish analyzing this data quickly. Ryuki put all his hope into this bear, and said please resolve it as quickly as possible. While waiting for the result, he was also quite busy. Suddenly a swarm of giant scorpions crowded in front of Ryuki, causing great discomfort. Damn it, those bastards, they keep reusing those color-changing monsters right up to the very end. The scene shifts to the rushing waterfall where someone is trying to leap across huge rocks at incredible speed. It lands on a rock, thinking to itself, just a little more, and I will. Suddenly, something makes her freeze in horror. Wait. Then immediately use the normal rope skill to jump off the exploding rock. A yellow rope shoots out tightly, wrapping around another nearby rock. She uses the rope as leverage to jump across. Getting through is like escaping death. She breathes a sigh of relief. It spoke to its teammate, saying this path isn't safe, and someone on the other side responded, "There's also something like a wall blocking the way." Another person also said that the teammate investigating in the waterfall hasn't responded yet, and there's nothing left to investigate. What should we do now? No's attitude is quite anxious, and her mind is very confused right now. No matter how many methods she tries, she can't progress further. We've seen many errors when climbing the tower, but this time is the worst ever. She glanced around at this strange space and wondered if the entire area was still incomplete. No stared at the small knife in her hand, deep in thought, seemingly about to do something daring. Suddenly, Lei Shan was summoned, and two streams of purple energy descended from the sky onto her two companions following her, who were attacked without warning, and could only scream in unbearable pain. In another place, Bayan said anxiously, "More than half of us are down, and the risk of electrocution is very high, so we can't continue anymore." The violent sword beside him said, "If there's no other choice." At this moment he kept fighting fiercely, and without hesitation, stabbing his knife into the enemy's chest and shouting, "Everyone use the dagger." Beyond startled and shouted, "That is chicken stuff." Baoliet Kiem didn't care and laughed. "If needed, we will use the enemy's technology. That's the basic rule for players, right?" Immediately afterward, his body transformed a dark purple hue, enveloping his powerful form, and his voice grew distorted. "The strength within me is surging." "Ryuki, have you felt this way too?" Beyond looked at him, then at the knife in his hand, feeling a bit hesitant. "Captain, at this moment the berserk state of the sword is extremely strange, with murderous intent, so thick it darkens the entire person, and the only clear thing visible is the red devilish eyes." He moves slowly, muttering softly, "It has begun." Meanwhile, AC was extremely surprised to see the fruits of his labor sprouting and growing. The black seeds from gas that we have sown for a long time finally started to sprout. She laughed excitedly and said, "Just a little more, Shinthea, the show is about to begin. Go back to our fan seat." Monsters keep rushing in one after another. Just after dealing with the scorpions, a swarm of troublesome ones rushes toward us, and there's another crazy bull also speeding over to join the chaos. Seeing it, he grimaced and said, "That damned cow is back again. Its aura is incredibly strong, and its deadly purple eyes flash as it charges at lightning speed." Ryuki swung his weapon forcefully at the head of the crazy cow, and though the attack wasn't very powerful, it was enough to knock it unconscious. But this red gun sword is nearly exhausted now, only a third of it remains. I look at my precious with sadness, damn it, destroying my peace. Level 50. This is the summit of the fire gem, and the burning crystal is the core of this terrain. From that core, I can obtain the key to reach the central area. But at this point you seem to be shouting in excitement, "This damn system's core should have been inside the boss, but it's not finished yet, so what are we supposed to do now? Things aren't looking good for Ryuki right now." The sword is broken, the monster gang is closing in behind, and to make things worse, John kept adding salt to your wounds. Master, the error invasion rate has exceeded 50%. If it continues like this, the recovery may become permanently impossible. In the heat of the moment, the fifth caller, "Ryuki, are you okay?" Data analysis is complete. It seems the gas error is using fragments from other mazes. They deliberately cause damage by making data collide with each other. The bear analyzing the ancient car was stopped by the kid. I don't need an explanation. Is there any way to fix the error? Fourth quarter 5 awkwardly hesitated and replied, well, the north route is quite complicated and will need at least 6 more hours. By then, that crazy cow will have already attacked Ryuki's body with weapons. Master, I advise you to log out. If you keep fighting like this, something irreversible might happen. But seeing Ryuki's expression, it seemed like he had come up with a plan. He laughed loudly and quickly ran to dodge the bull's blow. In my mind, I remind myself of this first. There are 3 known ways to destroy a dungeon. Remember what Suzuki once said. First, the resources allocated to the maze are depleted. Second, the number of players falls below the minimum required for a long period. Third, a serious problem occurs that makes maintenance impossible. That time, this young man told Ryuki that it would take at least a few years for G's resources to run out. As for the second point, the decrease in the number of players, most of them are still active in W. Suzuki affirms, I will handle this part so you focus on the third method. I trust in your abilities and rely on you. Now Ryuki has reached out and touched the burning black orb. His inner voice screams. And that third way is even though your body is beyond saving due to the error, your confident and determined face remains unchanged. Clenching the sphere, Ryuki shouted, I didn't climb this high to conquer anything. Immediately afterward, a large blue screen appeared with just 2 words, delete. On the side of the rebellious sword wielder, his team was now writhing in pain from being infected with the error, just like Ryuki, as they had all used the plan to borrow others' power earlier. He screams and curses at the bastard, his body now at 47% error infected, turning completely red. AC's hopeful gaze as he watches the pieces of code gradually break apart and fall, thinking to himself that it's starting to fall apart. Rydia and Linea's order is collapsing. She just stood there silently with a flood of thoughts rushing through her mind, but this is only the beginning to reclaim the light of this world. A person in a hooded cloak shouts upon seeing the data displayed on the screen. The current error corrosion rate is 47%. We are only 3% away from reaching the target value, another person standing nearby says happily. Alright, it seems we are on the right track to reach 50%, that hoods up guy continues excitedly. And at that moment, the demon tower will return to us. Gas, that's right. In other words, it's no exaggeration to say that we will win the entire W. He took off his hood to reveal his handsome face with blonde hair. He is Gas 7, the club president. Looking toward AC with a thankful tone, he says, I really appreciate it. Everything is thanks to your error control. I wouldn't say it's entirely my credit. All the error control was their doing. However, you are the one who tracked down and brought Jay here, right? The error erosion rate is now at 49%. She said nothing more, but her mind drifted to that person named John Doe. AC recalled the past, and among all the players he had met, he was the most contemptible. Still, he is the one we need. When she heard him talk about maze data manipulation techniques and error control, she was very surprised. And in exchange for those things, AC shook hands with John Z, and quietly vowed never to regret, but that handshake was paid for with many lives. Even though she knew it was wrong, she could only tell herself that it was too late to feel guilty now. She had gone too far to turn back. A quietly whispers 49% in joy. Gabriel, I don't know what you're thinking, but you will regret this decision. In the end, we will be the winners. It finally reached 50. The moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived, but something is not right. The earth and sky are trembling violently now. Everyone is panicking and shouting. What an earthquake! The ground is becoming unstable due to a malfunction, 7 shouted loudly. What's going on? Let's stay calm and assess the situation first. A person immediately reports after checking that the erosion error cannot confirm that control was suddenly removed. A suspect said, the control has been removed. Does that mean Run betrayed us? No, it can't be. Suddenly there was a loud movement behind her that made her startled and turn around. Very close to them, large multicolored gemstones were falling down in pieces. Everyone was stunned and more confused. That terrain was where the fire gemstone was breaking, not collapsing. A gemstone falls to the ground, causing cracks to spread. 7 wonders if the sparkling particles in the air are the same techniques that previously wiped out Linfen. However, AC saw something and hesitantly pointed ahead, calling out to 7 in the sky. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared above them. The captain seems to have lost faith in his own eyes. He muttered to himself as he looked, floor 50 isn't right. The tower is shaking, debris and materials falling everywhere. 7 screams, the entire Devil's Tower is collapsing. She froze and wondered, is it you again? Images of his obsessed face clear in her mind. Saw Linfen, now with this, you have completely ruined my plans. AC's resentment had reached its peak, and the indifferent look from earlier was gone, replaced by an extremely furious expression. She shouted to him, Ryuki, I will never forgive you. Seeing AC leave, 7 wondered and called Theo. He yelled in extreme bewilderment. Why did you suddenly leave? The crystal shards of all sizes continue to fall like autumn rain. At the same time, in the early stage of the Fire Spirit, Crystal Tower, new players are desperately trying to dodge these crystal particles falling on their heads, as everyone looks bewildered and anxious, asking each other, "Are you kidding? What's up there after all?" But there's no more time for them to find out. That person shouted, but more importantly, we have to get out of here now. The tower is about to collapse. Inside the 50th floor, the sky was blazing red. Ryuki was standing on a small ledge as the system spoke up. I recommend we evacuate immediately. Then you ask again, Jigen, if we fall from here, what are our chances of survival? She annoyedly asked again, where are you hitting your head? Of course, it's 0% chance. He immediately runs to the edge and shouts. Thanks for the polite reminder. John asked curiously. Wouldn't it be better to just teleport out instead? He replied. I can move within level 50, but teleporting in this situation is basically suicide. The system understands its master quite well. Just by glancing at that expression, it already secretly knew what plan its owner was plotting. Master, what do you plan to do? I smile brightly and affirm, then doing it this way is better. Outside the protective tower, a cleanup team was dispatched. Given the situation, they all wondered why this place had been completely wiped out. Someone sighed in frustration. Do we really have to check this place? It seems like everyone got caught up and perished. Another person replied, that's the support team sent by the guild, so we have to make sure. They opened their screens and scanned around. One person said, also, it seems Rue 70 has appeared too. But given the current situation, skills like teleportation probably won't work either, so I doubt anyone's still alive. He also murmured, I guess even Ryu 717. That person suddenly thought of Ryuki. He thought you wouldn't be able to do anything in a space full of errors, completely cut off from all areas. As for Ryuki, thanks to his talent, he escaped from that space and cheerfully walked past the wreckage. I'm so proud of myself. I run my hand through my hair to look more handsome. I excitedly say, what a stupidly beautiful sight this is. Ryuki calmly said, it's probably time to start the contest. Large droplets have begun to appear in the sky now. The boy excitedly exclaims as the collapsing terrain begins to reveal itself. In the face of this magnificent destruction, Ryuki shows no trace of worry, because he is certain that the truth will soon be revealed. Yes, the birthplace of Mangw, the final destination of the 50th floor in the Demon Tower. What Ryuki is trying to say is the fragment of Iris. He smiles brightly and says to himself, in just a few hours W will be over. Lost in the scene and his plans, Ryuki didn't notice he was being watched. A machine shaped like a red eye had been tracking every move he made, and the data is transmitted to Crow's location. His face horribly cold, it finally begins.